It's been a long path, but finally we are here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Last Chance Qualifiers. That is right, TI 11 is almost upon us. I know, Breaky. It feels amazing, right? Only 2 teams will make it out of this. That's right. You just heard that right. We got Breaky returning with me on the microphone to break down the action. How excited are you for this? It happened.
I see what you did there. Yeah, that's never been done before in history. Killer Pigeon, I love it. No, this is unbelievable, man. I mean, this is the prequel to the international
Yeah.
TI 11 here, right? Like this is. We still need to find out 2 more teams that join everyone else in the main event. It's crazy to think that there's so many teams here in this event alone that not only could finish top 2 to qualify for that part, the group stages, but they could potentially even go far in the TI 11 event. It's just mind-boggling, and I'm just excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's crazy to think of some of the names we're seeing here, but it shows you just how stacked Dota 2 is these days. And that's a weird thing to say, right? A game that's been around for so many years, people should be retiring, but Dota 2 players never truly retire, right? Step one. And a game that maybe is very difficult to get into, yet we still have young potential coming through and the vets hanging around. It means that we are just getting a phenomenally stacked scene, even 11 TIs in. And let's just emphasize that 11 TIs in after we had breaks, right? Because finally we are back to having TI after TI per year.
Yeah, I believe we have a schedule, by the way, that we're going to be pulling up right here to give you guys an idea of what we're covering on this stream, this being the 3rd stream, and we're kicking it off with a hell of a matchup here. Again, I feel like I can say that for pretty much every single one, as we're kind of talking about, but Liquid versus Extreme. Personally, and I assume you would agree, these are 2 teams that absolutely have a chance of finishing top 2 here. And let's just say I'm going to try my best, but I may be a little bit of a Liquid fanboy. I'm trying my best not to bias cast here, of course, but I'm excited to watch Liquid personally.
Well, the good news is in that fanboyism, there's a break, right? From the start of the day to the end. But then, of course, yeah, we've got Extreme, Wildcard, VP in there. So many teams to look forward to. The cool thing is Team Liquid, that you can fanboy. They come back around at the end of the day. But I mean, the big focus is on the opener here. I mean, this is a big deal. Team Liquid versus Extreme Gaming. And Breaky, the reason this is a big deal, I don't think these teams have been up against each other at all. Because while Team Liquid have made it to LANs and maybe not had the greatest of performances, Extreme Gaming have yet to show up on the international stage, always failing to make it to any of those international LANs.
As far as their team name goes, that is true, of course. Now, when you look at the roster breakdown of Extreme Gaming, obviously plenty of experience across the board when it comes to their roster. But certainly a tale here of disappointing seasons in a lot of ways. I mean, yes, they're here at the LCQ, so obviously you're still giving yourself a shot to ultimately qualify for the group stages and stay alive here at TI 11. But they expected to already be at TI 11. I think is a very, very fair point to make here. Team Liquid, again, talking about them as well. This is a team that they have so much skill, so much potential. They're led by Insania, as you see on screen, of course. And it just seems like they have trouble getting over that last hump. Just one reason or another, they're ahead in games, and it just falls apart at the end. Now, with the additions of Matema Man and Zai this season, it was really supposed to boost them that much further, right? It was supposed to be that elevation to take them to the next level. Again, it's been fairly disappointing in the big scheme. There's a lot of tough competition out there, though.
Absolutely, and you can see the boys getting ready to a man, dude. I always love the the kind of like, it's too early. This is not gaming hours. I need to go back to bed for a bit. But, they are definitely ready, folks. I mean, they have been hungry for this. They've been grinding for this. This is a team that I'd say done reasonably well in like the online element to Dota 2, but hasn't really seen that translation into LAN performances. And this is the do or die moment, right? This is the turnaround. It's hard to not think about, if this doesn't work out, if they don't make it through Last Chance Qualifiers, do they stick together? Do we see a roster switch up again? I mean, it's crazy to think that could happen. But then again, just a year ago, it would be insane to have thought that these boys would be without Tiger, yet here they are now.
Yeah. I kind of go back to the point you're talking about this is obviously the great thing about having these cameras and everything. There is the real element to this that it is early in the morning, especially for gamer hours, let's be honest, for these players. Essentially, it's 10 a.m. local time that these players are going to be starting here, and they got to grind all throughout today. Obviously, a very, very, very big deal on the line. 4 of the top 6 teams in each group advance onto the playoff stage of the LCQ, and then ultimately only 2 teams of these 12 in total will make it all the way. But there's that mental drain that takes its toll, right? They've been there for a bit, they've traveled out there, but it still is a lot to absorb in what's going on. So, gotta wake up. I'm sure by the time the draft gets going in the actual game, these players will be plenty awake. But it is interesting getting the behind the scenes look to see, how Liquid is prepping for this match.
Yeah, and you know what? To wake them up, what better way than to kind of hone in on their opponents? Extreme Gaming representing out the Chinese region. Like you said, only 2 teams will make it, and this one is most definitely stacked. Of course, they are being led by the legendary DY, but they are stacked to the brim. PYW, Old 11, Paparazzi, all familiar names, and Lou. Kind of a debutante here, someone with a lot of potential that was targeted by this team, seen as the guy to be their POS one that can make it through. A lot was expected this team, but yet they have not been able to deliver. This is the time to do it, here in the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Yeah, obviously, when we're looking at this squad right here, Extreme Gaming, personally, Paparazzi, the player that I am absolutely always excited to see the most. One of my more favorite Dota players to watch in general, let alone for the China region, brings so much history and experience himself. Is an absolute dominator in that mid role. So that mid matchup is no doubt going to be exciting to witness here between these two teams. Of Liquid versus Extreme. Of course, Mika, of course, I'm referring to for Team Liquid. Definitely got a lot of history with him myself, back in the early Han days. I'm going to try not to talk about Han too much, of course, but, he's been a player playing since a very young age. I want to say since 13 years old. It's so cool to see him at this point, consider one of the better mid players in the world as well. So I think that specifically is going to be a matchup that we have to absolutely look out for in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, there's some interesting dynamics to think about here. Like I mentioned, when we saw Extreme Gaming and all the lads there, like the one that I think is going to be a lot of pressure on to prove himself here is Lou. Everyone else on this lineup understands the pressure at this level of play. This is the guy that's going to need to get over that hurdle of first CI, or of that immense pressure upon you. And I think what's going to be key there is having that support network, right? I think a lot of these guys can relate to that and understand that for him, this is a completely different experience.
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of examples, right, throughout TI history where you get that experience around these younger players. Hell, one off the top of my head certainly comes about with OG Thompson specifically, who was kind of just throwing in there with plenty of experience around him and people that were used to the grind of these big LAN events and were able to perform. So that's kind of the pinnacle, I think is fair to say, that Lou's certainly going to be looking for his backup from his teammates, which I'm sure he will get here in this one. But man, I still can't believe we are this close, Killer Pitch, into getting things started of this LCQ, a journey that's going to go throughout this whole month until we find out the TI-11 champion. And, one of these two teams certainly could have a run. But, I want to actually go real quickly, KP. Yeah. Before we get everything started, we got to talk about predictions of the whole LCQ. I'm sure you did it in the Battle Pass. I'm going to put you on the spot. What are your two teams?
Man, so this is kind of a tough one. I think there's... Okay, so I think Nouns is going to surprise people. First of all, everyone's because everyone doubts NA, but I think already, I can already sense you want to nod to that, oh yeah, I can kind of feel it. Nouns, I think, could actually make one of the slots. I think other kind of front runners in my eyes, I see a world in which one of the VP or Na'Vi teams could actually make it. I think they could be very strong here. That's not to discredit what EU has done, but I think there's question marks over Team Liquid and what they could do in a LAN environment. Team Secret haven't really had the greatest of performances. I think Infamous, Tempest have some playstyles that may clash with the teams I already mentioned as the front runners. To me, I don't know, man. To me, it's the T1 and Extreme Gaming that are my wild cards more than anything else. They are either going to be popping from moment one, or they are going to flop straight away.
That's very fair. As far as my response to that, Liquid, again, a team that certainly disappoints, and I'm hoping we don't see more of that. So I have picked Liquid to be one of the predicted teams to move through. We'll see if that actually works out right here, and certainly capable, right? I don't think that's definitely a stretch, but T1 is my other team that I definitely would predict to make it out of this event as well, because it's difficult to go against Thompson and Ana, right? And I know it's kind of a newer team put together to an extent, but they looked overall pretty good in the Southeast Asian qualifiers, and I could see it really connecting here now at this LCQ event and leading the way to the group stages. So those are the two teams I would personally expect to see moving on. But
I like that. There's like a balance of, a team you'd love to see make it, right? Your homeboys. Maybe they're not the clear front runner in a lot of people's eyes. And then you've got a team that like, it's Anna, it's Thompson. Admittedly, I kind of went with the other angle, Breaky, which is, if I am right, oh my God, people are going to be losing their like nouns. Like, I don't think they're a front runner in anyone's eyes, but I always love a Wilder card,
I absolute fan of Z-Freak specifically for obvious reasons, but it is so difficult to sit here and say nouns is going to be one of the teams to make it on. Hey, I would love to be right. I would love for you to be right, KP, on that prediction right there. But again, tough challenges ahead for this team. So, we just went through this whole prediction. I don't think, maybe you did mention it very slightly, but Team Secret is in this LCQ. Like, this is also a team that is very capable of moving on. It just goes back to how stacked this is.
Yeah, so Team Secret is kind of a tough one, right? Because I think this is a team that everyone would never expect it to be on the ropes like this. I mean, this is a team that historically, I'd say they've had the choice of who to dance with at the board, right? Like Puppy has always had this prestige around him that people want to be on his team, that Team Secret is a big enough name. You feel like if there's a player they want, they can get them. And arguably, they've gone for whatever player they want, but it doesn't seem to necessarily be getting the results they were expecting. We have to remember this is a team that's seen big shakeups, right? Ice switched out for Resolution. Zayats comes in because Yapzor decides to take a break from competitive play after 5 years on Team Secret. 5 years. That change alone, then on top of that, Chrysalis coming in this year. Like, I think the Yapzor change on its own is such a phenomenal one, because when you have someone in the team that long, and sure, they're not the captain, but they've still been there 5 years, you pull them out, it breaks the fiber of your being, what made you work, right? And you have to rediscover the team.
That's very fair. I mean, the Yap God replacing him is certainly a difficult task. Now, Zayak is a great replacement, of course, but I do think it's a fair statement to make as far as why maybe things didn't go as planned, similar to Liquid and all these a lot of these other teams that they're not in the group stages yet. They got to get there still, but hey, there is hope. KP. Do we have a draft? I think we do.
Ooh, we do. And look at that. No surprise. Undying ain't coming through here, folks. Second most picked hero. We ain't letting it happen today. No. It's a good day when Undying's not allowed.
Well, he's one that certainly we expect to see banned. And this is another thing that, again, we're beginning this journey of TI. And I know it's not the craziest thing to say this, but there's a meta that evolves within TI itself that I'm personally so excited to see what takes place throughout the event. So, but Undying being banned here, obviously not a surprise. Marcy is one of those other top picked heroes that you may expect to see as well. But well, there we go. Extreme's like, not banned, we'll take her.
I mean, there's no hesitation. Like I mentioned, Undying the second most picked. Marcy, I'm pretty sure, is the first by over 50 extra games. Everyone just clearly loved her in the anime too much, right? It's definitely not this hero has way too much potency and flexibility in what she can do.
Oh yeah, no, it has no. It's all cosmetic, baby. They're just picking her up.
Yeah.
No, it's no. This is a hero that now she has potential to be played a little bit of a flex as well. So first off that point where that's what helps make her a strong first pick, in my opinion. We usually see her in that support role, though. She is one of, if not the best bully support in the game, right? I think that's a fair statement to make. Up there with perhaps Undying, go figure. But Marcy, the fact that she has so much mobility, great team assist, great scalability. I mean, she's a position 5, position 4 hero that could actually deal legitimate damage if it comes to a late game stage. She really has the whole package, in my opinion. So again, not surprised to see her first picked. We got an early Earthshaker response from Team Liquid on the other side so far. We'll see their second pick now.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to kind of mention with Marcy as well is around her ultimate. Like, Unleash is pretty nutty when you think about it. I'm pretty sure it still goes through magic immunity, the slow element, which is absurd. There aren't many slows in the game that still go through magic immunity, and it's in an AoE. So it's very, very effective in those fights, just stopping people moving around. But, man, can I just say I love any TI that starts off with some Shaker. I know this is Last Chance Qualifiers. We're not fully there yet, but we're going to see a decent amount of Shaker. I mean, this is a top 15 most picked hero, and it admittedly is my favorite. I don't know about you, Breaky, but this is the hero I love to see when I'm casting.
Oh, of course. As a play-by-play caster, absolutely. One of the top, up there with the Enigma of sorts, the Wombo combo potential, however you want to call it. Obviously, great with the Echo Slam and the setups. Yes, again, that hero we expect to see quite a bit. Early shard pickups, especially, and a blink. It's pretty typical builds there in that position 4 roaming support role that I'm sure we are to see. Visage, though, a little bit of a different pick, I think it's fair to say, from Liquid coming out with a second pick at least earlier on, and a very snap decision though of the Morphling happening on the side of Extreme over there. Now, the natural idea with Morphling going up against the Earthshaker, of course, a pretty good hero to morph into, so I got to think that was part of the reason at least.
Yep. Maybe down the line we see an Ags in the build. Yeah, that mobility, it does get pretty absurd. The interesting thing to me so far is nothing's off script. Actually, thinking about the most picked heroes of the qualifiers, like this all lines up. These are all top 15 picks in terms of amount of games total. And I guess it comes to that idea. You mentioned like the meta setter, like who's going to have to evolve to whose style, who's going to decide what is the way to move forward. It's kind of interesting to think that we might see someone dictate what the meta is here in the Last Chance Qualifiers, but then someone else completely flip the script when we get to the main event.
It's interesting you say that because I was kind of referencing that, and you are right. Yeah, Visage actually has top 15, top 20, whatever. For Liquid though specifically, and really not a hero that they had ran, so that kind of like piqued my interest. And from what I see here, at least in the qualifiers of recent, they did not run Visage at all. So going to that point, certainly potential to do very well here. But already kind of a little bit of a change up from Liquid with the mentality, with the strategy. And this kind of goes back to that, what we were talking about earlier with it's TI, baby. I mean, a new meta evolves. Obviously, there was even a patch that happened more recently, too, with some changes. So naturally, you expect to see some different stuff happening right here. But one more band to go on either side before we get the next couple of picks at least. But yeah, as always with the Visage, where is he going to end up? Certainly potential to be a couple of different roles. Is it going to be in the hands of Zai? Will it be a Mickey, Visage, Matoma Man even? I mean, certainly could be any of those core roles.
Yeah, I could see it very easily being in Zai's hand, right? I think like Shaker plus Visage works reasonably well in the lane. The Shaker can actually move away from the lane without the Visage being exposed because you can easily just drag people out of position or easily get away courtesy of the movement speed mouse that you apply, right? So it's very difficult to punish a Visage. I don't know, maybe Marcy, if they run the Marcy Morphling, could do that, but I have a feeling you want to kind of utilize this Marcy elsewhere, maybe put it with some sort of bullyish type laner, because Morphling typically isn't a bully, right? Like he's more that kind of guy that needs to be babysat until level 3.
Sure. Absolutely. Now, a hero that I personally do like quite a bit, and maybe not as one of the more popular support options overall, but Shadow Demon going to be coming out for Team Liquid over here. And it is one that they tend to run, from time to time. I believe in the hands of Boxy, even specifically we could see. So going with the Shadow Demon, immediately a Leshrac happening from Extreme on the other side. Perhaps setting up to be that mid Leshrac or Io to go with it. Obviously a great pairing right there for Extreme. Oh, wow. So not the fourth pick to come for Liquid, but yeah, the Io, fourth pick Io happening for Extreme now.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because usually the IOs can feel a bit strained because they'll typically have these heroes like Leshrac in the mid, and then they'll have a carry that needs to be babysat and protected. But when you think about it, Morphling's not really one of those heroes that needs to worry about that. Also makes a lot more sense the A ban very early on. Like, it justified the morph, but I love the fact that XG doubled down. They got even more healing value, not just from the IO, but we have to remember Leshrac is the single best user of Bloodstone in the game right now. It is absurd. So they have a ridiculous amount of sustain here, and the worrying detail now for Liquid, you see this kind of switch up with something like Drow. They don't want to stack. They don't want to pile up because that's going to enable the Leshrac. It's going to allow XG to stand and outlast Liquid in these fights.
I love the Drow pick. The gust this game is not only going to be really good, but just the ability to help kill that IO in the back lines as soon as possible makes the Drow pick, very, very strong one in my opinion. So I think Liquid going the right direction right there. Of course, Drow with the Visage core as well. They're going to have a lot of push, a lot of ways to, push these lanes and push the towers down, certainly throughout the game. So they definitely have that going for them as far as at least a little bit of an answer to that IO right now. But the final couple of bans coming out. And so what do we need here? We got Extreme. curious where the Leshrac does end up. It's, you know, I assume it's going to be a mid Leshrac, so probably going to look for that off lane. And yeah, sure enough, the Mars bands comes out. And then for Liquid, likely still needing their Mickey, their mid hero.
Yeah, it seems like looking at what the teams are maybe missing, I think XG have covered a lot of their bases, right? They have good stand, they have good push, they can team fight reasonably well. They do lack reliable stuns, I say. Like Marcy can kind of set up, Leshrac can be a little bit finicky. Maybe they just want to get some sort of big kind of AoE stun for the team fight. On the other side, Liquid, they have good push. They've got pretty decent poke. I think maybe their front line is the weak element here. Right now, it's just Visage goes in and either Bird stays alive and keeps team going, or everyone bows down and dies. So hope they're going to fix that with the final pick. In terms of mids they could get, like things like Kunkka kind of come to mind, but they're not really that popular right now. And although it gives you sustain, it plays into the hands of XG. I think if anything, Liquid wants more burst.
Yeah, Kunkka could still technically provide that as well. That's where my mind was going initially when you mentioned that too. But they're going to have to think about it pretty quickly, and I kind of like that from Extreme. They didn't sit there. This is something just kind of a general thing when it comes to drafting, where Extreme has a lot of reserve time here. The other team doesn't. They could have sat on this time, really thought about it, and then be like, okay, no. They were confident with the Centaur as their final pick. They're going to force Liquid on the clock. Basically, they didn't have a lot of time. We're going to make you make a kind of almost a snap decision of your final pick. In this case, going to be a mid hero. So we're going to find out. Soon as there we go, and it's going to be the Void Spirit will be happening. So
that's good.
Nothing too crazy in the end.
Yeah, so it's kind of it's a little bit more in and out, right? They can poke, they can disengage. I think they're just looking for retracted fights here. The Void Spirit also gives them safe split push, right? So if the Visage does get shut down, they still have ways of playing the lanes. And if you think about the global presence of XG with the reload, with Stampede, it makes a little bit more sense that you want a hero that can easily play those outer lanes without risking imminent death, right? So not the most impactful hero, right, compared to this draft, but it's a hero that can get things done overall. It's kind of the jack of all trades alternative.
It's another hero to also get on top of this IO. I think there's a lot of game planning for Team Liquid to deal with this IO, which is understandable. It makes sense, certainly. But they're kind of investing, quite a bit to make that happen. But we see who's playing what, or at least in game. We can see, you'll see here soon. It is going to be Paparazzi on the Leshrac in the mid matchup against Mickey. Zai is on his Visage, and Lou on that Morphling. Now, again, he's the player that we're highlighting, you specifically, Killer Pigeon, in terms of he's the one that he's going to have to shine, where he's around all these players on Extreme Gaming that have experience, have history. He's the new blood on the team here in this LAN experience. Limited, so we'll see how he performs on Morphling. What overall really shouldn't be, it should be a pretty decent game, especially with the Morph target specifically on that Earthshaker. He will have a couple of annoyances to deal with, specifically that Gust could be an issue.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is they gave him a safe hero, they banned well, and then they enabled themselves through the bans. So they get Morphling, which should work well here, but they get more out of it in the way that they ban around him. This should be a pretty cozy game to open up with Lou. I want to see what they can do in the mid game, though. I think it's time to get underway with the first game of the Last Chance Qualifiers, Breaky. Let's get underway in true TI style, as we couldn't have the opening game not feature an IO.
Here we go. So we're going to be looking at... So I'm getting a little bit of echo in my ear right here, so apologize for that. Anyway, so do we want to do predictions, by the way, as far
sorry. Oh, yeah, you just click at them in game right now. Let me just quickly check what we've got here. So player with highest net worth by 25 minutes will be Lou. No, I'm going to stop now. But, yeah, we'll leave people to figure that out ourselves. We don't want to give you too many insights here. Like, I'm thrilled to see how this one's going to play out in the lanes, though. I think looking at the heroes they've got at their disposal, for Liquid, it's kind of always been this way. Visage has to have kind of pop-off. You want to have that space, and you want to be able to make space in the mid-game. On the other side, for me, like XG, I think this Leshrac could rotate a lot and find a lot of impact, especially when it comes to team up Old 11, right? So for me, it's tempo out of the mid for XG, and it's tempo out of the off lane for Liquid.
All right, sorry, again, I was dealing with that. There's a little bit of an echo on my side, but it should be good now, hopefully. Good to go right here. Yeah, it looks like actually there's people pointing it out. So the production's on it, guys. Don't worry. I'm gonna take care
good.
of it.
I was just ignoring it. You know? I just
It's hard, man, especially when you can hear yourself. It's like I don't know if you've ever tried to do that, but like there's those tests that you can do with like a phone app or whatever, where it like slightly echoes your own voice and you try to say a statement. It's difficult, man.
So the key is to like look at yourself and feel like 80% of what you say is irrelevant, so you just kind of mute yourself out. That's my talent. I think most people use that with me as well. But
there you go.
Apologies, folks. Hopefully we'll get that fixed quickly. And in the meantime, we'll get on with the lanes. I mean, looking at the opening for this though, I'm kind of feeling like this bot lane should be mostly free for the Drow, but at the same time mostly free for the Centaur.
Yeah, certainly a bit of back and forth. I mean, we see the early harassment coming out with the disruption from Insania. He's going to use that to get. And speaking of harassment,
Lord,
he's actually getting very low.
One more. Oh, no, it was so close. Oh, I've got to give him credit. What did I mention? Like, Drow's going to have a free time, Centaur's going to have a free time. But the IO I didn't include in that assessment. Good Lord, that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, they're not looking to deal with the Centaur necessarily to that point. Obviously, it keeps going back to the game plan is kill the IO here for Team Liquid, and that starts with the laning phase. So the early pressure starts from Team Liquid right there. Top lane, we got some initiation. Just going to be a little bit of harassment, though.
It's not the worst idea to try this level 1, though, right? Like, the Morphling, this is probably your best opportunity. Once he gets 2 points in shift, you just get to watch him farm. Unless you're me playing Morphling, in which case I probably shift too much, but I don't think Lou's going to make that mistake. Nice little toss in on the Boxy. A lot of damage looking good, but the Soul Stam's got to be careful around that. Boxy able to sidestep, and PYW in the end, the one almost going down. One will keep them alive, though.
Wow, that was so close right there for the turn kill. That was a great job on both sides early, but that kind of goes back to the Marcy bully support, man. That Dispose is such a good initiation tool, especially when you're near the tower. In the case of PYWs, have that defensive tower right there, even assist on a Boxy, but just not enough damage, and obviously a close call on both sides. So these two teams not afraid to duke it out early, that is for certain. As, the Fisher getting low, very low. He is fine. PYW, though, with another Dispose, but he's 1 versus 2, so got to be a little careful about that, but I suppose he's fine.
You're a Marcy, you're an anime, you don't have to be careful, you just go in. What are they going to do? Stop the most popular support in the game right now? Nah, it's so hard to actually pop a Marcy. I do think that the Visage overall is a decent pick, though. Like, it just counters out the burst and evens up the lane in the end. My only concern is in some ways that can benefit the Morphling, right? Once he gets a Morbid Mask, he'll just sustain indefinitely in this lane, and the Visage could risk being pushed out slowly. Oh, we done it? We done it! Okay, well, they've done it for the stream. You guys can't hear us twice anymore, which means I'm only half as annoying, but we'll persevere on.
Okay, so I think I had to make a change on my side maybe, and now hopefully it should be good, but
okay.
We'll get that. If it hasn't been figured out already, we'll get it figured out. Okay, but yeah, so going back to the Visage real quickly, as there is more harassment bottom lane on ult 11. Getting low once again, but he's got DY support, plenty of that from the IO to keep him alive, and he'll be fine. Something we have been seeing on these Visages, though, is that the Aghanim Scepter, the Silent as the Grave effect, coming into play. So curious to see if Zai makes it a fairly higher priority to go for that as bottom lane. But Tubman is going to go down. First blood will come out for the side of Extreme Gaming. There you go. The brawling, plenty of it. Finally, we have a first blood as a result.
I want to know how long it was going to take. I mean, I said she should have somewhat of a free lane, but positioning is key here, and rotation on point. Like overall, I think like that's always been the trick with Drow is if you haven't got this frontline bully, like a Treant comes to mind was one of the classics. If you're playing with a hero like Shadow Demon, you have to play very passive, shall we say, with your positioning. You can't really aggro, and it does get annoying because traditionally, like Drow is the type of hero that should be able to all-book a hero out the lane. But you gotta respect the IO movement speed, man. Like it can just easily catch you out of position in the matter of seconds. So good opening. Gives a good start for Centaur, and I think it's important to kind of get him off to a good start, right? Like his goal is just to get a blink as quickly as possible and then look to enable other heroes off the map.
Absolutely, and as much as I would love to say we're going to see a Scepter this game from Centaur, that probably is not going to happen. Albeit as entertaining.
Yo, come on! No, I need it, man. Like you throw your IO in the back, but he's still tethered to you.
Hey, there could be some quirk. If this game goes really late, you never know. I mean, anything is open as far as a possibility, right? So, Luke's going to take some damage up here, by the way, as Boxy stomps in his face, but it's more playing. He's fine. YW with the response, dispels backwards.
Well, I mean, Boxy's the one who's going to get roughed up here, though, in a little bit too deep. He does get the Marcy in the end, courtesy of the Soul Assumption coming out from Zai. So, in the end, it is a 1-for-1 exchange. It has forced the Eye up here, which means the Centaur is now alone. Instant result is he has to back up entirely as he's now in a 2-on-1. All
right, so 5.5 minutes in. It's 2-1. It could be plenty more. With the way this game has been started, but I just love to see the action because, you know, especially with the first game of the day, early morning, you never really know what kind of style of play we're going to see from the teams. Is it going to be very timid, you know, really sitting back? This is TI-11 after all, you know, pressure's on. Or is it just going to be, let's go, baby? And I think it's the latter.
Yeah, let's go. Woo! TP to my top. That's the classic issue, right, in this type of lane. You have one stun, and that's it. And then as soon as you use it, it's going to be a TP away. I like the fact that they're playing off of Centaur's lane, though. This is pretty cool. This is something that I think the Chinese Dota was quick to at the start of this year and seems to have somewhat kept a hold of, is the overwhelming shift of supports towards the mid lane around the 6-minute mark. It gets rune control and it gets you bullish opportunities to kill. Unfortunately, in this game, it's against a Void Spirit, not the easiest of heroes to pick out.
No, that Dissimulate, of course, makes it a pretty easy escape for Mickey in the end. Now he also has that Astral Step, so ganking the Void Spirit is nearly an impossible task at this point in the game, it seems like. But bottom lane, speaking of ganking, it's going to be a 3-man gank coming out for Extreme. Insania getting some response from Drow. Nice job with the disruption as well. The turn on the DY is, no, it's not going to be enough. Yes, it is in the end. Insania with the poison.
Just an annoying hero. I believe it's level 2 poison as well, so it's really going to start stacking up here. That's unfortunate. It almost feels like they're on the clock in their eyes, right? They want to get 6 first on the Centaur, otherwise he gets pushed out of lane by the Drow. So I understand the pressure, but it's a little bit hard to find. However, the jump in, the stomp follow-up, beautiful turn, gets rid of the Drow. PYW makes sure the rotation isn't for nothing.
I understand why Marcy isn't banned. I mean, there's a lot of heroes you got to ban, but man, it's when stuff like that happens right there, it's just like, come on. If you don't have that first pick, not banning Marcy, oh, that's so risky. But yeah, Team Liquid falling into the trap right there. Drow Ranger gets picked off. Now, Drow, speaking of him though, is an okay start. He's got his power treads early on, but certainly a lot of room to make up. Is actually, as I say, the okay start is the worst farming core in the game right now at 2,500 net worth. So definitely need to get that Drow farm enhanced, specifically by coming to the mid lane. It looks like it's going to be the play with Magellan Man rotating there. Make a level 7. He'll start heading towards the top lane, meet up with the Earthshake perhaps, and go for a play of sorts.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things about Drow is you can kind of offset some of that farm loss by just getting level 6, right? Because that's going to enable you to farm a little bit faster because you get those free stats. But not going to get 6 for free in this game, I'm afraid. PYW showing you exactly why Marcy is picked so bloody much, but the turnaround's going to come in. Nice drag back with the Simulate follow-up as well. A lot of damage here, but the Stampede able to break them off, and Boxy now turned upon here. Too much damage coming out from the Disco Pony. It's a double kill for Paparazzi, and that is exactly why Leshrac is a pain in the ass.
Well, yeah, and there's several more reasons as well, but that is absolutely one of them, especially when you have the IO support. You know, you talk about the IO synergy with heroes. Leshrac is up there on that tier list, I think it's very safe to say, especially right now, in terms of heroes to pair with. So with that 3rd and 4th pick coming out for Extreme Gaming, already doing wonders for them. And Paparazzi, he's not looking to stop anytime soon. Why would that? They're controlling the jungle right now. They understand this Drow especially is very underfarmed. You mentioned KP. They need level 6 on Matoma Man. He's not even there yet. He still isn't level 6. At 9 minutes into the game, the struggle continues, but will hit it now as he's going to kill a couple more creeps at the top. But it's a very smart of Extreme to the point. They're addressing the weak factor in the Drow early on with the laning phase, before level 6 especially, and they're controlling the bottom part of the map. So in response, Team Liquid is attempting to control the top side now. They did get the tier 1 with Zai on a Visage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The Visage is doing well, takes the tower, expected rotations, but now the Drow needs the space. So the argument is, where's Visage? Like, can you shift him bot? Can he park himself in those lanes, or is it a bit too hard? Feels like wherever Marcy is, nobody can be. Once again, jumps in, and okay, I've got an idea here, Breaky. You know, we could say nerf Marcy, but I like to be creative. How about this? The nerf for Marcy is you have to roleplay Marcy as the player, so you get muted in game, in team comps. That's my balance point. There you go.
I like how we're already talking about nerfing Marcy in game 1 of the LCQ. KP, it's a long event.
Gotta get in there early, my friend.
Speaking of Marcy, gonna get pulled in right there slightly, but that was because Void Spirit attempting to get away for good reason. So yeah, it goes back to Void Spirit, obviously one of the more difficult targets to jump even for the Marcy, but still, PYW, why would he slow down? I mean, he's level 5.5. He's making plays left and right. Currently sitting at 1-1-3, so been involved in 4 of the 6 kills. But yeah, not a lot of talk, or not a lot of focus on Zai. Zai's kind of quietly, as he maybe tends to do a lot of these games for Liquid, quietly doing his thing. He's got his Vlad's offering early on. And to the point I was making earlier, is the idea of we're going to see an Ags on him or not. I think this game maybe expect to see more of these heavy aura build instead. You know, maybe the late game Axe could come into play to help once again kill that IO especially. But I don't know if we should expect to see it this game, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think what we're going to have to focus on right now is the fact that this mid tower, the more I think about it, the way they've been utilizing that, it's almost like Leshrac could take at this point, but the risk is too high, and instead they're fishing kills every time someone comes there for XP. And I like that Liquid is now deviated away from that. They're like, no, that we're kind of baiting ourselves in. Just park Zai in that lane because he can't be killed that easily. And let's go hunting. Unfortunately for them, XG Spidey senses are tingling, and the only person who they're going to find is the hardest kill possible for them. It's going to be old 11 in the area.
Matoma man? No, he's fine. Old 11. Yeah, speaking of being in the area, he's got plenty of backup, including this 3-player smoke for Extreme, and they found Initiation. They find Shadow Demon. That's going to be a free kill. Can they get more?
A chase on in. Stampede comes through. Maybe they can find it. The toss back just in time. Matumba man thought he was safe to get out, but XG just so quick and vicious on these counter rotations.
Mid lane? Nope, never mind. Thought it might have been a play right there, but well, Zai's going to have to resummon, if anything, using his ultimate. But yeah, that's... Extreme is just playing clean. I think that's a good way to describe it, right? They're playing clean Dota right now. They're moving appropriately throughout the map. They're taking advantage of the lack of early farm for the Drow, knowing that she needs to recover. I keep stressing that point. And it doesn't feel like Liquid has a lot of plays right now to be able to deal with that. I think at this point, they need a blink on Earthshaker. That ain't happening anytime soon, KP, as Voxy has a lot of recovering to do. But Lou, a kill on him would be good. Bye. That's not going to happen either.
So here's the tough thing to think about. Like to your point, they're having a hard time, but Lou's having a great time. And this is kind of key. The way that XG do this, they haven't necessarily changed this element to their game style since the start of this year. They like to play as 4 and let Lou just farm on these heroes like Morphling, TB, and he'll come in later. He's basically just getting a free AFK game. He's PvE right now. Everyone else is PvP. And the unfortunate detail on this is like your mirror comparison on the other side is the Drow, who is the poorest core, but also, if you think about it, is the best solution to everything that XG does, right? We're thinking Agshard down the line. You're thinking about their healing reduction on the IO, on the Leshrac, on the Morphling. Like, Drow has to do a lot this game, but right now doesn't have a game whatsoever.
Well, the grind continues for Liquid. They got to recover after this early deficit. Now, again, big picture, it's only 3,000 net worth. But yeah, Extreme has a 4-player smoke going on right now. They scanned, by the way, the Roshan pit. It hit. The Centaur going to miss the stomp right there because of the reactions of Midgame. That was a valiant effort, but slightly better reaction from Midgame coming out. But yeah, that's a blink and a Vanguard already on the Centaur, KP. That's going to be difficult to deal with for Liquid.
Now, the good news, at least, is they didn't lose Matumba Man again. That's what my old god was all about. I thought they were going to rotate right up into that high ground, even blindly, just because of how strong they are right now. But XG remaining somewhat contained. And this tier 1 is still standing, but it's more through design, right? Like, XG, they don't want to risk losing Leshrac, and they are up against the Shaker. So I just love the way that they're not over-pushing their lead.
We already have a Bloodstone, by the way. Speaking of him. Now you talked about this is the only hero. I'm going to go on. It really is the only hero this kind of is viable on, especially ones that are relevant in the competitive scene. So, but it is very good on Leshrac. It's kind of funny we have an item in the game that's like literally just for one hero, but he loves it. And you can see right here how he's just able to take out these stacks, including the Ancients, of course, with the IO support as well. But that farm ain't slowing down anytime soon. For the Leshrac. And that's the play now for Extreme. They're hanging S3 around the Morphling with the Centaur and the Marcy, and then the IO Leshrac, they're ready to relocate if need be. It's just they're so on point. Again, I continue to be very impressed with how Extreme is just playing this game so fluid.
Now, hear me out. I said that for the Marcy, I gave the idea for how we nerf her. Here's my idea for Leshrac. We just send him to a glue factory. I mean, I don't want to deal with it. This hero, I'm going to be vicious about it because I'm low-key going to say I think this hero is going to be pretty potent in TI. I think, like, you just hit it on the head. It's the only hero that really can justify Bloodstone that Bloodstone feels amazing on. I think we're going to see a lot of IO creeping back in, as well as these buffering or stabilizing type heroes like Omni Knight. And any time you have a meta where heroes like that and Undying are viable is a patch where Leshrac can be good.
You're telling me IO is going to return for TI once again?
What?
And be a big factor? What? Mind-blowing right now.
Plus one, IO coming back? Nah. Maybe mainly support, but yeah, it just feels like we can never get away from this hero, right? Like, Dota 2 just
TI
works
specifically,
swings and roundabouts.
It's crazy how this hero just, again, and not to say he's been underpicked throughout the season by any means, but TI especially, when TI comes around, there really is one hero that comes to mind for me personally, and that's IO. But we got a mid play perhaps coming out. Centaur's going to porch the bottom lane as Morphling will just comfortably take out the tier 1 mid. We relocate. They're going bottom for the play on his eyes. Is it going to be time? No, it's not.
Nope. They forgot about the birds. Whoops.
Well, they tried.
Yeah, and then now they're going to reload back, and I don't think IO's bringing friends with him. They're just going to have to accept that the little ball is not going to be much help here.
Yeah, manages to get the mech, though, despite that death, so DY going to accept his break for the next 20 seconds. Kind of stretch a little bit, I'm sure. Continue to wake up here in the early morning in Singapore.
Oh, that would be great if we just, like, if we just check the cameras of whoever's dead, and, like, they actually have to do exercises. Right, because we're all about gamer health here. We don't want them to have, like, you know, clogged artery and die at 34.
Get that physical activity going, yeah. Well, hey, you do well at TI. You got plenty of money, and then let's just say that can help you too, I suppose. But Morphling, he's fine. I'm not even sure what Liquid would necessarily had in mind there. They ain't killing this Morphling, that's for sure, especially with the support nearby, and the quick D ward comes out as a result too.
They just go and they're like, is it a Morphling? Yes, a Morphling. Okay, I don't know what we're doing here. This is not the one we want to go after. It's such a hard kill right now. I mean, he's got Dragonlance, he's got Manta. He's close to 10k net worth. Like, the Leshrac's been popping, but all of a sudden out of nowhere, Lou's farm has accelerated, and this game is getting very scary.
We do see, by the way, Shadow Demon Insania prioritizing the Shard for the Demonic Cleanse. So, Demonic Cleanse now online for Insania, but you know, kind of really just goes to show you how, I don't know if that's an item he goes for necessarily, if they're ahead as, speaking of being behind, Zai, he's going to feel it as he drops the 5-player gank from Extreme, even with the fissure response. It just doesn't matter. I mean, Roshan's open. They could just simply walk into the pit and get a free Roshan. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, this game is looking quite out of control. Like, it's only a 4k net worth lead, but I'm going to bring it back to the previous point, Breaky. 1 carry, top net worth, other at the bottom, and the one at the bottom is the key to cracking XG's lineup. But I don't see him getting there anytime soon. It almost feels like XG are just playing too clean right now. Maybe Liquid could smoke up and try to make some plays with their Shaker and their Visage. But who do you go after here? I feel like XG is just really well grouped, and now the Aegis on Morphling, they can play 4 and leave him on his own.
Noticing some item pickups coming about right here. Kaya picked up by the Void Spirit. He had to go with his Witchblade. Does have the Ags queued up, and I was thinking about this earlier with the Resonant Pulse. Again, yet another tool that is pretty good overall this game. That silencing effect and a couple of charges, certainly nice to have against really any of these heroes, especially the cores of Leshrac and Morphling, and of course IO. So that'll be a nice tool to take advantage of if and when he can get to there. Liquid's going for a play, though. They find IO. Can they kill the... Okay, yes, they can. They do have enough block in at that point.
You don't even question it, okay? That IO is 100% dead. The important detail is the Tether is still active, so Disco Pony at least gets to leave. But I'm just looking across at the Shaker, man. Like, these type of plays are going to be hard to follow up until he's got a Blink Dagger. So they've got 500 on the bank, and, you know, he's going to be going for that Ag Shard first, which is going to give him that kind of pseudo-Blink effect. But it's going to be very difficult to get maximum impact out of your Shaker in this mid-game when you need him most.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, absolutely. It's It's an item that, like I kind of talked about with the Shadow Demon as well, it's I kind of just have to settle for this, right? If you had a much better start, certainly would accelerate towards a blink first, you would think, perhaps. But hey, at least having the shard effect of the fissure, a nice tool to take advantage of. And they need more and more of that lockdown. Now, as I say this, Morphling is also getting very close to his own Aghanim Scepter, and that morph ability becomes much stronger, especially if morphing into the Earthshaker. Could morph into the Drow for even more effect there. So it'll be interesting to see what Lou decides in these fights in reactions. But Extreme Gaming at the time, they have the Aegis still up on Morphling, another 3 minutes. So still plenty of time, but they're feeling comfortable about at least pushing this bottom tower. I don't know if Liquid's going to necessarily respond. They want a couple of tools before they take a big fight here, including that Ags on Void Spirit, I think, is the key.
Yeah, so they have a few options here. They could go bot and die, or they could not and live. It's that much of a difference, Breaky. Like, it's so tough to defend this tower. I think you just let it go for free, but the problem you now have, you only have 1 tier 2 remaining. Like, you could end up your high ground very quickly. And all I keep looking at is that goal for the Shaker, man. Like, the Shaker's the poorest in this game, and that isn't by design, by the way. Like, in an ideal world, they wanted more gold on Boxy. It's just like, how do you farm a Shaker in this game? Because you're not killing, right? But you can't push waves either because you'll get jumped. So that's why Shadow Demon has more gold. It's just simply this hero can safely push, and poor little Boxy here is waiting for the day where his team can fight.
Visage Drow, great combo, great, you know, physical presence, especially of these auto attacks. Well, an item that's pretty good against that KP is a Crimson Guard. And sure enough, Centaur, he prioritized that understandably early on. He now has a Hooded Defiance as well. And this is a setup from XG. We got a defense here at the tier 2.
Jump in. Centaur is going to be dragged in. Can't get away from Echo Slam Fault. Looks beautiful, but not good enough. We'll at least get the eye, but they want paparazzi. If the chase continues, they need to be careful about this, though. And Lou, you can see he's just going to frontline, turn around on him, and push him away. So we'll get the space. A good initiation out of Liquid, but they were hoping for more there, which is why they're still pursuing. However, they are not quick enough to find it.
You know, a little bit of Caster's Curse. I know you're very familiar with that as... Oh, by the way, Lou's going for a play on a Void Spirit. First damage, it's not enough up
fine,
front.
Right? Yeah, he should be fine. There's no way Mike thinks he can take that.
No, but to the point of that fight, though, I was just talking about Centaur, and great item with the Crimson Guard, you know, extra tanky now. Go figure. Now, there was a lot of magic damage, specifically the Echo Slam that came out. Great positioning by Boxy, able to actually get the positioning in there to help set up that kill onto the Centaur. Speaking of kill, pretty easy one happening on a Shadow Demon. But, you know, really big picture after that fight. I think Liquid, that's got to feel good, right? Like, they finally had a fight go their way, but Zai is in trouble down there.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. He should be able to get out. Once again, the rotation not quick enough. Like, I've got to give him to him. Zai's been on point with the Familiars to protect him. But the problem is, like, you're not getting anything elsewhere, right? Like, when you see XG make this type of play, you want to be able to make some sort of counterplay elsewhere on the map. It's just not happening for him. PYW. Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, I don't think Marcy gets this. This is why I didn't go into the play-by-play mode there. If she did, I'd once again go on about ideas for nerfing her. But it's
maybe that's why PYW slowed down. Was like, I don't want a KP to talk about more nerfs.
Please don't drop the hammer. But you see what I mean with the issue, right? Like, these type of plays for XG, even when they don't work, the issue for Liquid is they're not able to find any counter kills. They're not able to find objectives elsewhere.
Yeah, it's... there really isn't much else to say about this right now. I'm sure, you know, Blitz is kind of sitting back, their coach, and, you know, having a similar feeling, I would guess. I mean, he's obviously a lot more knowledgeable than me and certainly has maybe a bit more insight as far as what they could be doing here. But playing patient, I think, is one direction he would certainly say. So I'm kind of channeling my inner Blitz here. And guys, be patient. We have plenty of late game. Our connection really is this Drow, especially she's level 15 now. She actually picked up her Aghanim Shard as well. We didn't talk about that yet. So she's got those Frost Arrows, working on the Yasha. But before she gets that, they are going to make a smoke play here. So I say play patient. Well, they figure they have a timing now of a 5-player smoke, and they're scanning the dire jungle. Unfortunately for them, Extreme isn't necessarily there. And
they might be, though.
In a very defensive posture.
They just got the scan. Paparazzi's hesitant, though. They don't see anyone out on the map, so they already knew the smoke was coming as a result of that. And now they have to contend with Old 11 leading the way. Oh, that shard you mentioned on Drow could be big here. Key for XG is if they can get on top of it. The jump is going to come in on the Leshrac. Looks like it should be a burst down with the turnaround. Echo Slam to try and stun around upon him, but Marcy, chased down on the side, is going to fall. And now Centaur will look to walk away. But here comes the turnaround. Morphling moves in, and Breaky, can he do this on his own?
I don't think he can. That was a very risky play right there. Lou is going to have to get back. The gust will be avoided, thankfully, for Lou, and manages to survive. But another fight for Liquid that they definitely win on paper. It started with that huge burst up front into Leshrac, and I was actually surprised to see Extreme honestly respond right there after Leshrac got blown up as quickly and as hard as he did. But it's almost like they were pissed off, and frankly, that almost bit them in the ass. But they did manage to recover. Lou specifically stayed alive and goes back to farming. So that's kind of the good news for Extreme, and he certainly has still a big lead. But this goes back to Liquid and the idea of that patience. They are still in this game. Clearly, when it comes to team fights, that's 2 in a row now that they've definitely won, right?
Definitely. And I think it is, like, the Ag Shard on Matsumaman is a big deal breaker now for XG. It's the reduction in healing that's really going to cripple XG in prolonged fights. And what did we say in the draft? Like, XG, they drafted for prolonged fights because of their sustainability. Why this is so important, and I'm not just like a big Drow fan or a big Matuma fan in this situation, it's if you look, Liquid don't have a Spirit Vessel, which would have been the alternative to all this healing, right? They couldn't get an AA because they got banned, and it makes sense that they don't have a Spirit Vessel. There's no hero that wants to justifiably build in this game. So that's why the Drow should be really impactful with this Ag Shard now. And I like the fact that they're trying to unlock her as a fighter. They realize there's no longer room on the map for them to farm.
You know, now it's going to bring this up as well. We are starting to see the progress of a BKB being purchased by Leshrac, and kind of goes back to the amount of the silences, especially with the Zags coming out for Void Spirit that he has now. The amount of stuns, crowd control in general that Liquid has. These cores of Extreme certainly could use that, and so he's working on it as we see the initiation here on Visage.
Jump in here. Looks like they should be able to get it easy, you'd think. But once again, Drow on the high ground. That damage coming out. The heal reduction just too much overwhelms them. Lou look to run away. That means he's going to be leaving some teammates behind. Ios dropped as well. Follow-up is looking good. And Liquid are clawing their way back into this game.
That Ags on Void Spirit is doing work. Now, as I say this, Mickey needs backup. He needs support, getting a disruption to dissimulate away. He'll dissimulate. He'll be fine. Paparazzi in pursuit. That fissure from Lou. It does connect from the Morphling. However, PYW went too far. The disrupt to save. It's not enough. He's down for 50 seconds. Doesn't have buyback. Down goes Shadow Demon. And Lou is going off on this Morphling now. Paparazzi, I suppose he's doing plenty too. The Pulse Nova active and using that BKB for the first time. So I will run. And what was another great fight initially for Liquid, eventually Extreme Gaming breaks through and capitalizes on that overextension.
Yeah, Liquid, you can feel the confidence swinging for them, but they've still got to show some respect to this Morphling. Yes, they can easily take out these heroes when they overreach a little bit, but XG still have this bull factor to them. I think Liquid, they can still loom this threat once they have a blink on the Shaker, right? Because that's when he's still got the Echo Slam follow-up, so XG still have to play a little bit restricted, but right now, you've got to respect XG's ability to kind of ball her in as 5, but credit where credit is due. I mean, Liquid, they are starting to punish these frontliners that should be free in this game, courtesy of Matumba's Madness impact now.
Yeah, now, kind of going back to the point I was talking about before that fight, you know, understandable that Morphling isn't prioritizing the BKB. He's got the backup. He has a Manta already, which does take care of a lot of that, and especially with the morphing into something like an Earthshaker, he's got that mobility as well, that added mobility even. So instead of going the route of a BKB himself, he is going to go the Iascati, which, hey, you know, the classic Morphling mentality of just buff up more stats, especially. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So Lou continues to be that raid boss, dare I say, that Liquid is going to have to figure out a way to defeat. And, well, usually a raid boss, you want to kill the ads first. So if I can make that kind of comparison here, they want to kill the supporting cast, right? I think it's as simple as that if you're Liquid, and then deal with the Morphling in the end. I admit, though, Killer Pigeon, that is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you're trying to get that WoW casting career started here as well, Breaky, you know? gotta get in there next, but no, I get where you come from.
I may have played a little bit of WoW recently, yes.
Oh yeah, everyone's getting back on that. Except some of us that just we're back in the dirt basement at all times, right? I mean, especially these players, they probably wouldn't have looked at any other games. It's kind of funny actually to kind of think the amount of hours that Dota 2 pros put in per day. Like I've worked in, yeah, especially compared to other scenes. Like I've done a little bit of work in Rocket League, and apparently it's not uncommon for players to play like 2 or 3 hours a day there. I'm like, what? Dota 2 is 10 hours plus, and if you see your family, you're doing it wrong.
It is life, especially for these players in this event, every single competitor here. But we got a Roshan KP being attempted from the side of Extreme Gaming, and it's more of a bait. That's exactly what this is. Extreme Gaming not necessarily looking to commit to the Roshan. They're trying to bait out Liquid into a poor positioning. Now they're going to 5-player smoke and wrap around. This could catch Liquid off guard. Now Zai does have a familiar in front. Try to protect them, but Old 11 looking for that opening. As soon as he sees somebody, he's going to be jumping in, catches the Visage, immediate gust comes out, the Crimson Guards put up as well. Marcy will jump in, but she got stunned immediately by the Fissure, and down she goes to Assimilate on Ford. Centaur's locked out in the midst of the fight. He ain't tanky enough.
I'm going to back away now. He gets the Stampede out just before dying. DY should be able to escape the tree line. Maybe not. Can't get away quick enough. Too much damage and the control good. Liquid punished the attempt by XG, and courtesy has to be given across, credit rather, giving across where it's due to Liquid here. Zai is being on point in this game. He protects himself time and time again through the early phases with the familiars, and now he's doing so much overtime in terms of scouting vision. I think like Zai has actually been really key in them recovering this game. Like if you think about from the rotations where they couldn't punish him, right, he kept getting out when he should have died, to the way he's restricting where XG can play in these initiations, he's been key to them clawing back into this.
You know, KP, I definitely want to give a shout out to you as far as the comment you made earlier with the shard pickup on Drow, because I wasn't even necessarily thinking about what the reduction. It's so the regen
good.
reduction is absolutely bonkers this game. And it's certainly multiple reasons why they're able to, or one of the many reasons I should say, why they're able to kill the Centaur, especially in both the other cores, you know, right? Both Morphling and the Leshrac certainly rely on the regen, and hell, you have the IO support. So that is doing work. And whenever you have a Drow in your lineup too, the number one mentality as a team is protect the Drow at all costs. And, you know, it goes back to the positioning of that Visage specifically. Void Spirit causing chaos in backlines, and Void Spirit is going to find a kill on the Marcy here with some team support. Marcy attempting to jungle a little bit.
I think it's time we talk about ways that we can buff Marcy, because she really seems to be struggling.
That is a cursed comment right there.
Swings and roundabouts, man. You got to change your mind as the game changes, right? But yeah, you're starting to see where the Marcy falls off here. Like, she can't just play wide anymore. XG's plan isn't as clear anymore, because before they were confidently playing split on the map. They were able to roam wherever they want. But Liquid have found that confidence. And to your point around like the Drow Ranger and the Ag Shard, it is big. It's 10% health reduction, and it means everyone needs to fear her existence in this game. Morphling needs to fear his own presence right now. Looks like Insane, he can't grab him quick enough, so Lou will be able to make his escape. But this is the other nice thing about having a Void Spirit, right? Is you're just able to play very confidently forward in areas you don't have vision, especially against this type of lineup, because they don't have great lockdown.
Yeah, that's actually, you know, a good counterpoint to the side of Extreme, where we talk about plenty of crowd control on the side of Liquid. Extreme, I mean, they got some, but it is this reliant on Centaur jumping in and starting everything. Because, you know, outside of that, sure, Marcy could do her part, but that really is all there is that they are relying on in these fights. And we've seen now time and time again in this game that Centaur will do so, only to be quickly turned on, despite how tanky it feels like he should be. Now, he did just pick up the Heaven's Halberd. So you talk about another item to, of course, improve his tankiness with the evasion, especially in the strength gain. But the effect of the disarm, certainly viable against the Drow if he can manage to use it on him. But how about this? Liquid is pushing uphill. With the Drow having the Aegis, she has a BKB. So Liquid feeling like this is a timing right now that they can take advantage of. And, you know, well, with the Aegis, it certainly makes sense. They're controlling the map here.
Man, Matum Man always looks so calm and cool when you see him on the cameras, right? You saw him, like chewing gum or something, right? He looks like the badass of the game right now. And it's kind of funny to think how he's slowly becoming the badass of the game. After the start of his game just kind of looked ass, right? Like he was the poorest core for a long time. His relevance wasn't felt, but confidence is starting to search for this guy. And you can see that XG, they can't initiate on him. Nice Manta dodge out from Matsu. Does bait in the Centaur. No, we'll look to follow this up. Down to half HP. Paparazzi has to dive in with the BKB activated. Matum Man chased onto here. Aegis now gone. It is going to give the reset opportunity, and Shaker keeping back the reinforcements. But what can they do here? Breaky, do you think that they can actually make this work? It looks like it's going to backfire on them.
They're going in. They want to make this work. Io with the relocate up. Lou setting his ground. Very strong Centaur stomp. Zai in the midst of it. Talk about being tanky. He's himself with Assault Kuros. Morphling now being locked down. Do they have enough lockdown to follow it up? Dissimulate on top. No, he's going to use it to get out actually over here. We see Leshrac the Echo finally happening. Not the biggest one of the century, but a little bit of damage from Boxy, but it ain't going to be enough. Liquid's falling now. And Extreme pushing out. And they're also going to catch the Visage in the back. So they turn around, they realize Zai's still hanging around. It's going to be 4 dead. Shadow Demon, let's make it all 5. Double kill for Lou. That's it.
You know what? That's crazy, actually. Liquid looked like they found some momentum, some confidence after they got the BKB off when they came back to life with Matumba Man. But credit where credit is due. Actually reset correctly. They get the Leshrac out, and they realize that Lou is just unhinged at this point. Like, they can't do anything about him. It's just the power of this Ags build against the Shaker. And to their credit, the way they drafted this, right? If you think about the Morphling, level upon level here, right? The ban on AA we talked about already. The fact that they've got a lot of heal, they've got a lot of sustain, and also Morphling can play independent of the need for the eye to save him. Then on top of that, he gets mobility, not just from the Stampede, but because his opponents pick the Shaker. Like, it's all coming together, and it shows you why this Morphling is such a ridiculously powerful pick in this game.
Something else to note with that fight as well, he morphed into the Drow from the very beginning. They were on the uphill defense, morphing into the Drow, which, you know, a couple things, not only the skill set of the Drow, of course, that it brings to the table, but on top of that, it actually increases his attack speed with the Ags and the being agility. So he was just firing like a turret and doing plenty of damage as a result there. So again, curious to see if that's what it continues. Like I said, it's more of a in the circumstances depending on who's the better target to go for. But on the uphill defense and a big reason of that fight, I think morphing into that Drow certainly played high impact. But yeah, Extreme Gaming, talk about swings this game. We've had a couple now. I believe this is their biggest lead at 8,000 net worth, as it looks like for the excited stream. So once again, feeling cozy. And well, we got some tier 4 neutral items coming out around the corner. The next couple of minutes here, we'll be seeing those dropping out, and those could certainly play a big role too.
I'm trying to think like what is the most sexy items we could look to see come out here. I think like Timeless Relic for Leshrac could be huge here, especially when you can see these BKBs are going to be getting shorter, and actually, to be honest, only one member of Liquid has it. So I think that's a big one to look towards. Flicker is always a beaut to have. That movement speed is so actually useful in a hero like the Disco Pony as well. Like, maybe I'm just Leshrac minded right now. Everything I'm looking at in tier 4, like, I don't think there's any hero in the game that's going to benefit more from these items than Paparazzi.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's he'll take what he gets, and there's plenty of good options for him. So we are hitting that mark. So this is, well, we see Liquid. In fact, there we go. Timeless Relic already picked up for them, so a decent start. Try to control that jungle, you know, go for the jungle creeps to get those tier 4 items. But Extreme's almost like, you know, they're 5-player smoking. I thought they were going to go pretty aggressive into the jungle, thinking that might have been what Liquid is doing, but they don't necessarily beeline it. They're going to play pretty passive. This is just illusion battles going on here in the middle.
Huh, a little bit surprised by this, that they chose to give the Timeless Relic to Void Spirit over maybe the Shaker. I guess they feel like they don't need the extra lockdown as much as they need the extra damage, and that might get put to the test very soon. XG were moving in looking for a fight, but Liquid, they will restrict themselves considering that they have 2 heroes in the top lane. 2 heroes that might run into quite a little kerfuffle here if they're not careful.
Fun word. To the point, though, about the Timeless Relic on Void Spirit, I think it also, the reasons why, you know, it definitely makes sense at the same time is Midgame is spamming the Resonant Pulse to dissimulate in these fights. He is controlling, he's creating the chaos. Yes, Earthshaker is great for that lockdown in these fights, but Midgame is absolutely the chaos creator in these fights, and I think you could certainly argue the main reason why Liquid is able to come out on top of some of these fights. So the more he can use his abilities, the better. And so, yeah, I see the value there in what they're thinking.
Definitely. I think it's the case the Shaker's a bit more contained in how you use that item as well, right? Like the Voice Spirit, to your point, he's able to freely go in and out as well. So there's more opportunities in. Whew. All right, a little bit too close, touching a little bit of cloth there. Manages to TP out just in time.
God, Earthshaker still with no blink, by the way. That is kind of crazy.
Please, you're hurting me. We're almost 40 minutes into the game. He's got 1,500 gold together. What is... Okay, I'm just going to say it now. There's going to be a fight, and he's going to have to buy back before he gets blink.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, oh, God, it hurts to say. But...
They definitely should be prioritizing farm on him with that. I mean, they need that blink, but they aren't necessarily doing that. I'm actually a little surprised. I mean, sure, you want, of course, get your cores farm too, but that does feel like one of those items that, hey, you know, Boxy, take a couple of these jungle creeps, maybe push out this lane with the Visage supporting you, know, behind. I know it's, again, a lot easier said than done, but trying to, but right, he's literally just standing here, you know, kind of just controlling the map with the team and, giving out information, protecting the drow, I suppose. So to that point, that they aren't really prioritizing it at this time, so.
The interesting part to me is that the Shaker is the babysitter, not the Shadow Demon. Like, traditionally, Shadow Demon's the saver, right? But I think their thought process here, Shadow Demon can't save you from multiple heroes. Shaker can stun them and cut them off, right? So it's kind of weird, but Boxy's being forced into a POS 5 Shaker while the SD gets farm priority. All that damage.
Bigger play there. Yeah, DY actually getting not necessarily too low, but a half life. But some nice counter warding from Extreme Gaming. Roshan still, this was a little bit longer of a Roshan, about 50 seconds remaining on the spawn. You could tell XG was checking for it, but third Roshan is around the corner, and I think it's a very obvious statement to make, KP, but going to say it anyways. I think the next Roshan going to be a big factor for another fight.
That would be a good assessment. Alternatively, in a kind of different way, maybe it's a formula for fighting before Roshan even comes up. Because I think they're going to look to clash here. In fact, Vision's situation, XG playing in their own area is to their advantage here because they went for a defensively oriented Vision. Zai, though, I think he's going to try to drag some heroes bottom when he starts to push in here, and then they're going to move in on the west side of the map.
God. Octa Raincore, by the way, on Void Spirit to go with that Timeless Relic. I mean, he is just spam on these abilities now. That is kind of crazy. So I continue to feel like that is the key for Liquid in terms of why they still have high hopes in this game of a potential comeback. But you have Visage, by the way, the boots of Baron that he's picked up. He is going to teleport back and join the rest of the team here. Got a pretty good push going to the bottom lane, so Leshrac will gladly soak up that farm, has his new Shivas. BKB currently sitting in the backpack, but Arcane Rune bottled up. Looking to use that, but here we go. Third Roshan's up. Guess what? Yep. They're all going over.
Ambitious to go in so freely like this, but Zai feels like he can get him without being noticed, courtesy of the fact that he did get the Ags. So Silence the Grave, definitely a strong tool, but you can see XG looking for the back line, not able to find it. Stun comes out in the tomb. Matumba Man does some follow-up damage here. The Silence as well. Centaur controlled, and no help on this dude whatsoever. He's going to get popped. PYW moving to the BKB, but feels irrelevant up against Matumba Man. He tries to stand his ground, but now with the assistance of Paparazzi, maybe he can do it. Matumba Man, BKB running out, needs to get out of here, but it looks like it's going to be a bit too much to bear. Will get popped, and it looks like XG may be in decent position here, but the buybacks will scare them away.
Yeah, both teams going for the mentality of pick off the back lines. Understandable. So now I know you mentioned the Marcy manning up against the Drow right there, maybe not necessarily a battle that she's going to win, but kept her occupied enough to allow the supporting of Morphling and Leshrac to get in there and eventually run down the Drow and kill him. So even though it kind of sacrificing his life for good reason on the Marcy, the Familiars, by the way, almost killing Io. Speaking of picking off the back lines, but there's that protection from XG, and now Zai, he may be regretting this. Gets jumped in. From Lou with that Earthshaker, and Visage has gotten, hey, I'm not here, go away.
Guys, I know you're all cause, but for the love of God, bring Vision! Come on, detection, please! So
Silent
that's the
as
reason.
The grave is pretty good when they don't have dust, yeah.
Yeah, it's Silent as the Grave kind of it feels like an appropriate name for this poor little Io. You saw how close he came to dying. It's just courtesy of this extra damage he put out with the Familiars. I mean, Zai continues to be this absolute thorn in the side of XG. You see they should be able to get their hands on the Aegis, but in exchange, Zai is doing a lot of damage in the base of the Chinese team here. They need to get back and defend. Stampede, I don't really know how that's going to help them here. In fact, it looks like they were probing for a kill that just didn't exist, and to his credit, Zai got a lot of damage done back at home for that.
Yeah. Definitely a bit of rat Dota going on, and another key to Liquid's potential success in this game is just that. Visage, of course, a master of doing so, especially with the Zags, as we talked about earlier. And you know, he kind of with the aura heavy build, which certainly made a lot of sense early on, but eventually does go back to the Yags and is going to keep XG on their toes in terms of even though if they perhaps want to fight elsewhere or trying to push themselves, they're going to always have to worry about all three of their lanes being pushed out. So we have our first 25 though, KP. That is the Morphling, who does get the 2 waveform charges. Also has a Satanic now, by the way, so clearly worth pointing out. Leshrac also almost level 25, so we'll see what he eventually does choose there. But double damage room, by the way, spawning towards the bottom. So let's see if that's spotted and picked up. But Yeah, I also wanted to note Marcy picking up that Penta Edge sword, and it kind of goes back to you talk about a support hero that could scale plenty of damage.
Yeah, so what we saw in the last fight is it looked a bit underwhelming the way he died, but it wasn't necessarily feed the way he went on that drow. If you remember back on that fight on the Radiant High Ground, it's like you kind of need to commit with this hero. So what PYW is doing is getting everything he can to stand and stick on a target. Because if you ever have to run away at this stage, you're dead anyway, right? And whoa, speaking of things that will not die here, they keep chasing off these birds, but my god, Zai is such a nuisance on these outer lanes.
Yeah, and they're proven to be a bit of an issue here.
What? Sorry, I had to interrupt that for a very important detail. We don't get to see this often, but I'm pretty sure I saw a Dagon queued up for a certain Void Spirit.
For the Void
All right.
Spirit, okay, yeah.
Okay.
That has been queued up.
You don't see often.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to now. I actually had a little bit of a double take there. I was thinking of another neutral line, the Spell Prism, to be fair, but Timeless Relic still obviously very good for all the spell effects of Void Spirit. But speaking of the Dagon, even more benefit you can certainly get out of that, and just having that added burst to try to take down these targets. I mean, we even see against the Centaur how quickly they can manage to do so. But really, the IO is going to be the key. Having yet another burst tool to use against Sin.
Oh, this is so annoying.
They're going on Morphling.
Yeah, it's just so annoying. Like, the damage adds up quickly. I mean, I've got to give credit. The way that this Ag Shard works with multi-shot in conjunction with the stun control, the Earthshaker, they're doing a lot of damage to anyone who tries to poke high ground. It's really annoying for XG.
But look at Zai, too. Again, at the same time, we're just going to keep on rinsing and repeating this. Once again at the top lane, pushing in while that push bottom was happening from XG. So, yes, there's the mid racks taken out on Liquid side, but obviously the side of Extreme as well. So that lane kind of, evening out in that sense for these two teams. And we still have that Aegis for another minute 44, but Morphling currently continuing to farm in his own jungle. Did go the Silver Edge to try to help, perhaps, get on some of the Visage, kind of catch him off guard. Slash the break effect is obviously very beneficial here as well.
Sorry, I'm just still sucked into the Dagon break here. I mean, it's a weird item, right? You don't see it often, but man, I was kind of thinking of this item because I noticed that there was discussions recently on how would you buff Dagon, and there were some interesting ideas, like the idea that maybe it applies a break at level 5, which I like the kind of thinking, but in a different way. Like, imagine if it reduced magic resistance by 5% or 10%. Right, and that's just me trying to get Team Dagon back, by the way, because I'm going to say that should stack. So if 5 members of your team have Dagons and they zap someone, that person should have minus 50% magic resistance. Okay, I'm just using this as a platform. Valve, please hire me. I want to be on the balanced team, so I'll be fired after a week. But it is an item that just for a long time has been looked at, and outside of kind of outliers, hasn't really been considered a mainstay for years in Dota 2, if ever.
Yeah, certainly it's almost like a meme item in a lot of cases. So, but no, again, there's absolutely the practical use here for Mecha. If he does end up going that, again, he hasn't committed anything yet, sitting on 3,500 gold. Buyback's important too, but we'll keep an eye to the status there. Leshrac, by the way, I don't even know if we mentioned, but actually has his Ags effect now, is also level 25. The Diabolic Edict Explosions, that much more powerful. But that Nihilism here for the Ag Scepter effect, fantastic tool as well for the Leshrac to go with his shard that he also has. So,
oh my god, this is
a
annoying.
lot more damage even.
This is so annoying. He's doing it again.
It's for XG.
I mean, it's just we've all been there, right? And I think that there's no denying that while this version of Visage is not as absurd as the initial Ags change when it was absolutely busted and just murdered everyone instantly, it's still incredibly annoying, Breaky. They're always having to go back. He's just making so much space, and now because XG has to rotate back to their side of the map, what do Liquid instantly do? They group up, they smoke, and they know that XG have to address multiple lanes.
There's definitely a bit of Nature's Prophet presence in this game right now, being played by Zai on the Visage, but yeah, it's Extreme Gaming having to understand how they have to address this. And well, right now they're going to be maybe caught off guard. The smoke play, Boxy was lining up a fissure, not going to happen, but they smoke up the other side. We got a clash.
We've seen Leshrac. We've been here before. Last time it didn't end well, but BKB at least comes out. It's going to be a Stampede chase in, but Matuma the BKB able to back away. Follow through, at least find one. Shadow Demon down. Mike stunned for the moment, but able to back off. It's going to give a soft reset, and Matuma Man now looking to poke. XG may need to get out because the reinitiation comes through. Disco Pony gone. They're going to lose PYW as well. Matuma Man looks like he might forfeit his life to Lou, so it will be an exchange in the end, and one that actually now XG can take control of.
Yeah, buyback from Leshrac especially going to secure the fight for XG, and they really want this side. They don't even care about the rest of the fight, how that went pretty well for them. They want the damn Visage, but once again, Zai's going to be a little too slippery. But big picture, absolute satisfaction for XG, I am sure. Yes, Leshrac ended up dying in the fight, but again, the buyback there to now push out once again and benefit as a result of the 1-5. But the biggest key, I mean, Liquid did a great job initially of supporting Midgame and helping to keep him alive, and they kind of retreated. They did this fallback strategy after the Disco Pony, as you're saying, just ran at them with the BKB active. Score, especially with the IO tethered up. You definitely do not want to fight into that. But as soon as it wore off, they turned. And speaking of turning, they're going to try to get some more fling off guard here with the lockdown. It's enough right there. What a blow up from the side of Team Liquid. Now they catch Leshrac. Can he get away?
He just pulled back. He can't afford to go down like this. This could cost them the whole game if they're not careful, but nice turnaround. The dieback comes out the other way. Beautiful jump by Old 11. Gets rid of Mike, dead for 120 seconds, and they force Matuma Man to commit with his own buyback as well. They'll look to just get whoever they can out, because in the end, XG keep the key detail alive. Disco Pony lives to fight another day.
I don't know what to make of the results of these fights. I mean, especially with the dieback there on Void Spirit, you would think that that's a huge opening for XG, but of course, not necessarily. I mean, Morphling's dead for another minute now. Not going to buy back unless has a reason to do so, but I don't necessarily see that is going to be happening. So by the time Morphling's up, it'll still be about 30 seconds or so for Void Spirit, but I mean, you see what Liquid's doing. They're actually pushing out the lanes now. Zai, he's level 25 too. He just got that, so he has the extra familiar as a result of that. So another, you talk about the presence of Visage, what he's been able to do with this rat play. You throw in a third familiar, that just got that much stronger.
Man, I'm kind of curious back to that. Like, we were just talking there about the dieback of Mike. Like, how low on health was he when the Centaur jumped in? Like, because of course the Centaur's double-edged scales with strength, and he has got quite a lot of strength this game. But it looked like he basically took half the health of the Void Spirit on that alone, which is a scary detail for Mike, especially if he wants to scale into more damage like the Dagon. You may need to now sidestep into something that makes you a bit more tanky and survivable instead. Because we have to remember, this is a Void Spirit playing without BKB.
Absolutely, yeah, that's you kind of wonder if that's something that he may think about getting to that point, especially sitting on a dieback now, but doesn't have it queued up at least, so still has that nice Dagon queued up. But yeah, 3,000 gold saved up. I was going to say, oh yeah, about the Shadow Demon, by the way, something else that's worth kind of talking about as the game continues to develop. We're 52.5 minutes in. We are seeing more and more of this disruption play used to specifically spawn illusions for Drow and sending them out and, you know, helping to push lanes as well. So that's another reason why they were able to get a pretty solid push out here on the side of Liquid. So a nice tool that they have to their advantage for the side of Liquid. But KP, dare I say, we're 53 minutes in. We're getting to a point where tier 5 items are of potential. We got a fourth Roshan though.
Yep.
That could be the next key.
That's the bigger one. There's a wraparound coming in. Team Liquid are smoked and on the prowl. Zai, of course, with that third bird, plenty of lockdown here. If you don't get the BKB off, you're pretty much dead. Stun comes out, the 2 follow-up looking good as well. Morphling now in trouble, needs to get him out. BKB just in time. The reload pulls him away, though. Now Paparazzi in alone. Going to turn on the Boxy first, takes out the Shaker. Looks like it's going to be a soft reset coming out, but the jumping from Marcy trying to stick on top of Matuma Man. The toss back as well. He can't get out of here. He's stuck in the middle with Paparazzi, and Drow is now dead. That's a dieback on Matuma Man. XG just may have gotten control of the pit.
Look at that massive splitter. Finally, they kill a Visage again. There's a no buyback on him, and this is the big opener that XG was looking for with 2 dead on the side of Team Liquid, both the Visage and the Drow. They're going to go for the easy Roshan. That's going to be a refresher chart and another Act Blessing for them to take advantage of, and likely to, of course, just push off of this. So I don't know if it's absolutely the game-winning fight right there, but it's looking like XG is going to hold us secure game number 1 unless some way, somehow, can Liquid now hold this. But again, it just goes back to so well played by the Marcy specifically. We talk about the BKB activation on Leshrac. He just pops it, they stampede, and they just go beeline for the Drow Ranger. And you can't do anything against that combo. You really can't, other than just turn around and run and hope for the best. And that simply wasn't enough. So great strategy, good execution from XG. And now they're trying to close out this game 1, KP.
50 seconds until Lizai is up to try and do some creep cutting, because it looks like Mike can't do it alone, and you can't even pray to Lord Jesus at this point, as XG are the one with multiple cheeses to work with, neither support willing to die that easily. Stampede jumping comes through, and Insania will not even get to his fountain safely. Tier 4 soon to fall, and I think this game is going to be done. XG will be slowed down by the glyph, but with still 40 seconds without a Drow, it looks like the Chinese team is going to win game 1 of this series. Although Boxy? Oh, no. Let's not delude ourselves here, folks.
Hey, it was flashy, but it ain't going to result in much and eventually result in his death. But the absolute is true. The GG's come out, and game 1 is officially in the books here of this series to kick things off. So XG up 1-0 against Liquid. Again, there's a lot of matches to be played, not only throughout the month of October for all this TI-11, but here, especially in this LCQ. It's group stages, 6 teams in each. You get to play every single one. Top 4 move on. The point is, a lot of Dota still to be played. But XG certainly has to feel pretty good about taking the first game here in this series, KP.
Exactly. Let's not write Liquid out, right? They've still got a game to go. They still had signs of life. I think looking back at this game, someone that put them very far behind the starting line was the start of this game, actually, right? It's like the gunshot went, the race started, and then Liquid started running in the wrong direction before someone in the crowd went, no, we're going that way. And like, they're just playing recovery, right? And there were signs of life. There were some showings here, but ultimately, I think Extreme had the highest scalability to the lineup. There was a mid-game issue where they were getting popped, and I think there was a lot of credit given over to Boxy and Matumban the way they synced up. But once, I think the key turn point is once PYW got his hands on the BKB as well as that Penta, he was able to just stick on Matumban long enough. And if you can't enable your Drow from there, these fights are going to get one-sided. And on the flip side, I don't feel like at any stage in this game, Lou was necessarily prevented, right? Like, I don't think anyone really made his game hard to play whatsoever.
No, he had an absolute freedom that game. I mean, only 1 death, of course, that is typical dominating Morphling fashion in a victory in the set for Extreme. So, Lou, talk about this kind of TI performance right here. The pressure's on him amongst all his peers of experience. Well, he certainly performed in this first game. And yeah, to the point that you're making, KP, I mean, go figure. BKBs were the key for Extreme with all the crowd control on the other side. But we saw Leshrac get it early on, but you're right with Marcy, and even Lou finished with one by the time that the game was nearing its end as well. And it just made it so Liquid did not have a play. They were simply relying on the Zai split push and hoping that could work out. But inevitably, the Roshan's coming to play those objectives. That's why they're there after all. And Extreme kind of, forced out Liquid enough to take a fight to their success in the late game and pull through the victory. But we're just getting started, KP. That's still crazy to reiterate. But game 1 in the books, a lot more Dota to come, including game 2.
That's right. I think we got to kind of reset. We've got to think about the drafts here, because I think that played a big part. Actually, though, I've got to say the first 20 minutes were clean. It was hard to find a mistake there. So Liquid, I mean, they're gonna have to spin things around. Game 1, it goes the way of XG, but remember, folks, these are best of 2s, so Team Liquid can still even up for their first series, Last Chance Qualifiers. But all that after a short break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Well, Liquid might want to get one of those sword and shields from that advert and attack XG in real life at this rate, because if we're talking Dota right now after game one, it's hard for them to find a way back, but we're here to see if they can do it. Welcome back, folks, to Stream C. Game one went the way of XG, but Breaky, your Hon boys aren't out yet. These are best of twos.
It is a best of the two. And I mean, no matter what happens in the series, again, I go back to it, it's a long, long series ahead of us here, but long day, couple of days even for these teams. But yeah, it's obviously a good start for Extreme Gaming on the other side of it. And they are going to have the second and third pick this time around, though, which, you know, means where's a Marcy going to end up, as not surprising, was a big impact in that first game. And well, XG's like, yeah, we don't want to give up Marcy. We're going to ban Marcy.
Wow, look at all these picks we've got. Wait a second. We're messing with you, folks. That's game one. We'll get you game two. Game two, there is going to be no Marcy. I'm hearing rumors that it's been banned. As it quite rightly should be. It's all right. There we go. Now you can see it correctly. No new heroes. Primal Beast and Marcy both gone. Undying, of course, once again, not going to be allowed. A little bit more interesting. Psych is the Enigma. I'd say is interesting, but let's be real, right? I think it's top 10 most picked at the moment. So yeah. Definitely a popular one. Love the ET game
plays
for
it well, yeah. Yeah, so ET going to be the first pick. But yeah, again, Zion plays it also very well. So I'm really not surprised. I think they banned it the last game as well with that first ban. So take a look at, I assume they're huddling around one of the computers there. not AFK. There we go.
Yeah, so it's quite nice to see the ET come out. I think that got banned last game by XG, if I'm not mistaken. So Liquid definitely wanted it. I just think ET's in a really good place right now. With the heroes that are getting picked, it's such a great enabler. It's hard to think of many drafts that can't benefit from its existence. So always a good opener for your drafts.
Yeah, Boxy likely the player to play it here for Team Liquid, be in their position 4. I mean, a chance that Insania could end up in his hands, but I would guess that Boxy again gonna be the one to play it for them. But Extreme Gaming's putting a bit of thought here.
Yo, I want to go back to the chair, like the empty chairs. Actually, the empty chairs were kind of more pog, right? Like, I just want to. Cause you never know, right? I'm reaching here. I may have accidentally opened the Twitch chat, so I thought we were back at the empty chairs. Ignore me. I'm having a moment.
No, we got. I believe that's old 11, right? Just chilling.
Thinking
about what. And well, speaking of old 11, it's going to be the old 11 hero most likely. They go back to the Centaur.
Do you think maybe he was doing those exercises I was talking about, right? When you're dead, just go and like, flex, work out, come back. I mean, he's not dead yet, but I do like they start off with the Centaur, though. Like you mentioned, old 11 played it in the last game. Had a really great lane, actually. Like it looked like it should have been more or less just an exchange of farm. Ended up being Io getting pressured pretty hard early on, but then all of a sudden out of nowhere, Matsuma Man slips up, dies once, and things snowball. And I mentioned the Pony Express. It's coming back again. Apparently, we're going for the full horse draft. Is that even possible in Dota 2?
I'm trying to think now. Like, I'm sitting here like, I mean...
There's Chaos Knight? I think it is. Like, there's Chaos Knight, Centaur, Leshrac.
God, it's one of those I need the hero list in front of me.
Ooh, you might have to, be a bit more lenient and just give mount-based. Because if you give mount-based, it's easy, right? You can give, like, Shen.
Sure.
Wait, no, Cole. There's Cole. Cole's got a pony as well. So we're just one short of true
Spirit
pony
Breaker
riders.
Kind of is. I call him that guy.
Yeah, you just that guy that turns up to like one of those lance duels riding a cow.
Yeah, there you go.
You're like, this is my steed.
So Leshrac, though, of course, paparazzi for Leshrac, likely combo there. But no, I was going to say, so for Team Liquid, this is interesting because they could go the IO direction themselves now with this second pick, or potentially ban it if they're not going to pick it up. And, well, they go Morphling. Kind of one of those, well, hey, worked out well for you last game, so we'll gladly take Morphling for ourselves. The immediate ban of the Ancient Apparition, of course, coming out shortly after. But yeah, so Liquid picking up the Morphling. For them, I believe it's going to be more of the Matema Man Hero, of course.
And there's the magnificent beast himself. I honestly think he went for the right, kind of facial hair. Like it's the thinking, stroking, moustache.
Yeah,
I wish I had one that fabulous. Just works.
Oh,
but,
yeah, no.
Oh man. So I'm
I
kind of
can't
looking.
grow that out, no.
No? Have you tried? Oh.
I have tried, and it doesn't work on me. But I got the beard thing going on at least.
Yeah, you got something. Like, for me, when I was younger, like I dreamed of being able to have like the Gillette stubble. I couldn't get the Gillette stubble. We've all been there. We get baited in. We see people doing perfect things we think we can do them ourselves. I'm sure plenty of us are guilty of that after we watch these Dota games, the way they play out. But looking at these picks, opening up, I mean, Morphling, ET is just a good strong lane. I think it actually plays and complements each other really well as the game goes on. What I want to see is this kind of multifaceted approach that we saw out of XG. If you think back to when they picked that Morphling and what they followed up with, right, with the Leshrac, the IO, and banning out the AA, like all of this came together. So I'm curious where the extra layer of sustainability or maybe independence is for Liquid's draft.
Now, I feel like there's some, as usual with the drafting, there is some interesting mind games coming out here, in that IO hasn't been banned yet. No, so Liquid's choosing not to ban the IO themselves, leave it open. Now, Extreme Gaming could pick it third as a result. Obviously, if they're not planning, maybe they're ban it here. But the point is, I feel like Extreme, though, is pretty already set up to deal with, especially with the Centaur, that Stampede. Hell, we saw last game, the Stampede value, it allows not only Centaur, but of course the whole team to ideally get in those back lines and get on the target, like the IO, for example. So if they don't pick it up here, I feel like that they're pretty confident that they can deal with it if need be, if Liquid was to pick it up themselves. But a lot of thought going into this third pick now.
So opening up, I think XG have given themselves kind of good front runners. They could benefit from having some sort of buffer or sustain for the Leshrac, right? You mentioned the IO. That is, of course, still available to them as courtesy. It's just a curious thought of whether they go for that. Or if we could see something like the Omni Knight. Of course, Undying is not going to ever be allowed through here. Tusk has kind of been on the upward swing, and I don't mind it as kind of a save-type hero, but I think you just want something that buffs you up instead, and that's why IO feels better.
So again, it goes back to, that's where Liquid, maybe they would have wanted to pick up for themselves. They took kind of the risk of leaving it open to perhaps get it, but Extreme's not going to even give them that chance. They are going to take it as the third pick. So they once again have the IL Leshrac combo with the Centaur. So again, very familiar lineup for the side of Extreme. Naturally, they're not going to be able to pick up the Morphling, as that's on the side of Liquid, but certainly other cores that they can go for. Again, they already have the pairing with the IO and the Leshrac. So if it's now Liquid, they don't have, I wouldn't say they have the tools yet to necessarily deal with this IO support specifically and the protection that he has currently. So, needing to get that presence of being able to pick off the IO in the back lines is going to be important. But that goes back to bans as well. Something like a Bat Rider, for example, banned by Extreme Gaming, not going to be an option. So
the interesting part to me is, like, if you think to game one, XG opened with Marcy, and I think it was maybe the Centaur IO. Weirdly enough, like, even when the Marcy's banned out, this as an opener still feels like better. The cool thing about what they've done is they got 2 stuns to open up with, so going IO feels okay. I think Liquid were going to struggle if they went for the IO simply because they had ET, they had Morphling. They didn't really have lockdown. I do like the Snapfire pick, though. It gives them some good lane poke. It gives them some good setup. Would love to see this put with a second stun on the offlane, so Zai can easily be fed some kills courtesy of Boxy's assistance.
Yeah, certainly potential there. So I kind of go back to, who's going to play that Elder Titan, perhaps leaning more towards a Insania Elder Titan now with Snapfire in the hands of Boxy, as you're getting at. Ooh, that's a Pudge. I suppose that's a hero that certainly can be, frankly, just annoying across the board to deal with, and definitely annoying for the IO if he gets a blink, for example, or simply even a hook to help deal with him, and naturally just that tanky presence. So good old Pudge coming out for Team Liquid.
It feels good to say Pudge isn't a meme pick anymore, right? It's kind of cool how more recently Pudge has found ways to not just be what are you doing type hero. right? Because if you go back to, let's say, TI9 before, you know, it's kind of like, we'd have to go back to Pudge Dendy Fountain Hook days to think that Pudge could work at TI. Just feels good, man. Just feels good to see a hero that has felt dead and competitive for a long time find his place.
I will say, you know, when I really was kind of refreshing myself with the Dota scene, you know, months ago, it was it was a surprise to start seeing Pudge like this position 1 Pudge especially coming about, but with that new Ags effect and just how massive he gets, that new his new passive as well, it is understandable. He just becomes this really tanky presence that Extreme Gaming is going to have to figure out how to deal with now. So I guess Shadow Shaman. Okay, 4th pick Shadow Shaman, so certainly bringing plenty of crowd control to the table. They weren't necessarily lacking the crowd control, but always nice to have a bit more, especially when you're up against the likes of a Morphling. So does give them some more push presence as well with those wards, of course.
5 seconds.
Yeah, so they have the multiple layers there, right? The Leshrac can take lanes, the Shadow Shaman can take lanes. I think it also gives them a lot more control around Roche now. Right now, Liquid do have good counters to Roche, but you can now burst it down pretty quickly, courtesy of the Shaman as well. They're just going to need some sort of right-clicking hero that can get through it for their carry. That is the final thing they need to figure out. Looking at what they're up against here, thinking about what's still on the menu. Trying to think if anything kind of pops out in my brain here. Like, Tiny... I'm not sure if I like +1 Tiny against this.
No.
No.
You know, it'd be fun. I know OD has been seeing those buffs lately. I'm just saying. No,
10
but
seconds.
probably
In the
not gonna
+1?
see some,
Yeah, I could see it. Like, it's
Yeah,
not
probably
bad.
not.
It's
5
just...
seconds.
Yeah, it's in this game, right? It's like, oh, I've Astral to save my teammate. And they have an Elder Stomp, and they have an Elder Titan who's stomping. And they have a Pudge who's hooking. It's like, what have I done?
It would be pretty bad this game. This one.
But it would make for an interesting series, right?
Sure,
There you go.
if you want to put it that way. But Slark banned by Team Liquid, that actually could have been a very valuable pickup for Extreme, so understandable why
10
they decided to take him out. So
remaining.
no Slark here as well.
Just a
but
really
yeah,
annoying hero.
certainly needed one that could
Remaining.
right click and well, we have seen the occasional Shadow Fiend in the safe lane.
Yeah.
as a possibility. So maybe one that comes to mind.
You could potentially flex the Lesh into the 1 roll if you thought you'd get more farm there. Like, it just gets him to his Bloodstone timing, and he's still pretty strong, and it means the IO can easily sync up with him on the lane. It's not the worst of lanes because they have a lot of movement speed, right? Leshrac is one of the fastest heroes. Disco Penny goes Zoom. So you can easily
5
gap close
seconds
on more
remaining.
kind of lofty heroes, right? Let's say if this, for example, ends up being a Pudge free. I'm expecting this to probably be the Pudge 1, maybe the Morphling 2. Which means we need maybe an offlaner still for Liquid. They are, of course, going to have to reveal first. And it's going to be the Axe. So Axe Snapfire. I mentioned I wanted something that could work with the Snap to brawl in the offlane, and this is definitely ticking that box.
Monkey King.
Choose your hero.
Ooh, okay, so Monkey King going to be the pick for Extreme, and that will be in the hands of Lou at position 1. A very confident Monkey King pickup as well for them. But yeah, so you talk about the Zai going the Axe direction, pairing up with the Snapfire in that off lane. But Monkey King is certainly a brawler laner, right? So he's not necessarily going to be the most concerned that he has that to go up against. That with the Shadow Shaman would be my guess up there. So they could certainly fight up there.
Yeah, so the key here for Liquid on that offlane is they want to try and put as much pressure on before level 3. If the Monkey King gets 2 points in the passive, like, it might be very annoying to try and shift away from him. But I do think this Monkey King overall in the game has a lot of impact. It's a really good solution to the Pudge, like, long term. There's a lot of heroes that you can stick on top of. Can be a little bit risky, but I like the fact that XG being a game up have gone for something that has the potential to dominate very quickly in the game and snowball. I think what they've noticed here is they could get a lot done with Lou not being present in the early game, but now they found a way to bring him into it as well. So curious to see what XG can do.
Yeah. Really what stands out to me on the side of Liquid especially is just, I know I use this word a lot, but I think it really goes to this game, is the tankiness across the board. Of course, even Morphling has potential to be very, very, very difficult to kill. So that's where that lockdown certainly going to come into play. More of the ganking, individual ganks going to be beneficial for the side of Extreme Gaming as well, and going to try to rely on that IO relocate with the Leshrac as you'd expect. But game number 2, we are loading in, and we once again have some predictions to do before we
Prepare
get into
for
the
battle.
actual gameplay. That's what really
Predictions?
matters.
Look at you. You have conviction getting your 3 points. I'm just gonna click
Player
them
with
all
the
randomly.
least deaths. More
I mean, I just keep getting an unknown error. I'm done. It won't let me. Let's just focus
it's
on
not
the game.
working for you.
Nah. So I can bring us in with the early analysis while you get the key important thing sorted, Breaky, which is your 3 points.
Thank
But
you.
no, opening up like in this game, like looking at the lanes, the interesting part to me is, as you mentioned, like how tanky Liquid's heroes are. I'll never forget hearing the infamous words of a coach say, you can either be good at the game or pick strength heroes. And Liquid, they definitely have the potential to be good, right? And make it a TI. So clearly, if you just pick strength heroes on top of that, you're overpowered, right?
Suppose it's as simple as that sometimes, yeah.
30 seconds to
Maybe
battle.
that's the mentality that they chose to go with this game. No, but yeah, it's natural order, of course, is going to be a big factor as well in front of the Elder Titan throughout the game, something to really benefit from, especially that morphling and how fast he's going to be able to burst people down in the later game stages with his right clicks coming out. But I do got to say, I like Extreme Gaming when it comes to their laning phase as well as just their aggressive potential play to come. And with the way they were playing last game, more specifically in the early to mid game stage, I mean, the late game it got a little crazy and Liquid started coming back. But that's a hook, by the way. BYW, he might be in trouble.
No, he's gonna get away. It's gonna hurt a little. Like they were not after a hero there; they were after the rune. You can tell by how far away Insane already was. He's like, I'm going to the lane. Whoops! Didn't expect that to turn into something. But just a little bit annoying to start off with. PYW will quickly regen up and should be able to apply a decent amount of pressure here. Is it double melee lane? And Shaman does have incredibly high base damage.
Sealed 11 just immediately starts trading right clicks with a pudge to which he responds with a hook to the face. Easiest hook for the life of Matama Man as PYW. Gonna get some shackles, aka tongue-tied action coming out. That's a kind of a throwback right there.
Kind of rough when you start with like shackles here. Right? It makes sense you've got double stun, but now you just don't have the burst to necessarily secure range creeps. But I think the reason he does this is because there's a very big fear that these two heroes are just going to run at him. Still, if it's the shackles going out on the Elder Titan, then Matuma Man can always interrupt it with his hook. And vice versa, Insane with the stomp once he has two.
Yeah, there's also the presence of, wants to make sure the either shock, potential to push the lane a little bit more. So, yeah, go in the shackles earlier on to, as you said, as almost maybe a bit of a defensive measure, but also happens to have that offensive prowess, especially the hook comes out like right there. But Matama Man giving the creep, saving it for that at that point. Insania going to harass a little bit. That's the spirit.
Mike's getting roughed up a little bit at the start of this laning phase. I think it's mainly because you need to get level 3, 4, but Leshrac is just a very good bully, so not the funnest of starts. 4 denies already for Disco Pony, but Insania. Oh, that win lace. That movement speed getting him away from imminent death there.
Well, we saw level 2 being hit by Shadow Shaman. He actually gets it before the Centaur even, the first one in the lane. Well, maybe put at the same time, but they almost killed Insania as a result of that. Leveling up the Ether Shock, but I mentioned on the Wind Lace helping to allow Elder Titan to escape there and to survive our bottom lane action. How is Monkey King doing so far? He's 7-2 against the 7-2 Axo. Well, that's pretty even. I'll say so myself. IO constantly being harassed by that battle hunger, but getting it taken off.
Yeah, I think level 2 is where it gets a bit spooky in favor of Liquid. XG have a more delayed time. Once they get 2 points in Jingu, that's when Axe can have a hard time. That's when Boxy doesn't really want to cookie people in. But before that, Liquid maybe have an opportunity to be annoying here.
We do see the ward also behind the tower at the bottom lane. It's got top lane, though, and that's where the camera's at currently, and continuing to look at the back and forth harassment. But yeah, again, that bottom lane, you have Axe specifically benefiting from that ward behind the tower. Maybe going to help get some creep pulls going and some just vision over there as the levels start adding up to be able to feel protected that he can do those pulls, have those counter helixes proc, and get some safe farm. Expect to see more of that as the lane continues to happen. But yeah, mid lane, Mickey, I mean, it's morphling after all, so it continues to be a bit lower, but he knows his limits, at least you like to think.
I'd like to think that maybe you didn't have to deal with Disco Pony being a pain in your ass 2 games in a row, but it's already starting to feel that way. Top of the CS, 14-5, not slowing down anytime soon, and because he keeps you low on HP, you can't necessarily roll in and try to deny these clarities either. So definitely not a fun start for Mickey, but if you can survive the lane phase, it's what you can do later that's going to matter here.
Right now, the creep farm, honestly, very even in amongst all the lanes. There's not any obvious winners at this point.
No,
as-
it should be slow when you look at the heroes, right? Until level 3 is where you can maybe start to see some kills coming out. Outside of Couriers, which, good God, Zai, leave them alone.
Well, what did I talk about? This ward over here. I didn't even mention the Courier snipe potential as a result too, but there you go. Courier's going down left and right. And there were some gloves on the Courier from Monkey King, so a bit of unfortunate circumstance that Lou's having to deal with there. A little bit behind in farm as a result for the time being, but yeah, Zai, he's going to do what a level 3 Axe does best and starts to really do some jungle pulling now, pulling the creep waves. And this is where it becomes a bit more awkward for XG. But again, Monkey King, those Jingu stacks can certainly potentially go for a battle, especially if they get a TP in if they feel necessary. But for now, going to go for last hits under the tower.
I don't know. Like, you can't do it then, right? Because you've got level 3. This is meant to be a moment where you see now the gloves are off, but you just lost them on the Courier, so it just doesn't work anymore. And DY, nice jump in there, caught away from the wave, no assistance coming. First blood drawn, and that's what I was waiting for, to see that kind of moment coming out. And I like the fact that Zai is just continuously doing this. Like, he doesn't want to be anywhere near the MK. And if you think about it, what does an IO do to stop an Axe? Are you going to right-click him and let him farm faster?
No, that's, yeah, you don't even try, as I was going to TP back mid and do the bottle trade there. But it is kind of like a timber saw mentality, right? You kind of just almost accept that it's going to be happening. Focusing on your own farm if you're the Monkey King and do the best that you can do there, knowing that Axe is going to have a decent start. You know, an eventual gank perhaps, maybe if the Shadow Shaman looks to rotate. We're at 5.5 minutes currently. So those rotations can definitely become more of a reality. But I don't know if XG is going to focus too many resources into trying to stop this early Zai farm for the time being.
Usually XG tend to rotate for both runes around the 6 minutes, so I think they're going to try to look to make something happen on the mid-morph. It's a little bit difficult this stage though. Mickey up at level 5. If he gets the waveform out, he's safe as can be, but if you catch him and issue the shackles, he's going to be a dead man. Luckily for him, he's able to move away quick enough, and looks like they are going to posture around the runes. DY does get forced to pick it up, though. So Paparazzi not getting what he wanted out of this.
Yeah, not the end of the world, but still pretty frustrating for him, but good job. By Boxy able to pick it up right in front as mentioned. And he sees Zai continuing to farm at the bottom, but old 11.
Oh, sadness.
Trying to live the easy hook setup. Well played by Insania to set up the stop.
You just got to type ease there, right? I mean, you know, like, ignore the fact that the opponent was stunned. You hit your hooks. That's all that matters. Stun in the mid
We haven't
lane.
seen a lot of taunts this game, have we? Or like more so.
No, actually, what?
Any
We've seen
tipping.
none. Wait,
It's too early in the morning, I guess, for that.
Either that, or is it like has production muted that? No, they wouldn't do that to us. They wouldn't deprive us. I need to know what the cost is, Breaky. Okay.
Got you. That's fine. Eventually it'll come up.
Sweet,
Mickey?
sweet.
He's again fine. He's just turning into that
Isn't
morphing,
it
you
fun?
could say.
Isn't it fun being a play-by-play trying to commentate the lane of a Morphling? Like, whoa, oh, I'm watching the health
Yeah, it's like-
bars.
Always thinking there's potential. Oh, speaking of potential, the PYW's in trouble here. Gonna shackle.
Oh.
Yeah, old 11 gonna stomp after the fact, and Matoma Man's gonna fall. So there's that shackle coming into play.
Dude, level 1 rot looks so pathetic, doesn't it? You feel like you should be dying there 100%, and then you realize just how much of the raw damage coming out is the right clicks of Pudge. Great reaction by PYW to stand his ground and turn what should have been his death into a kill for his team.
Well, 2-1 start for Liquid, and you know, really, this is definitely more of the Liquid that I expect to see in the presence of. It feels like a lot of the games they do win their lanes, and they do very well, at least in laning phase. Now, I mean, overall, again, XG is still doing good as well, and so I don't even know if you can necessarily say they're winning the laning phase. It's just a game throughout that, you know, becomes a little bit more of the factor. But we have some mid lane action once again as we're hitting 8 minutes. Snapfire, he could be in trouble.
Shackle can't pick up the invis. Stomp interrupts the stomp coming the other way and enables the kill in the snap. So good maneuver in there. XG once again prioritizing those runes and now looking to turn it into a kill into another one as Zai gets caught in the bot lane. 4 heroes surrounding him. won't even get a chance to use the cool. Nice maneuvering out of XG.
Those are just those world-class moments that you just got to appreciate from top-tier Dota. A couple of things. One, Paparazzi stunning the Morphling on the uphill, knowing they had the kill guaranteed onto the Snapfire, and then taking the Invis rune, bottling it up in front of him as a result of that. It was just so well played on his part. Obviously, the supporting cast doing plenty as well. And then the ability to chase after the axe, transition that perfectly into that farmed axe kill, as we've been stressing this game. I mean, again, they're going to let Zai do his thing until eventually, and that was that eventually, KP.
Yeah, exactly. It's that kind of feeling like you see the farm piece of cake, you look at it, you say you want to eat it. Like, oh, you want this piece of cake? I'm just going to eat it right in front of you there. As we're going to see Sharm get munched on. The bigger kills coming maybe top here. However, turnaround, Boxy. Before he could set up a kill, a little bit of miscoordination there. Matumba Man says, I'm helping, but not really.
Yeah, it's we've all been there. It's definitely a hook he certainly would want back, but hey, in the heat of the moment, win for the play to try to save his teammate. Unfortunately, just a little bit off. And in the end, Snapfire is run down. So, again, good job for XG. But big picture, this is still a very even game in terms of net worth. And despite that death on Axe, he comes back up. He's already finished his Vanguard, has his phase boots, and is looking to build a Blink next, as you would expect. So, I still think the timing of Zai is feeling pretty good for the time being, at least. But the top lane, meanwhile, going to be pressured by the side of Extreme Gaming, and this should be a free tier 1 for them.
Yeah, I think the big difference between game 1 and 2 here is that Zai's pick is getting pressure like it did in game 1, but the difference is like the hero picked by XG was intended to be pressure-oriented early on, right? The Monkey King's meant to bully these melee laners. It's a good thing that Zai's done, completely evading that, identifying the IO can't enable these kills whatsoever. Eventually, you are going to have to address the MK. This hero does still scale, but I like that they're avoiding the pitfall of allowing this hero to snowball.
And no surprise, we're going to be seeing the Echo Saber from Monkey King as far as farm priority for him. Even showing some insight as far as what he's thinking. Of course, BKB on the docket as well. So Monkey King getting the farm that he's looking for. We do see at the top lane a little bit of harassment on Old 11. And more so, he's found the other team with his own early Vanguard. So speaking of being tanky, I don't think they're going to try to make a play off of this. But, well, okay, dismember.
Okay.
Not sure what the ultimate game plan is.
Oh, Tumblr Toy. There we go. That was the plan. Baited the team to rotate. We just weren't thinking in Matumba form. Waveform comes through, though. Oh, the stomp before he can get the mirrored one out. Follow-up still going to be there, courtesy of the cookie enabling them. Now, Shackles aren't going to come out quick enough. Matumba Man trapped in for the moment. Will eventually fall, but the setup is beautiful. 4 heroes are going to die on the side of XG, and all you had to lose was a punch.
I mean, you take that every day of the week, even position 1, a 4-for-1, absolutely a big fight for Team Liquid. And yeah, you're right. Definitely just, that's where that whole team communication certainly comes into play. Because, you know, in a lot of games, you're like, what the hell is this punch doing right here? But they were obviously on point in terms of the response. I will say it was certainly a bit risky because they were banking on the fact that Extreme Gaming wasn't necessarily just right there to protect the Centaur. Vision certainly helped with that, and they were a little bit too far away. By the time Extreme Gaming got there, they overcommitted for the response, and Liquid certainly benefited. But XG, they're pissed, and they want something out of this.
But that almost turned 1 kill into 2 there, trying to save a hero. Looks like Insane should be able to back away just in time. But good that they're finding a way to get Lu active in this game. Monkey King is a hero that can brawl now the Echo Saber's online, and by choosing to do so, it's going to unlock these win conditions, these early towers that they need to get rid of.
That's going to be their second tier 1 tower going down, mid-tier 1. No kills on towers just yet for Team Liquid. So good advantage there for XG. The hook, swing and a miss. Got a creep, but tower falls, and it's retreat time now for Team Liquid. Not looking to commit a fight, at least for the time being. Leshrac has his Hood of Defiance. We do see the progress being made towards the Axe, by the way, from Matumba Man. He's got the point booster, no surprise, pretty much rushing right into it.
And that's the beauty of playing carry Pudge, by the way, Breaky, is you miss a hook, but you hit a creep. Well, I'm farming, still getting the gold I need. You know, so did he really miss with the hook?
Oh no, I missed the hero, darn, okay.
What a shame, I got paid.
Yeah.
You know, because you got to think big carry brain here, right? Like, if you hook the hero, how much longer does it take to kill the hero versus a creep?
Blink on Matema Man, by the way, or excuse me, on Zai, excuse me, playing the Axe, and they are setting up here in the mid lane. Mickey,
Oh boy,
going to be
he
on the
got
tower.
Radiant structures are
Got revealed as
fortified.
mentioned. They do
The
not
ET's
want to
still
give this
hidden,
up.
though. This is very confident old 11 to stand here like this. Very risky as well. The one creep is what's saving him from risk here. They will be able to get the tower. Look to back up. The X going to come out. Jump in with the cool onto 2 from Zai. Wukong goes down. But the kiss is coming out. It's a kiss farewell to XG's members here. Old 11 moving in. Axe so ridiculously tanky in the midst of all this. All XG can do is retreat.
Big blink from Axe to start that off and allow with the successful fight, excuse me, for Team Liquid on top of the tower kill. And Monkey King, he got the Wukongs down, but it didn't matter as Mickey get the free kill on DY, and the Predator going to get another on Centaur. So even 2 more coming out of that. It felt like that should not have happened if you're XG, but it did. And Liquid even that much more happy after the fight. Now looking at the 3K net worth lead. But yeah, Monkey King, the Wukong's response was great, but he just had to basically play defensive that whole time. He wasn't able to brawl nearly as much as he wanted to, but it all goes back to the Axe initiation, right?
Yeah.
They had to accept the early farm, knowing that this was going to be of a potential, and well, Zai is making them pay right now.
Yeah, Zai has had a great start to this game, right? He got to have his game for free, and now he's got a hero that can more easily enable these fights compared to the Visage that's more kind of on the outer lane style of play, right? And the cool thing is, the Wukongs, you mentioned, it's irrelevant here because of that detail. They picked strength heroes. They're basically all strength. Even the Morphling is kind of pseudo-strength if he wants to be. It's very difficult to find cheap, quick kills, courtesy of Wukong's zonal control. And you saw how trivial it looked when they fought in that area. Later on in the game, it will be impactful, but no doubt on the Team Liquid, they have this timing around the 20-25 minute mark where they should be strongest, this type of draft, and they're on course to hit it.
Well, Shackles on Axe. This would be a big kill, and I mean, they're getting it. You see, and Sania or Boxy to me has to pretty much just wave goodbye, knowing that his teammate was a lost cause at that point. So good catch though from XG, taking advantage of the nighttime and the lack of uphill vision from Liquid to secure that kill onto the key target. That's Axe. But I guess I say key target now, almost quietly, I suppose. Morphling, Mickey. He's farming away. He's now taking over as top net worth, and he has a Mage Slayer, by the way, to go with that Dragonlance now.
I think this is a nice pivot in terms of their approach to what XG have. They've noticed the healing isn't as high as it was last game, because last game it was Leshrac, Io, and the Morphling. So this time they kind of pivot and say, okay, instead of worrying about the fact they heal up, what if we just take the damage away? And the cool thing is actually by reducing the damage that Leshrac can do, you're actually offsetting the lifesteal he's going to get from Bloodstone as well. So Mage Slayer is definitely a low-key, super effective item up against this hero.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. So absolutely a big pickup for the side of Liquid. That Ag's about 100 gold away from Matema Man. So he's going to have it before another fight, and then that enhanced Rot becomes online. And this is where the core Pudge especially really kicks in amongst these fights. So they're going to have that to benefit from is Liquid doing a good job of splitting some farm amongst their cores, as Axe, I believe he might have finished his blade mail, going to be delivered out to him shortly. So another item to take advantage of for them. On the other side, Maelstrom finished for Monkey King, which not only is a good farming tool, but definitely some decent damage assistant in these fights that you will like to have, but still a lot of work to be done. And I think that now the BKB, again, it's interesting though, isn't it? Because especially when you're up against an Axe on the other side, it's always one of those items that you feel like you have to get it against everyone else, but the Axe is still, you don't care, taunts you and still keeps you in place.
Yeah, the issue with the Axe is actually multifaceted in this game. I think that where Axes fail is when they have to be the primary initiator. You've got ET, you've got Pudge, you've got heroes to set up, and then you can follow up, which is nice. On top of that, the Axe is actually a big part of why the IO isn't working this game. If you try to reload, he can just predictably wait and then grab 2 heroes for the price of 1. I think that's actually why Paparazzi hasn't really been as impactful this game compared to the last one.
That was so interesting right there. They got scanned, by the way, and what I mean by the XG scanned Liquid smoking over. So under the trees went Monkey King to scout it out, but Liquid didn't get close enough, so they weren't exposed. And now they're going for Roshan. We got a big clash coming out. Old 11, he's running in, KP.
He's gonna get stunned up, slowed down, needs to get out of dodge quickly here. He used the Stampede a little bit too late, and he's gonna die as a result. Nice play by Mika. Is gonna follow up, moving into Wukongs, doesn't give a damn. Zai's gonna go down. Morph able to sidestep and chase onto PYW. Matumman still living through it all, has got the dismember, is here to play, will take out the MK, and Paparazzi alone versus the world here, and it looks like the world is gonna brunt you down, but the hook comes through to save him, courtesy of a Team Liquid member.
Oh no! I mean, I know Liquid still wins the fight big time, but that is honestly a big miskill for the side of Liquid. Unfortunate timing of the hook. I mean, again, it happened, so really unfortunate. But you move on from it. Again, big picture, Liquid absolutely satisfied with the fight. They did burn the Aegis for that. But what I also noticed in that fight too, Morphling actually sitting on his morph ability until after the Aegis was used, but it just didn't matter. I mean. Once again, this presence of the Wukongs, you talked about it, the strength, the tankiness, the strength heroes of the side of Liquid, they don't really feel all concerned when they're in the midst of it. And another example of why that's the case.
Yeah, and to your point around what you're specifically saying with the morph, like he waits to morph until he sees Leshrac and sees her initiating. Like that stun, just clipping onto the centaur, offset everything. If that centaur gets out the Stampede, they have a reset opportunity. And if it wasn't for the assistance of Matumman, XG would be fully wiped here and probably losing a lot more of the map than they currently are.
Point being brought up. I mean, Leshrac was even hasted as well, so the chances of maybe catching him still a little slimmer. But either way, doesn't matter. He got away.
Yeah.
And now a 5,000 net worth lead Liquid is sitting on, but that's not going to deter XG from still feeling like they can play fairly aggressive posture. Is making the way up here to the top lane. Shadow Shaman is looking to finish.
That's going to be a freebie. Oh, the hook! Matumberman, he makes up for the earlier one, at least for a second, but not long enough. Stampede will come through. They will still kill off the ET. However, Kisses are coming in for some vengeance, and Old 11, because he's a Stampede already, he is just a slow slug waiting to be crushed by the boot of Midgame.
I mean, that's a case of save your teammate syndrome, and yes, you'd rather have your supports die for your Monkey and Core, but you even see right there the Courier going to be cut down by Zai as a result of using that Colon Blade cooldown. But, I mean, they were there very late. Monkey seemed like he was actually already good at that point, but so a bit of a scattered play from the side of Extreme Gaming. But once again, Liquid there to capitalize, take advantage. And I mean, dare I say, I keep going back to this Axe and the factor that he's able to have this game. He's working on his own BKB, which is to be coming out in the near future. And it does feel like the pure damage output of this side of XG is of concern at this point, because you know, like last game where there was that, you know, weaker back line that they would stampede on, you know, get on top of and just wreck. That doesn't exist in this game. Keep going back to that. So, needing to figure out how best to address this. And I guess it kind of goes back to what I said from the beginning, that they need to get the individual pickoffs. And it starts with a play like this of a 4-player smoke bottom.
Turn around. They are going to find Matumman to open up on, the tankiest member. Don't want to fully commit here. Just poke and prod and slowly take him down. It looks like he should be able to do so. Zai jumping in with the call going to come out though. And it looks like in the meantime, Midgame is stunned up. Wukong's going to be dropped down and Morphling needs to retreat. They at least kill off the IO, but now they're going to pay a price. Stuns are out once again on a Morph. And it looks like the mid laner of Liquid cannot get away.
It may took them a while to kill both the Pudge and the Morphling, but they did it, and that's exactly what XG needs to do. And even with the TPs coming in, they had enough lockdown. They were able to zone out the supporting cast very effectively, and it started with the Pudge kill. I mean, without Pudge, there is a lot of that presence missing from Liquid in terms of being able to create chaos, you could say, in those back lines of the side of XG. So, good capitalize from Extreme Gaming. They got the two heroes, the Morphling, of course, being the key. How about this on the Centaur? They're going to pull him back in, but
he's not allowed to leave, okay? He can't play the game. That's what's happening here. Look at the battle hunger plus the whip. The slow... Oh my God, what is this? They're like, Morphling's up in 10. They actually forced the reload out from that. And they're going to go.
I mean, why? Yeah, of course they're going to go. They're going to try to body them away because IO, he's going to be relocating back in here in a second. Comes back in, and there's a dismember. So free kill.
Wow. I don't know. Like, It's impressive the way Liquid turned what should have been nothing into something, and now
Yes.
they are milking it. Once again, Centaur cannot move and play the game. No Stampede for 20, which means no way out of this pain.
I love it. The call into the pullback to the team support. It's so pretty to watch.
He's got another one.
Very well played. Is he gonna get another? No, it's not.
He is,
Well,
yeah,
the
he's
kiss is
dead.
coming down, and he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. The kisses are enough. It's just kill after kill after kill. 3 in a row for Liquid, and now they're going for the tier 2.
Radiant's middle
What just
tower
happened?
is under
What just happened in this game? Liquid just lost the fight, bot. Just want to recall that for people. They just lost the fight, but it doesn't look like it. This is the Congo line of death out of XG, and they look like headless chickens.
I don't know why XG is even like that. Right? Why is Shadow Shaman even remotely close at that point?
Why is anyone anywhere right now, Breaky? Like, what was this sequence of events?
Yeah, it just feels like a bit of a lapse there from XG, and obviously, again, credit to Liquid, Zai leading the way with these Berserker Call initiations, but definitely a bit of a question mark plays from the side of XG. But I mean, hey, they're back up now. Shadow Shaman will be back up in 10 and be good to go, I suppose. But they got to beat KB on Leshrac. They got to beat KB on Monkey King. So KP, again, great items to have. And they still will be very useful in many cases. But there are still ways to lock you down. Again, the axe being the biggest factor. Just remember, of course, going through it as well.
That's my scary concern, is considering what I just watched Zai do, I don't think your BKBs matter unless you hit them before you get called, because the follow-up stuns are going to stop you from doing anything. So it's more or less going to force immediate BKB usages, and from there, if Zai can walk away, you just reset and go in 10 seconds later. Smoke movement on the prowl, and it looks like Zai's going to lead the way in the high ground.
Get this Leshrac. BKB is going to be activated immediately, though, so to that point, yeah, he gets it off in time, and Zai wasn't able to call. It was a good job with the Sheik. Now the Shackle's locking him. Morphling in the midst of the Wukong's man, and he's just dead. They couldn't keep him alive on the side of Liquid, and now it's in retreat mode. Zai, BKB is going to wear off soon. The chase is on for XG. The boundless strike on both, and both Axe and the other Titan will fall as well. That backfired big time.
And what timing as well. We're just 40 seconds out from Roche potentially coming out. So it might have actually lined up perfectly for XG. They're at least going to turn towards mid first, courtesy of the fact they do have great push here. But now they'll be able to take map control. And this is where it could get uncomfortable. If there's a quick spawn on Roche, Liquid could find themselves rushing out into XG vision. So right now, if you're Liquid, basically cross your fingers and pray to RNGesus that it's going to be a long wait for Roshan.
KP, I don't know if we have a replay for that or not, but can we talk about the insane reaction of the Hex of Shadow Shaman that last fight? If it wasn't for that Hex on the Axe, that fight is completely different because he wasn't able to get the call off. The BKB was then activated by Leshrac, and that's what started the ultimate turnaround in that fight. So absolutely crazy. You just got to respect the quickness of these players, and of course you wouldn't expect anything less, I suppose, when you're dealing with TI-11 play right here. But definitely a reason why they won it, and they closed that gap with the net worth lead.
And it's a fair point, Breaky. And the other cool thing, like we're gonna see it here, right here, he jumps in, immediate Hex. Like there's no gap at all. Paparazzi gets the BKB off as well, which we said he was gonna be forced to do either way, but it means he gets to use it instead. And Matsuma, man, is it me or is this Pudge kind of like he's feeling irrelevant? It feels like Zai is doing the work of two heroes, and as is typical with the history of Dota 2, Pudge is doing the work of none, which is. By the way, I'm not flaming him. I just think it's hard for Pudge to find that relevance in this game, right?
No, yeah, to the point. I mean, the Pudge isn't. He's of course not going to be a hero that he's not going to be the right-click dealer. He's not going to take over the game for you, at least in that sense. He just gets him that early ags. I know we talked about that earlier, especially playing that position 1. It allows him to get the early ags, and a blink in this case really get these items that much more faster to then be that bully in these fights, and allow Morphling in this case to sit back and be comfortable and do his thing. So to your point though, I mean it seems like that there is maybe a little bit lacking from him in the presence of these fights, but his own BKB will certainly help with that too.
Yeah, I think if the fights take a while and you can just strip member after member, that's when the Pudge looks good. But XG have adapted, and it feels like they're playing a lot harder on tempo. They're trying to go in, they're trying to actually commit fully. They're not playing this poke prod style that enables Team Liquid's draft. And we saw that come into the picture when we saw the conga line of death earlier, right? Team Liquid want that style of Dota. They don't necessarily want this 5-on-5 clash where XG have decent positioning, because with these heroes, they can run you through. Actually, like, here's an interesting thought for you, Breaky. Like, we saw that weird reload in the river earlier on, but I want to get onto this a little bit earlier. Have you noticed how the IO doesn't necessarily feel that impactful this game?
Especially when it comes to the relocate presence, I think a lot of that has to do with Liquid and the way they're playing, just very team oriented. It can, like Extreme Gaming, they need to pick off individuals, right? Like they need to catch them isolated. Liquid understands that. They're not giving them a lot of that opportunity. Now Pudge pushing out bottom lane. As I say this, somewhat showing by himself, but are you really going to overcommit onto a Pudge kill? Is probably not going to be the case, right?
Sorry, Breaky. He's getting there. The Roshan's almost in the box. We'll get him there by the second series. I love that Roshan. It's just a good piece. But no, so to kind of dissect the reasoning, in fact, we'll have to pause that because it might be a fight. Oh, the storm! Old 11 couldn't blink forward, but they'll at least find a kill on the snap. Looks like the rest of Liquid should get away. But back to that IO, because I think it's very important here. The reload plays look non-existent or bad simply because, like, if you pull yourself and another hero away from the fight, probably far away from the fight, Liquid have this style of draft that want to chase you, and they can very easily chase you and take you one by one. But right now, they're going to take two. Jump in. Counter initiation, though. Old 11.
Got the one kill immediately on the Shadow Shaman. He buys back quickly, though, and XG willing to fight this still. Midgame standing his ground, though, in the midst of this fight. But he right-clicked in, and there's that Matoma Man Pudge in the back lines, just creating that chaos. Takes out both the Leshrac and the Eye. The Wukong's put down, but it was so damn late, and honestly, not the greatest positioning. Morphling able to kind of skirt around it, but as I say this, he's now somewhat trapped in the wards, finding up against Lulu, manning up, go for the kill on a Morphling, pulling those safe from Matoma Man. Is it over yet?
I take it back. Matuma Man, the Pudge does work. Mickey trying to move away, should be able to get out safety. It looks like a TP comes out from Old 11 as well, but Liquid still getting the better side of that fight. Zai, once again, with the secondary initiation, just ensuring that XG have no mobility in these fights.
Wow. I mean, yeah, Liquid again, the net worth slightly growing as a result of that. And they're going to go right into Roshan more importantly, though. This is going to be the second Roshan kill. Shards to be picked up for them as well. Morphling was very, very, very close to death right there. But yet again, it comes down to the axe initiation. If he's able to get that call off, really specifically on this Leshrac seems to be the key. Holding him in place and allowing for the follow-up to be there, then they are in a very good spot to have a good time in these fights. What's up?
I mean, that kind of looked like the right treat when I looked at the drift back, like the particle effect. Maybe I'm just imagining things like the particle effect made that look like that should have hit. That must have been incredibly close. That hook from Pudge, he barely missed the Monkey King in the trees. But so I think we've got a few seconds to quickly dissect the rest of the IO because I think it's important. You can see he's still got reload off cooldown. And it's simply, you can't pull a player away because this lineup will chase you down. You also can't aggressively reload because what you mentioned earlier, like, there's no squishy target for you to kill in this game anymore. And also, Team Liquid, to their credit, are pretty clustered for the most, right? They're very rarely being split apart across the map. It feels like they're committing to 1 or 2 lanes max, and it's usually the 2 conjoined lanes next to each other. So the reinforcements are always close by.
Yeah, and even going further into that, looking in hindsight at this point, you really could appreciate Liquid's decision to leave the IO open almost as a bait pick for Extreme Gaming, which obviously they did with that third pick to pair up with Leshrac once again. But yeah, he is not having anywhere close to the same impact that he was having in the previous game. So clearly Liquid had a confident game plan of how to deal with it this time around, and it's showing off for them. Now we're in that phase of the game, though, where both teams content on really avoiding one another for the time being. Gonna push their own towers as I say this. Pudge blinking away as Monkey King checking things out. But of course that Aegis on Morphling has a lot of time. We're looking at 3.5 minutes for Mickey, and we're gonna see a smoke.
Let's see what we can make happen. It's a man dangling in the mid lane, but you don't want to initiate on a Pudge. This guy is pretty bulky, and you know if you get a little bit too close, that AoE slow is going to cripple you on the spot. But they are rotating around onto the ancient area of the Radiant, moving north side. Keep in mind that tier 1 is still up, so it's a little bit of a fragile thread in the needle to get through here. Scan does come out, but it seems that XG has also sniffed out the rotation.
Yeah. spider senses tingling, whatever you want to call it. Of course, you don't see anyone on the map currently. You get a little bit scared, and that's pretty much what takes place there for Extreme Gaming. So they all get out to safety. Going to be fine. Snapfire with the Solar Crest, by the way. We see him applying that to his Morphling, so a nice little buff that Morphling will get to benefit from, and they're going to come up here at 33 minutes. They're going to now take out this tier 1 top tower, and that's pretty important. Of course, some Roshan positioning control that Team Liquid takes away from the side of XG, so nice to have that at least. They're trying to hunt this Monkey King, but he's too slippery.
Yeah, it's more that it enables them to play around the Radiant Ancient area, whereas when that tier 1's there, like when they last went in there, it was kind of dangerous, right? Because if you do get pinched on both sides, even if you kill a hero, buyback comes out, there's multiple TP points. So good they finally got rid of that. Of course, for Roshan, it's not going to matter for a few more minutes. They've still got the Aegis to work with. But in the meantime, Io, do we even register it happened? I mean, I'm more heartbroken about the courier than an Io dying.
I honestly caught, and that's actually a pretty big deal more than you would think, because he had a gem that he was basically doing some counter weight there with the courier. Oh, yeah, he had a gem. He was going on the uphill down here at the Dire Ancients, and literally just walked right into Dismember for Pudge. There was no hook or anything. It was just like, oh, that's a Pudge, and hello, and then goodbye, in a bad way for him. So unfortunate there.
Gambling, couldn't find the Monkey King, but he's always hot in his tail. Really feels like Lou has done a good job of contesting on farm in a game where he's not necessarily free to just do what he wants where he wants. So it's not easy to play Monkey King in a game like this when you don't have map control.
Monkey King making his way with his own Mage Slayer, by the way, in the full Mjolnir finish over to his jungle, avoiding the team of Liquid, especially with that Aegis. Now's about a minute remaining on it, but yeah, I'm loving to see the Solar Crest buff that's constantly being applied to Mickey, that he's benefiting from, both the armor increase as well as that attack speed increase, certainly liking. Also, I believe he's the one that got the shard, or no, maybe he purchased it himself, but either way, he has a shard to go with the X Scepter effect as well on the Morphling. A shard on Snapfire, also worth pointing out if we haven't yet. Ooh, some big item pickups there, though.
Ooh. Yeah, Scotty. Scotty's actually really good in this game, considering how tanky all the heroes on the other side are. It's really going to screw the Morphling especially. I think a good Wukong's could start to turn this game, because now it starts to feel like Monkey King isn't just irrelevant. I am a little bit spooked still. It's the Matuma Man factor. Like, if he hooks you out of that Wukong's, there's a big question mark over whether you could even fight anymore.
Liquid, 18 seconds on the Aegis. So it's kind of that awkward timing here if you're Liquid. You don't want to overcommit, of course, on the Morphling at this point. Gonna show presence, really keep Extreme Gaming at bay, or maybe go for a pull-in. Oh, look at that push back, though, just back and forth, but getting pulled and pushed every which way. And ultimately a BKB pop and nothing happens.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit greedy at the end of the Aegis. That's a pretty crafty move, because you wouldn't expect your opponent to make that jump with 10 seconds left on an Aegis. But now they have to fully retreat. I love the fact they give respect over, that XG want to fight right, because there's an immediate smoke out of the base. You don't want to be stuck in here. Typically, teams will look to make this maneuver as soon as the Aegis runs out, because it's a bit too cocky without that second life for the alternative team to feel like they can control the entire map at once.
Absolutely. Yeah, so certainly a smart decision here from XG, but Liquid, again, playing it smart. They are all sticking together. Now make their way to the bottom lane. You see that's actually going to be a Radiant scan. Hitting nothing for the side of XG, so they're just as lost as far as where Liquid is currently, but they could be finding each other soon.
Oh, pings came out. Immediate jump away. They know Axe is here, though, and they don't want to walk into him. Zai has been a permanent thorn on their side in this game so far. Old 11 looking to move in. Shiva's Matuma Man in with a jump. The Hex comes out to interrupt him, kissing the backline. Wukong's goes down. Stampede to try and reset and get a better position in here, but the Shaman still can't survive through it. Mickey looking for targets. Paparazzi running off to the side. Is going to stand his ground to fight, but Cookie to toss him away and out of range of the Monkey King. Stun interruption to the Splitter through. Gets rid of MK. Paparazzi now in trouble. The Splitter follow-up from the Morphling shuts him down, and Liquid are dominating this fight.
That Earth Splitter, absolutely crazy damage. The natural order effect certainly kicking in as well from the other Titan, but the key for Liquid in that fight, I think, was the reset. And certainly it looked like XG actually was looking great in early on in that fight, because Zai was not able to get a good initiation off. He was almost dead from the beginning of that fight. He was playing run and survive mode. Leshrac was running him down, but weren't able to kill him. And eventually Monkey King kind of just got kited, frankly. He had trouble sitting on targets himself and able to do a bit of damage. And, well, the dismember eventually happened, and we saw the earth splitter, and that kind of explains itself. So, similar to last game, it really is just kind of great reset here coming out in these fights. Liquid, especially understanding how they need to win a fight after the initiation took place, and they did it appropriately.
Beautifully done as well. And now, in this situation, Monkey King didn't expect that, clearly. I mean, you never expect to die that way. Honestly, that ruptured an eardrum, that split was so damn good. But the damage that came out from that, wiping him, he didn't have buyback. So this is 2 lanes. And Liquid get out free without any real punishment for being here.
Yeah. Well, they deserve it, right? You know, that's what happens when we win a massive fight like that. Extreme Gaming can only just sit back and really watch as a majority of their base, it feels like it's taken out. They got the melee racks, they took out both racks, spot him, and now let's take the jungle away from XG if you're Liquid, and also farm those tier 4 items, which we're at 38.5 minutes now into this game. So tier 4 items going to start becoming that reality as well. We already see a Spell Prism being dropped to be used for the side of XG at least, but teams now content on farming those for the time being. Roshan, about a minute before he spawns. That will be the 3rd one.
And you know what? Like maybe you could justify Midas to be getting these neutrals quicker, but I want to highlight something for all those people in my pub games that haven't learned yet. Look at this: 2 games in, some of the best players in the world, not a single Midas breaky. Can we get over this in our pub games, please?
Don't get ahead of yourself. There's going to be Midases plenty in this event.
Oh my god, this is so furious. BYW, this is infuriating right now. Midgame moves in, stun comes out, Leshrac stuck on the spot for half the Stampede, gets the BKB out, but it's too little too late. Liquid are just out of control in this game, and XG have no way to recover these fights.
It's just, he's just dead. It says, yeah, Liquid is making a statement here in game number 2 right now. At 11, he'll be fine at least, but it's over. Yeah, GG, that's it. And this is going to finish in a tied series, of course, 2-game series, so that's it between these 2 teams right now, but nice response from Liquid here in game 2 and making it 1-1 in the end.
Yeah, great drafting, great approach to this mid game as well. I think a really big turning point in this where it was kind of even and then it quickly backfired is that fight that started around the Dire Ancients, if you remember, where the Centaur basically couldn't move more than 200 units for half a minute, and that turned into a Congo line of death. It just felt like XG lost their flow from that point, and Liquid were quick to seize upon it. That's not to say they didn't compete earlier on, but I think it was maybe a little bit more even before that point. But from there on, it just felt like this was slowly edging more and more in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, especially when you consider that that was a last pick Monkey King. That's something that I'm kind of taking from this game in the draft there. And Lou, I think, played solid, certainly. But in the end, he just wasn't able to have any impact against the lineup. I just think that goes to XG just didn't respect that absolute tanky lineup on the other side, the strength hero galore that came out. And one other point I want to make about the Pudge, too. I know, we had some fun with Matama Man there, some fun hooks, whatever, and making the point that maybe he wasn't having the most impact. He really was, honestly. It's just It's one of those. It's hard to appreciate. Yeah, it's hard to really see that as a spectator sometimes, where it's like as a player, I guarantee you, XG was feeling that Pudge in that game and just rotting all over the place, sitting in the back line. So, again, well played, good draft in the end from Liquid, and they split the series, and I think both teams can be somewhat satisfied. Is that fair to say, KP? Like, that's a result where it's group stages, both teams very good potential. Maybe both are satisfied in the end, I suppose.
I think these are really good games. Like game 1, you felt like there were moments either side could take it. Even here in game 2, like even when it was snowballing, the way it was snowballing was so much fun to watch from both sides. And I love that you bring up that Pudge detail, how it's not apparent. Someone else that's not apparent is we have God Vision, we're always seeing everything. When you look at these 2 sides and you think about the heroes involved, Team Liquid's draft is a lot scary to play against when you don't have vision. And I think XG, once they start getting stripped of that, that's another X factor that heroes like Pudge and Axe offer you up. So just great utilization of their draft around the mid game and great momentum by Team Liquid to give us a 1-1 draw. But this is only the first series, and man, it was a hype one. I got to give credit where credit is due, man. Yeah.
I knew we had potential of this being a really good series, KP, but it is something else when it actually lives up to that hype, right? And we had a great series here. And hey, maybe it's as simple as, dare I say, pick Marcy, win game. Ban Marcy, win game. I'm just saying. I mean, that's maybe something to look out for throughout this whole event here. We'll see. We'll see with the Marcy.
Most popular hero, you know, that you could be right. You could be on summon there, Breaky, but we're going to have to wait to find out. There's plenty more Doa action to catch. What we're going to do now is we're going to head across to a short break. But if you want your dose of extreme gaming, go nowhere, my friends, because up next on Stream C, we're going to have more XG when they face up against Wildcard.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We've got an amazing game coming up for you just now, and I'm joined with the wonderful Wagamama for this series. Say hi to everybody, Waga.
Hello, and hey, Moxie. Are you excited to get to cast some Wildcard versus Extreme right now?
I'm so excited. There's so much on the line right now. There's so exciting games that are going to be happening, and each of these teams is going to be playing at their best because they want to make it into getting those final coveted spots. But we have the draft up. We're ready to roll, and I love it. I love to see these guys get excited. So what are you thinking that we're going to see coming out from both of these teams?
I mean, going up into this, I think a lot of teams have been sort of under the radar a bit, just scrimming and practicing. Trying to find much content on them before this is hard, like studying their replays. I've been going through a little bit what they've been doing, but it's been so long time of scrimming now. I think they've just probably adapted to the patch. So I think we're gonna see on day one here a bit of what teams have stabilized into. But so far, it looks like Morphling with the Aghanim Scepter is very, very strong. Played a lot. Marcy, no surprise there. So Marcy gets banned out, and it's actually going to be a Chen lineup for
10
Wildcard.
seconds remaining.
Interesting. Well, I mean, that makes sense. They do like to do a lot of early pushing and maneuvers with that. But yeah, I felt like, we saw a lot of openings with Marcy, and we are seeing some other heroes that are slowly growing in popularity with the most recent patch. But it feels like these teams, they kind of are just going with what they know. The Elder Titan's a little bit different, though. I haven't seen a lot of him recently. And of course, Primal Beast being added recently, too. Be interested to see how that's going to play or where they're going to run it.
I like ET as a response already when you see Chen. I mean, if you think about Elder Titan, he has such good stun. Using his Q, he can stop the Chen army really, really well. And it's hard to micro into it. Also, you're going to get extra bonus damage on that Spirit since there will be a lot of units. So it's a nice read. And then pairing it up with Lena, which is just a good follow-up stun if he ever catches someone with a stomp. So good opening from Extreme. I like what they're doing there. Quite, logical for a reaction for Chen here. And Wildcard, they're going to go with Primal Beast. Touching on the Chen that they picked, I think I would really like to see them play a really high tempo, take all the tier 2s early type lineup, because I think they've had some, when I looked at this team, they have some really strong early game, but they struggle a bit to close out the game later. So I want them to capitalize harder on winning super hard early and taking the entire map.
Yeah, and I think that's a common thread that we see with a lot of some of the tier 2 teams where, they'll get this really nice start, but then have a lot of difficulty kind of closing it out. I know back in the day, the old Alliance squad that's now Liquid used to have that issue as well, where they would get this really great head start and then they would just have so much trouble they couldn't close it out. So I like that idea, especially considering that Extreme Gaming, this is one of the top teams. I think a lot of people have them listed as one of their potentials to make it out of these last chance quals and make it to TI. So having a strong momentum lineup that you can, execute well, very important. But on the flip side, I mean, look at Extreme Gaming. Look at these guys. These are super famous, very legacied players, Paparazzi, PYW, Old 11 especially, DY, and then of course Lou, just kind of the cherry on top of the sundae here, showing that, he can roll with these guys that have, these storied legacies.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Extreme are the ones that most people expect to be the winner here. They did just come off, a 1-1 result in their previous series here. I think they want to get a 2-0 against Wildcard for sure. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they have more to prove here, you could say. But this is the last chance qualifier, a really high-pressure environment. So we'll see if they're going to be up for it. I think Extreme are probably more used to the pressure that's going to come with this tournament here. And they're going for what a lot of teams like to do when the pressure is really on, you go back to something quite simple. It's
10
stuns on
seconds
stuns,
remaining.
and that's what they have. ET, Lina, Earth Spirit. This is a very common way to draft
5 seconds
when you want to
remaining.
play it safe, sort of. So it's going to be hard to play anything like I was mentioning Morphling earlier being a popular hero and being strong in this patch. It could be hard to play that into all these disables. We'll see what wildcard want to reveal.
I think it also limits the hero pool in the mid lane as well. I know that Alone, he's a big fan of playing like Storm Spirit or like these heroes that eventually will have the mobility, but until they hit a certain point, they are so susceptible to ganks. And Earth Spirit is one of those really great heroes that's going to be able to, you know, provide some of that pressure if necessary, move around the map, and, you know, make you think twice about who are you going to be sending to these lanes. And another thing too, Alone, he's going to feel some of the pressure. Although with this Invoker pickup, I'm guessing that's most likely going to be Alone playing it, but he's new, he's young, he's only, as he just informed us, he's 18 now, so he's not a baby, he's a man, but
He's a man.
I'm
Yeah.
so old, you know, he's a baby to me, just had his
Oh, to
birthday,
be
but
18 again.
this is his first international LAN, I'm pretty sure, so like a lot of pressure on him, and of course it's TI, like this is the big one, so really going to be looking to see if he can have that momentum, shine on this Invoker, make these plays, and keep up with some of these legends. Like trying to go mid against Paparazzi, man, that's a tough order. And a Pudge
It
pickup.
is. It is, but he also got, you know, some very good laning skill. I think he plays very good in the, like I said, Wildcard's early game looks pretty solid. And picking up the
10
Invoker and
seconds
Snapfire, they give themselves a lot of burst damage here with the Primal Beast. They have the Primal ulti, you know, he can charge in, ulti, catch, grab someone, and then Snapfire and Invoker can really lay in the damage into that. But Extreme, they just keep doubling down what they already have. One thing that's a little bit scary for Extreme, though, is that they're adding a lot of melee. They have now Earth Spirit, Pudge, and ET. I'm not really a fan of having too many heroes that play on the same distance in a fight, that all go in and stand in the
10
same
seconds
area,
remaining.
let's call it. So we'll see how they round out the draft. At least they have Lina
5
to
seconds
sit behind
remaining.
all these chunky boys.
That'll definitely be more protective. I know, I feel like they've already picked up their offlane at this point, but I know that the Vi Llama plays an absolutely sick Timbersaw, which would be pretty nice against going these melee heroes, like you said. But at this point, pretty sure that's going to be the Primal Beast in the offlane, and they're still looking for the Eve hero. And Eve has done like quite a bit. He played a lot of Chaos Knight back during the earlier quals and whatnot. I'm not sure if that's necessarily where they want to go with this one.
Yeah.
Still available in the pool. Troll also was banned out. That was another very popular hero for Wildcard. But what do you
Yeah,
think pairs well against all this?
I think at this point you can go in multiple
10
different
seconds
ways.
remaining.
I think he should be some form of ranged hero that can just deal damage from far away. But he's actually gonna go the other approach, going straight into Sven. More setup again. Having Invoker in your team, you want to have as much disable to provide for him to be able to deal damage as possible. And perhaps Sven can be good against all these melee heroes that might stack up for the cleave.
10
So
seconds
he gives
remaining.
himself a lot of utility here as well for the Chen army. The
5
Warcry
seconds
is
remaining.
great when you have summons. They get faster and tankier. You can really charge in and do stuff. So, okay, that's going to be Wildcard's carry. And like you mentioned, he plays a lot of strange, let's say, non-meta carry heroes. I mean, Sven, we've seen a little bit of Sven here and there. They actually lost to Sven, I believe, as well in the regionals a bit. But this is also not the most expected carry.
No, it is a little bit different, but I also think that, you know, in this situation, everyone's kind of getting their bearings in this sense of, you know, okay, this is the first game that we're going to be doing here. Let's pick something comfortable. Let's see, you know, especially when you're up against something like Extreme Gaming, when you're already kind of the underdogs in a sense. Pick what's comfortable to start with. See, you know, get a feel for it. How are they going to play? How are they going to move? I think that's never a bad idea. But there's a lot of deliberation going on as the Broodmother pick comes out now for Extreme Gaming.
Wow. You have to imagine that
Old
they
11,
really
let's
wanted
go.
to play this, considering that Sven was just picked and they still go for the Broodmother. But okay, that means it is going to be at a carry Pudge, sort of expected when you see both the Earth Spirit and ET as well. And we knew he was going to be a core, and you probably don't want to offlane. So, going to go with the carry Pudge and Old 11's Brood here. Last pick Brood is always a terrifying thing. I would be a little bit concerned if I was Wildcard, actually, seeing this lineup.
Which is interesting because, we talk about having some unconventional core pickups with the fact that they have the Sven. But now, of course, although the Pudge, is more meta, we are seeing that is very popular. And then with the Old 11 Broodmother, too, it seems like we don't care about Cleave. We know that we can run you over. But how well do you think Wildcard's going to do here? Like, what do they need to do to kind of get ahead? Because it feels like right now you're leaning towards Extreme Gaming's draft.
Yeah, I'm leaning a little bit more towards them. I think what Wildcard need to have happen here is Sam's rotations. How is he going to make stuff happen on this Chen? Where is he going to go? I think I'm expecting them to do a 2-1-2 setup as for where they start out the lanes, but Chen is a hero that wants to make moves and take towers early. In order to make that happen, though, he first needs to secure his Sven. So can Sven be protected well enough by the Chen in the laning stage? Can he get off to a good start that Chen can then leave him and go make moves that he needs to do? I think that comes down to be the crucial thing. So I would follow Chen a lot if I wanted to be a wildcard supporter in this.
Okay, well, there's a lot of pressure on Sammy to be able to make these rotations, be efficient, put down the ganks and all the tower pushing, but it's going to be a little bit of an uphill challenge here for Wildcard. Looks like we do have a little issue right now. We're going to get you into this game as soon as possible, folks, but do have a couple connections that need to get restarted here. So pretty excited, though. I mean, Old 11 on the Broodmother. This guy is super fun to watch. There's this whole thing where in the Chinese scene, it's like Old 11, when Old 11 goes in, you need to be ready because he's just going to run in with his face and he doesn't wait for his team in a sense. He is the one that's just like, let's go, let's charge in there. So I'm going to be very interested to see then how he moves around the map with this Broodmother.
Yeah, he was doing the same thing in the series they just played as well. He was playing Centaur, and he was indeed doing, as he said, he led the way and let his team follow. He at one point blinked in, caught someone, and he was like, "Where's my teammates?" And he just pressed his ulti, like, "Get over here! Come and help me kill this guy." But Broodmother is a less team-dependent hero. He is platinum tier on the Broodmother, so certainly plays a fair share of her. But this is less team-dependent and more about asserting, some pressure and dominance over a certain area and making it easier for your team to play the rest of the map. So we'll be curious to see how he's going to perform on this. I feel like I haven't seen his Broodmother in a long time. I've seen him play a lot of other action-heavy mid offlaners, but Brood is a bit more like a carry in the sense that you can sit and just farm a lot and pressure.
Well, I think it'll be interesting because I feel like I remember in the past, usually they would ban Old 11's Broodmother, especially if it was more in the meta. But this could be the game where they go, oh, yeah, that's right. He plays that. We should never let him take that again.
Might be intentional, here on day one of Last Chance Qualifier. Just put it out there. Get a Brood game so that teams might have to think about banning it in the first phase. Already he's getting tipped here as the game starts out. Last pick Brood.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the mind games. Everybody really wants to get that final spot for sure here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. My other concern, too, is we talked about, this Broodmother, right, is the fact that, Old 11's probably going to be moving around the map. He's going to be trying to make this space. But at the same time, when you look at the rest of the draft coming out from Extreme, they don't have very good tower push. Eventually, Lena will be able to, kind of ramp up with Fiery Soul, but it's not going to be easy by any means.
Yeah, that's when you have carry Pudge. It gives that effect where Pudge can be a big, thick carry, but he doesn't really push buildings. He pushes by killing the opponents or scaring the opponents away from defending and then slowly taking the tower. But Lena makes up for that, more than makes up for it, by just having Fiery Soul and hitting very fast. I think they'll be okay in that department still.
Are there any specific lane-to-lane matchups that we want to be keeping our eyes on, aside from the fact that, we talked about Sam having that very crucial just presence in this early laning game?
No, it seems like both teams are setting up just by positioning right now. They're doing what we sort of expect them to be doing. It's going to be Chen and Sven together, the safe lane duo wildcard, and of course Old 11's Broodmother is going to be there as well. Oh. A little bit of a hook attempt for a rune.
I don't know if they really want to deal with the Vailama, though, right now. We'll get a couple smacks off, but for the most part, it just feels like people want to head off to the lanes.
2 for 2 on the bounty runes. No advantage for either team from the start.
I do love these voice lines. I don't know. I think that one is Song of the Siren, if I'm My Brazilian Portuguese is correct. I'm not 100%
Oh.
sure, but the oohs at the end too is beautiful. Man, I should have sung in my voice line. Yours is great, by the way. You've got just the laugh. It's very tilting.
Oh yeah, I want something spammable that I can use on my opponent. Now I don't have to, you know, say anything. I can literally just spam my own voice line. It's great.
Yeah, Slacks has been doing that in every game recently. It is very annoying.
It's a marketing strategy.
It absolutely is. I think somebody posted up like saying, oh yeah, you know, Slack's voice line is the most spammed line. And he's like, it's because I spam it in every single one of my own games.
Someone has to start.
So mostly a skirmish up here in the top lane. Nothing too wild. Bottom lane, DY is going to go and throws down that sentry ward off to the side.
Yeah. Yeah, bottom lane we see both the camps being blocked, so none of the camps will spawn. Top lane they did get the big camp spawn, so it's gonna be available for pulling for Radiant if they want to pull it. And speaking of lanes, I'm looking at mid lane a bit, and so far it looks like Invoker is struggling a little bit. Lina is a very strong hero to start. Her CSing is powerful.
Yeah, she does have a quite nice range. I'm curious in... Oh, hold that thought here over in the mid lane. Lone trying to get off a couple clicks over onto Paparazzi. But I'm curious because normally, you know, when you have something like this Elder Titan, you like having additional creeps that you're able to, you know, go and drop the Spirit on, get that little bonus damage. It's one of the reasons why you mentioned, you know, Chen is not super great against this Elder Titan. Although they're not paired up in the lane against each other. Is there a reason? Is it just like they're too strong with this Primal Beast and the Snapfire in the bottom lane for pulling?
You don't want to allow them to pull. If you, I mean, yeah, you can get stronger on ET by creeps existing, but it's so annoying to have to come and contest if Dire were to pull the big camp. So you just have to try and block. Almost always we see teams just not want to let the opponents get a pull off at all. But he should be looking to deward his own small camp though, so he can get a stack going on that. That can make him really strong for going in and punching on the lane.
And like you said, just goes, gets that dewarding done. I guess the other thing too is, right, you have a safe lane Pudge. Pudge doesn't really do too much early on, so he can't take as much advantage. But DY just going to continue to drop that Spirit, a couple punches off, get some of these last hits secured.
Yeah, this the bottom lane of strength laners. It's all strength heroes on this. Just standing there smacking creeps together.
Super brawly. A bit concerned in this mid lane though, like you said, Lena. She's very, very strong. Definitely feels like, you know, alone. Again, he's the new kid on the block, so to speak, going up against Paparazzi. But the CS difference is pretty big.
Yeah, Invoker can afford to be a little bit behind in CS, like first levels. He's very weak and then he gets stronger, but you need to start recovering. At least they burned out some of the mana from Lina, but rune control would help him. If Snapfire can go and check the bottom room perhaps on the 4 minutes, that could definitely be one way to stop Paparazzi's advantage here. Because right now he is laying in the right clicks on Invoker, and lane will not get much easier than this.
And I'll be interested to see if they eventually see some sort of a rotation coming out from Sam to maybe put pressure on the mid lane. Not 100% sure though. Are we happy with the way that Sam is playing this top lane currently? I mean, obviously you need to secure the farm for your Sven.
I think he identified a good solution. He found this Frost Mage, and he's just spamming Ice Armor over on Sven, making it so that he can safely stand there and CS and trade hits, with Broodmother not really able to do damage to him. Sven is having a very passable laning stage here. It's not bad, but Brood is also finding her farm.
And look at Paparazzi over here in this mid lane. He's trying to put the pressure on Alone. Bottom lane, though, more pressure being placed on Lou. You can see them just trying to trade off with the hits, but doesn't look like they'll be able to finish off the Pudge just yet. We talked about that rune control earlier. We did see the rotation come out from PYW over on the Earth Spirit. He got the top water rune secured for Lena, and Lena grabbed the bottom. So, not having the greatest of a time here over in the mid lane. Looks like Alone is actually just alone. Bottom lane, though, there it is. There's the first blood. Divine Llama gonna be able to get the kill on Lou.
Yeah, with that level 2 trample, does so much damage. He actually managed to bring him down in the end, and there's not much you can do on ET if you don't have Stomp ready, so they've been going on Pudge over and over, forcing out the Stomp and then killing him when it's on cooldown.
You see that PYW is making his way over to the mid lane. There is no vision here for Alone, so he's got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, he has
See
3
another TP
heroes.
from DY. They want this kill. They'll go for the Laguna down over onto the low ground. They need a couple more clicks. So they keep the spirit on him. Try
Oh,
to
he's
chase a
gonna
little bit
die.
further. A nice tornado though from Alone, but the stomp comes in. Alex is here. Cookie hops forward. Looks like Alone. Is he going to be able to make it out? Do they have any sort of detection? They know he's here, but they do not have the detection. And Alone, he's going to survive for another day. They might turn this around on PYW, in fact. Alone waiting patiently. Has to be careful. Ooh, that fire. Oh, man, that Dragon Slave was a little close for comfort.
That was so close, so close. Even his courier surviving with a high ground miss as well. Just barely gets out. That was really big though. A lot of heroes tried to kill him. He still survives. Keeps back to mid lane, relying on Quas to regen, and wants to defend and get some experience here. With the help now of Snapfire, recognizing that he can't really leave Invoker to himself entirely.
I think it's the response reaction. The roll forward, though, a little bit off the mark from PYW. Do they try to challenge us, though? They're out this cookie hop again. Do you have the creep nearby? A little bit of a slow, cold snap, followed up with the tornado. Should be enough to get the kill. This Harpy will continue to put out that little bit of lightning over onto Paparazzi, but I think Alone just wants to be able to hit some creeps for a change.
There's a huge kill though to get, because now he has earn charges. For Quaswex Invoker, this is the most important kill in the game. Getting your first kill that allows you to get some earn charges, you can start finding more kills on the back of that. So now he's stronger for both healing up and doing some damage back to the enemy. Oh, they're going on him in mid?
They are indeed, but it's gonna be fine.
He's playing with fire all the time here Alone. He's gonna get ultied by Lina. Just an angry ulti. Wow, runs up, clicks it. Doesn't even get the kill, but they are... he must have said something to them. They are playing angry towards this mid laner.
I mean, they want to shut him down. They're probably angry about earlier when he escaped with almost no hit points thanks to a good rotation from Alex. You know, they thought he was in their hands. Top lane, though, do see that Old 11 has amassed a little bit of a spider army. Hasn't managed to push down too far just yet, but they are going to go after these Chen creeps, which will make Sam pretty sad here, but... Bottom lane, the hook from Lou, just poking a bit here.
Yeah, he has a lot of spiders, but he won't really be able to pressure the lane too much as long as Eve stays around and is ready to defend. He has level 3 on the Great Cleave. It's not much Broodmother can do pushing into that, so the tier 1 tower is still untouched. 0 damage dealt, even as Broodmother is about to hit level 7 here. Finally, try and maybe do some tower damage as Sven is jungling.
I was about to ask, are we happy with the way that Old 11 is playing this? Obviously, you know, he's a platinum tier, he knows what he's doing, but I think it's been a little bit difficult facing off with the Sven, who does have those 3 points in the cleave. Not being able to put the damage and the pressure, and of course having to be careful that you don't feed all your babies.
He's doing great. His CS is great in particular. He has been getting so many denies against Sven, and I think that's the most important thing for you to focus on. If you can't push the lane, at least minimize what the enemy carry can get on the lane. And he's being a nuisance here to the Chen, who might go down.
Oh, Sam! Oh, that's a tip right there. There it is. I know my NA Dota boys. That's a tip and a half.
True.
That was close, though. I'm sure his butthole's a little clenched from that.
Yeah, nice TP out though. He survives, and Old 11 is doing what he needs to do, though, just pressuring the enemy safe lane so that he creates some space for his Lina to farm and make moves that she wants. Speaking of which, TPing bottom. All on the hook. Can he get? Oh, the spirit misses.
That is a shiny courier. I can't even tell what it is. It is so
Yeah, what the?
bright.
What the hell is that?
It's the Beko. It's the white tiger from like I think it was like a Nexon event. I have that one because it's a little kitty cat, and I'm pretty stupid for cats, but that prismatic gem is something else. Smoke play though coming out from the side of Wildcard. They've got their eyes. They're looking for Lina, I think. Gonna run to DY first. Looks like he's probably going to end up being the sacrificial lamb with a couple clicks. And there he goes.
Yeah, not much he can do. At least the Lina survived, so he gank tanks that. But a haste rune now for Invoker. He can maybe look towards make even more kills happen. He is drawing a line. He wants to come top and try for the Broodmother.
I already popped the God Strength, though, over on Even. He's getting munched away. Turn back around. Teleports are coming out. We'll see the Primal Beast. Here comes Divine Llama. As it runs in. He's going to use that, picks him up, uses the Pulverize, and squashes himself in itty bitty spider.
Yeah, Invoker's like, I was here too. He gets an earn charge at least for his efforts running all the way over here, but in the end wasn't needed. Nice TP by Davai.
That's the Purge voice line of, I'm helping.
Yep, definitely. Definitely. Feels like Wildcard, again, going to what we said in the drafting phase, they play a nice early game. They're now 4-0, getting themselves a pretty good start, but CS-wise, it is Extreme that are a little bit ahead. This Lina is huge, and her impact is yet to be seen. She mainly wants to farm up. Looks like BKB is going to be the item build. Straight into it, recognizing the magical damage that's coming out from Primal Beast, Snapfire, and Invoker.
It's a lot of magic damage for sure, and also you've talked about the lockdown earlier, making sure that they're able to go and put the damage out, put the clicks down, while the beefy boys in the front take all of that other damage. But we are seeing this rotation now. They're taking over the Radiant jungle, and I think we'll finally, at this point, we'll be able to see Broodmother hit the tower a little bit, but with their own rotations down here, it's going to probably be a trade tier 1 for tier 1, although Bylon is still top.
Yeah, they TP'd out now, though, with Everon towards top, so I think Davai, when he realizes that, he's probably not going to stick around too long here. Also like what Broodmother is doing, sending the spiders out to every single area of the jungle here. He clearly is playing with the correct settings to split the spiders quickly, which is insanely powerful for scouting. We're going to see him do this a lot throughout the game. It's a really powerful tool to just have spiders everywhere.
Pressure being placed over onto the mid lane. Paparazzi, Cookie Hop 4 will just land over. Oh, barely catch Paparazzi with these kisses. This is not looking good for Lena. She likes fire, but she doesn't like this kind.
That is a huge kill.
Nice pickoff.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed to get a kill on the Lena because she was looking like she's getting a little bit too big, and slowing her down is going to make an easier mid and late game for the Sven in particular, because most of their physical damage is going to be the Lena. So that pickoff is really important.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they showed the Lena like that, because she is getting closer towards that BKB, and I feel like that's such a huge power spike for her, right?
It's going to be. I think the issue is that Lena farmed so fast jungle that the jungle was kind of depleted in the area that she was at, so she went mid to try and take those creeps, and then she just found herself a little bit too aggressively positioned. So good catch by Alone. And with Snapfire, I mean, you see the potential. Quaswex Invoker and Snapfire together. The Cold Snap goes down with a Tornado catch, and Snapfire can just lay in the ulti.
Get a little cheeky here over in the mid lane, putting some pressure on Lou. And again, it's still have not seen okay, we do end up having the pressure over here on this mid lane. This is, of course, very important tower for both the teams. The access point over towards the Roche area, having that TP.
Yeah.
Curious though to see how they're planning on moving, because do you see Old 11 creeping forward, has some webs already placed down. They'll go for the denial on the tower though, so looks like Extreme just gonna back off. Old 11 continuing to farm up within the offensive, and now PYW getting poked a little bit. They'll end up grabbing that Harpy. But
Man, it stings really badly to get hit by the EMP like that. It's, it looks like not much happened, but really that was 475 mana burned, just gone.
There's the Pulverize, there's the Snapfire Kisses, and is Old 11 gonna make it out? I don't think it's gonna be enough. Yeah, Alex cleans up another kill.
Yeah, Wildcard playing very controlled here. I like what they're doing. And having the full Centaur army on Sam as well, these gank potentials they have are pretty strong right now. I said that we need to keep our eyes on Sam, but it's been, honestly, Alone playing very powerful early game here. Despite not having the best laning stage, he's now been involved in 4 kills, getting a lot of earn value. And he went back for the Midas on Invoker as well, so he's trying to secure that he's not going to just be hinging on the early game going great. He's going to scale well into the mid and late game as well.
How differently do you think this would have been if they were able to get that kill earlier on when they made the rotation with the 2 supports from Extreme?
I think they could have found themselves be a lot more on the back foot right now, but it seems like Extreme are the ones trying to pressure. They took the mid tower very early, they took the top tower, but even so, Wildcard are the ones in control in a sort of defensive, like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu style, you know? They're letting them come to themselves and just dealing with Extreme getting out of position. Extreme again, looking to be the aggressors with a smoke now.
They'll start combing through the top area. Do you see Divine Llama? They don't see that. Okay, Alone is there. He's got to be fast, though, if he wants to get out of here in time. Big Laguna, but doesn't manage to do enough, as they do manage to find Alone. So this should be a kill. They'll finally take down the Invoker. Follow up now with Alex. The chase is on. The roll forward coming out from PYW, but he's here. He pops the gut strength, but he doesn't have a way to get in there that fast. So he's going to have to just walk his way over. They get the stun off, but they feel reluctant to go in because they don't have Invoker. They don't have this opening here. All right, Divine Llama chases after PYW, not going to be able to quite grab him in time, as Old 11 is still just over here on the side, feeling very confident that they're not going to try to make any moves on him, and he'd be correct.
Yeah, he's pretty difficult to catch here with all the high ground, low grounds, and tree lines that he can run around, so he's staying in the area, doesn't really want to back out fully. So this is, after all, when you play Broodmother, you build your home. You have all your webs up here. He doesn't want to leave it. He doesn't want to get evicted out of this area. He's going to stay. But that was a pretty good catch for them still. Managing to get the Invoker was a nice kill. It almost looked like they could catch both Invoker and Divine Llama there, but he at least charged out before it happened.
You heard it here, folks. Waga confirming that Broodmother, the coziest, comfiest hero in Dota 2,
Yes.
does not want to leave her home. You know, Hugo, is that how you pronounce it? I'm not sure if I did that right.
Oh yeah, yeah, the very, very cozy little Broodmother, just the perfect perfect spot for her to sit. But no, I think they're doing a good effort here by Wildcard, not letting Broodmother completely own this territory though. Even though her webs are down, look at them, they're still playing the area, they're still running there all the time, and Old 11 is not getting as much farm as he potentially could here on his Brood. And Sven is actually the most farmed in the game, going for the good old Mask of Madness plus Echo Saber build. Farming quite fast. His HP drops much faster now in jungle, by the way, than it used to. The Mask of Madness really doesn't sustain you very well in jungle anymore, so he's probably happy he got the Dragon Scale for a bit of extra armor and health free.
Okay, well, we do have the Blink Dagger being flown out to Eve right now. So what I'd really like to see, again, they've had the, okay, I was about to say, I'd like to see a smoke come out from the side of Wildcard, even though it seems like Extreme is the one. That, man, I was going to be so cool looking. I was going to be like, I bet they're going to smoke. But then they smoked before I could say it.
Yeah.
All right, here it is. If they could get the jump on Old 11 here. Show off with the Alpha Wolf. Here comes S, but he doesn't get the,
Oh, he misclicked.
go for that. Yeah, he hits the Mask of Madness, so he can't,
yeah,
he can't get the stun. Oof.
He must have misclicked the stun a little bit there and popped the Mask of Madness too early, couldn't stun anymore. And suddenly he popped his ulti and everything for what? So right now, Extreme are just gonna make sure he doesn't get anything like Roche for free, but a little bit sad reveal of the Blink Dagger. You definitely want to get a kill with that one.
That's being kind, I think, by saying a little bit of a sad. That's a huge disappointment, I'm pretty sure,
sad.
right?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
it's a
there
big
goes
disappointment. He skipped going BKB first item before getting the Blink here, just because you want to be able to make impact happen right now. And yeah, now with the Dita rune on the Lina and Travels ready, she might be the one more ready to make a big move happen. She could also just keep farming though. Lina is a very farm-intense mid hero.
I mean, that's the nice thing, is that she has a kit that makes her very effective if she does want to try to be active early, but also, you know, can just kick back if she has the space, if she's, you know, comfortable enough in the jungle to really burst up that way.
He's recognizing that he has to play pretty greedy because they have a Pudge carry. Pudge carry doesn't turn into a right-click hero ever. He will be a tanky hero that stands on the front line, but someone has to do that right-click damage, and Paparazzi, he knows this. So he's playing in a very selfish way here, which is really what they need out of him. Using that DD rune just to farm jungle, not even making a rotation with it.
I love how you say Pudge isn't a right-click hero. Not yet, he's not Waga, but with the way that, you know, These heroes have been turning recently. It's possible that eventually we'll see that, or maybe even the right-click techies.
Hit us with a Moonshard Pudge. Go in and click.
I'd like to see Wildcard. Like, I feel like they're interested in this Roche, but when you have something like an Elder Titan on the enemy team, it's so scary to get into that pit unless you know that he's taken care of or he's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's difficult to get in there. I don't think you can get away with an early Roche without getting kills here. You're not going to be able to sneak it. You don't really have something like an Ursa. So it's going to be smokes again, and they're going to do it. It's Dire smoking up again. New attempt here with the Sven Blink.
PYW in the right place, right time, breaks the smoke. Only oh, a little bit off the mark. Eve. Oh dear. Eve, though, chasing after Lou. They want this kill. Gets to slow down, throwing out the Snapfire Kisses. Looks like PYW is going to be the one who falls. Do they go any further, though? Do they go for this dive? They do have the tower up. They have to be careful that they don't overextend. Alone.
Oh, Alone
gets hooked back. Nicely played here by Lou with the LSA. That's a dead Invoker.
You can see that Invoker.
Nice table
yeah,
start.
he wanted to go in there. He wanted to buff up Sven with the Alacrity and go in for that kill. Sven still had ulti, so he was trying to go. Meanwhile, top now. Perhaps Broodmother can get caught.
I feel like Eve keeps having these moments where he blinks forward and there's like this pause before he goes in with the stun.
This is nerves. This is 100% nerves. What's happening with him? Like, this is the second time that he blinks in and doesn't stun the target that he wants to go on. Sure, his blink there was into smoke reveal. The Earth Spirit was sitting behind a tree line, and he thought that someone was farming the jungle camp, because why else would his smoke break right there? So he just blinks in and stuns on the camp, but Earth Spirit wasn't on it, so a little bit too hectic there. I hope he doesn't get in his head too much about this. Easy to get nervous when you fail twice with a blink initiation.
It definitely feels like what do they call it in sports? The yips, sort of thing.
The yips. I don't watch. I only watch esports. Sorry, I'm useless for this reference.
It's okay, but yeah, you know, it's kind of like the choke, like we talked about, where you're like, okay, this is it, and then like you psych yourself out like way too hard.
Definitely, like a dog too anticipating of the frisbee throw. You know, just he was going for that frisbee.
Okay.
Nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the choice to go Force Staff. This Snapfire Force Staff is going to be very useful for keeping people safe against the Earth Spirits. Anytime that they get close, he can just force them away to safety.
And Alex is a very, very good... it's like they're in the Roche pit, actually. Are they going to be able to get there in time? They're pinging it out. I don't know. Okay, Snapfire Kisses, raining Hellfire down. They're sticking a little bit low. There it is, the jump forward here from Eve, chasing after Lou, trying to do as much damage as possible, but oh no, he's just going to get obliterated by Paparazzi, and now Defying Llama, he popped his BKB, but the physical damage coming out is just so spooky here. Not going to be able to land the split Hearth here. They'll turn back around. There it is, Paparazzi grabbing up the Aegis. Poor Esk is trying to get away, is silenced up. PYW rolling on through, and just to land over onto the Divine Llama alone nearby. The hook not going to be able to quite connect. It just brushes right past the Invoker. But now Wildcard on the back foot. They did not manage to go and interrupt the Roche enough.
Wildcard, they were in such good control of this early game, but it's getting tougher and tougher for them now. Trying to catch Lina, but not gonna do so. Of course, she has the Aegis as well now, so she'll be a difficult one to kill. But Sven trying to go on the Pudge there, the tankiest target he can possibly pick, and Lina just stood next to it, so she throws a stun. Sven doesn't have BKB, and suddenly he didn't have teammates close by enough to bail him out. He just dies. You're having a really rough game here now.
I think that BKB is just so essential for dealing with what they have over on the side of Extreme as well. That goes very differently if he's able, because he blinked in and then immediately got stunned. I was like, oh gosh, he didn't use his BKB, and I went, oh god, he doesn't have his BKB, because he did opt to go for the initiating blink.
Yeah, it's not just that though. He didn't disassemble, right? That's also a thing. He could have disassembled the Echo Saber and have the Ogre Club back from that in order to get the BKB, but he didn't do that. So his BKB, I'm not sure if he could have had it there in time for that fight, but he would have had it earlier than if he goes for keeping the Echo Saber like this. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for a dismantle.
Like you said, it's possible it was just nerves, or that he felt like he needed to have the completed Echo Saber, and he also had incredibly good farm, remember, early on, so perhaps that's also the reason he's like, oh, I can afford to be a bit greedier because I have had such a good early game.
I think for him, the reset is going to be, he gets his BKB and then it's like a sense of safety, security, you know, carry players. It's like your comforter getting your BKB. It's like you feel like nothing bad can happen to you when you have it. And I think that's what he needs right now. So he can not make these a little bit nervous plays.
Turning into such a cozy cast, but as I say that, Mayhem breaking loose as PYW looking to roll forward, not going to be able to do it. Gets picked up, pulverized. That's another kill for Alone.
Yeah, Alone is having a good game though. That's something that is going well for Wildcard still, is that he is recovering on Invoker. Sure, he doesn't have the net worth of some of the heroes on Radiant who are starting to fly ahead with his Roshan and tier 2 towers that they've taken, but with the Midas, he is still getting stronger, almost has the full BKB on Invoker. And with the double BKB timing, along with the one they already had, of course, on Primal Beast.
Oh my god. So, yeah, Paparazzi found Eve just farming over on the side, and then Eve popped his BKB and still got clicked down.
Yeah, Lina damage. He
That's an
did it too
oof
late.
right there. I think she got the jump on him, honestly. That is his 9-second BKB, and like, again, look at this damage. Divine Llama, he's a big, chonky boy, but it doesn't matter too much. Sam, nice little save here using that Wild Wing. It's going to be able to make sure that Devi gets out safely. But now the pressure is on. It feels like, you know, Extreme Gaming, they were very patient early on. They weren't making a lot of moves super early. And now, like we said with Wildcard, they have this tendency to do quite well early, and then the game just starts to slip out of their fingers.
Yeah, this was earlier than I expected though, and it should be said that both you and I talked before this game, and we feel like Extreme are a very powerful team, probably, you know, the expected winner of the group here for a lot of people. And this is starting to look, you know, they're showing why people are rating them so highly. They're starting to take full control of this game. Wildcard on the back foot now, and it's difficult to play a hero like Chen when you're on the back foot. You want to be the ones pushing, be the ones taking control, have the Aegis in your hands. Right now with Aegis on Lina, I think they're feeling a little bit like they have to wait out that timing. But only 40 seconds remaining, then they can maybe be confident enough to make a move with all these BKBs they have. They do have Invoker's full BKB flying out.
I think another thing to note too, we've been talking a little bit about Alone. He is a South American player that stepped up to the plate. Unfortunately, Esk was not able to continue on with the team, and Alone was the guy that answered the call. So they are playing with a pseudo stand-in, so to speak.
All right.
Which is, you know, it's a tough thing, right? Because, you know, you've got teams that have been playing with each other the entirety of the DPC, and then you've got, you know, this young kid who's obviously quite talented, but, you know, still green, you know, stepping into these shoes. And it's not even just like, you know, stepping in for a simple qualifier. Like, this is TI. This is the big one. So
it is, but that's also the dream for a lot of players, being
them.
able to get a chance to play in a scenario like this. I mean, this is what everyone dreams of, getting a chance to get to TI. Right now, it looks like Wildcard are playing really safe on their own triangle, just allowing themselves to farm a little bit. But I would like to see them make moves. They don't have any big timing coming right now. The biggest thing they have closing up is the Sanj and Kaya upgrade for Primal. So maybe they fight mid.
It's gonna just go trample forward, or onslaught forward rather. Yeah, it just feels like they're so unsure of themselves right now. And again, there is no Aegis. The Aegis did get reclaimed during all this. Esk is in a position, pops the BKB on Divine Llama. Looking for the opening, does manage to find PYW, but in comes Lou. He's got his own BKB. They'll get the kill on PYW, but this is not looking great now for Eve. He's gonna have to use a Hand of God over on Sam to run away, but the hook coming through. Paparazzi with the double damage. Gonna make sure that Lou gets the kill.
That is the second really big hook that Lou has connected in this game. First the Invoker on the tier 2 bottom, and now this one as well. That was such a nice save to begin with as well. The Fire Snap cooking, the Sven down to the lower ground, but he still gets caught in the end by Lou. Yeah, right now it feels like the initiative is entirely in Extreme's hands. They took that fight on their own terms, and I would like to see Wildcard just try and send people to push out the lanes a little bit and make moves. The moment Sven is up, I think you just need to go, because this game is slipping more and more the longer you wait right now.
All right, predict for me how the next fight is gonna go down here.
I feel like I feel like they need to have a clean connection with Sven going in with the blink, but they have something else that they're waiting for as well. They're waiting for Snapfire to get this Aghanims. Maybe that would be a solution for them to send in the Primal Beast and then let Sven go in more as a follow-up instead of being the initiator. If they get this gobble up on Snapfire, she's 1,000 gold away from it, then that could be the missing piece for their team fighting.
I like that idea. I feel like the mobility, because Divine Llama is a, very tanky hero with this Primal Beast, but he's having difficulty. It's kind of like Tusk Snowball, right? Tusk Snowball, you see it coming in if you use it as an initiation, and when you have this onslaught, you see him kind of, rearing up, getting ready, and you have that moment of time to be able to kind of back off, whereas, he does have the Blink Dagger queued up, as well as the Shard. But the Gobble Up is, again, another great way to be able to kind of launch him in the middle of everything. Because it's just too much pressure. It's like when you have a Faceless Void and he has to get the perfect chrono because there's no one else on the team to initiate.
Yeah, look at the spider split on the map right now. Just giving vision everywhere. No, you're right. The problem is that Primal Beast, he can only choose between either going in or going out. Oh, looks like Chen is going to go down. Yeah, Lina makes short work of him. Right now he has to pick. Either he initiates with the onslaught, and then he's committed to being in there in the fight. And that can be awkward if the fight turns out to be unfavorable. So being able to get sent in by the Snapfire, then he can charge out or charge even deeper if the fight looks good. That would be a very useful tool for him. So they're giving farm priority to Snapfire. He's leaving farm actively to his support to try and let Snapfire get this key component.
Radiant are scanning.
No, it definitely makes sense. And looks like they're going to pass off the tome over here to Sven. Get closer and closer here.
From the spider split again.
That's horrifying to watch the way that they all just make their way over.
Tedious.
Oh my word.
It's very tedious as well because they take up so much space on the map. Look at them all split out, and you can kill them, right? The spiders are quick to kill, but you're revealing yourself anytime that you're standing around just killing a spider. The enemy know exactly where you are, and it's not worth it. The gold you're getting is not good, so it's a super annoying pool. Oh my.
That is. Oh god. All right. Well, there will be no charging out for.
I like the tips. NA tips coming in. That DD rune doing work. Lina with DD rune is probably one of the most fearsome mid laners when it comes to that rune. And he wants to make more stuff happen with it. He has the Lincolns and BKB, so he wants to hit high ground. He has nothing to be worried about if Primal Beast is dead.
Dire's top tower is under
Well, I think she's just allowed to sit so far back as that chain gun because she does have, you've got a couple methods of save coming out from your the rest of the team. And then the follow-up, too. You've got people to kind of tank in front. So you can just stand back, be that, not sniper, so to speak. That's the wrong word since that is a hero in the game. But, you can sit so far back and just do what you need to do without any fear. Like we saw, yes, the stuns are scary coming out from the side of Extreme. But even with, the BKBs, it doesn't matter when you've got this Lina nearby. She's doing so much damage.
Yeah, she is the full damage output on their team. Of course, they have Pudge in frontline who can also do some damage now with the Aghanims that he has, along with the Cloak of Flames. Oh,
it's going down.
Contest.
They smoke over onto the cliff side, jump forward. There's the BKB, but immediately going to get held down in place by Lewin. This click's coming up from Paparazzi. They're just way too strong. The chase is on now after Sam. He's just getting nibbled to bits as they follow up. Poor Divine Llama. Is he going to survive this? Paparazzi is very hungry, it feels like. He'd like to get it, but he's not going to be able to find it. But they do manage to find a low. The roll forward. Cookie hop forward here, coming out from Alex. He's going to use the Yules here, the roll forward, and they just clean up. My God. And look, this Paparazzi says we're just finishing this up.
Yeah, they're
Hit
just
these
going to push. That was very clean. And again, though, Sven trying to blink in with a stun over on the Pudge. Not even the ideal target, but Pudge BKBs before the stun even connects. The only thing he ends up stunning is the illusion, and yeah, this is just looking very
Now they're just
one-sided.
padding the stats now. Come on, guys. Down goes Devi, and this is gonna be a dead E. Yep, the GG gets called, and Wildcard, they put up a great early game. They were looking to do pretty well, but Extreme, they're just so calculated. And once they hit that timing, man,
Yeah,
they hit that timing and closed out the game.
They hit their stride entirely. Once they had their key farm, Lina was playing pretty chill early on, jungling a lot, not stressing out too much. And meanwhile, Wildcard made a lot of good moves to, start out this game 6-0, I think, in kills. But all they really got in this game total was 9 kills. So all those team fights later on, they barely killed anything. It looked like Extreme were just in good positioning. They put the right heroes forward. They had Lina in a safe location. It looked very calculated from Extreme, and I think the problem that became for Wildcard is this Broodmother. Broodmother forced them to have so many heroes dedicated to controlling their own jungle that they weren't making too many aggressive moves. They were getting counter kills and they were, limiting that area for Broodmother, but I'm expecting that hero to get banned in the next game.
That's like we said earlier. I had this feeling. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they normally would ban Old 11's Broodmother, but, it slipped by in this draft, and like you said, probably not going to be seeing that again. I did enjoy the way that they kind of maneuvered around with the Broodmother, too. We talked about the Brood putting the pressure down on these towers, and they weren't really allowed to touch towers fairly early due to the fact that Eve did have, a couple points in that cleave, but I really enjoyed the way that they took the time and they microed every single one of those spiders that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Having that presence on the map, making them clean up the spider, and also just having that vision was a very cool way of running that.
Yeah, the spider thing, it's purely just a setting. You very quickly just tab for every single individual spider if you have the right settings enabled, and you can see the impact it makes. You see the entire enemy jungle, you know exactly if they're making a move or not, and then you can play much more confidently as well. So Extreme, they had the vision advantage purely from this. Almost felt like having a Beastmaster on your team in the sense of getting that deep vision all the time.
Yeah, and how much of this did we think is just nerves coming out from the side of Wildcard 2? Because it felt like there were a couple really, they could have been such big power spikes, especially with, the Blink Dagger getting picked up and then just having those little mistakes coming into play. Was that just, straight up nerves? Could they have recovered from it, or...?
I think it's a bit of a go wash your face moment. Yeah, I think you gotta just reset. Get yourself in a clean way into the game 2 here, because there's something wrong. You're feeling a little bit antsy. This is not really the way that these players can perform. They are players with a lot to prove, and I think that they really could prove it as well. But right now, game 1. Forget about it. Go reset, go game 2, and you have to just move on from this, because this wasn't Wildcard playing at their best.
Well, lucky for them, it is a best of 2 series, so they'll be able to take that moment, get up, stretch, wash their face if necessary, and approach game number 2 with a fresh mindset. And we will have game number 2 for you, but first we're going to take a quick break, and then hopefully we'll see you back here.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
I was muted. I'm so sorry about that. But, you know, it's fine because we have the draft here. We've got Game 2 of Wildcard versus Extreme Gaming. This is going to be a great time, I think. We've already got a very strong opening coming out from Wildcard. We've got the Silencer, who's been creeping up in the meta recently, and, of course, that Primal Beast. And the other side, the Morph and Undying, also a strong combo. Waga, tell us all about it.
Yeah, we're here into Game 2. I feel like Extreme, they showed their threat of the Broodmother there, and still, it's not going to get banned out by Wildcard. So you can see this in two ways, that either, you know, it's good, they're not panicking, they're sticking to their guns a bit, but I think they put it in their heads as well a little bit. So they're drafting again with a Primal Beast, which is good, but it wasn't enough in the previous game to counter out the possibility. So that might be in the back of their mind. Every single pick you have to pick now, be like, would this be okay if Brood comes back again? But Extreme, they're going to go with the Morphling. This hero, we've seen it so much. It's been sort of dominating a lot in pubs lately as well, in high-level pubs. The Aghanims build on Morphling is very popular now. It's strong against almost every single carry. It's so annoying when he takes your stats away with it. And we'll see what Wildcard... They do have the luxury here to react with a good carry against Morphling, but I'm wondering what they're going to go for.
I think it's also interesting. We've been seeing more and more of the Silencer creeping up, especially in Immortal level pubs. I'm sure you've seen him quite a bit. Being played more as a support. Currently with like a 57% win rate, but because they changed around, I think it's the Curse of the Silence now, it does that burst damage. It makes him so strong in the laning phase. I would not be surprised to see him creeping in more and more throughout this tournament.
I completely agree. I think Silencer has a lot of value. I think he definitely has a place in the meta right now, and we'll probably see him get picked up more. The Curse, the instant damage is good against Blink Dagger as well, which was a big weakness for Silencer before, that if you put E or if you put Curse on someone, they could always still blink you immediately. But now, as long as you land the Curse, they can actually not blink you because of that instantaneous damage. And overall, I mean, it's just a damage increase. It's not like they allocated the damage more early on. It's just, here, you go, get some extra damage for free. Usually that results in a hero becoming strong. So, we'll probably see him coming out more. I like Silencer against Undying, because Undying is so spammy. So it's a good reaction to the Undying first pick here, to just put the Curse on him, and he'll struggle a bit. Also, not the easiest lane for Undying if he's laning against the Silencer in the setup. But more than likely, he's not going to want to do that.
10 seconds remaining.
I hate that Silencer is becoming popular. He's probably my most hated hero in all of Dota 2. I'm being plagued this guy, but we'll be seeing the Visage picked up this time around for the side of Wildcard, so that's something a bit different. I'm enjoying seeing just how varied these drafts have been so far. Like, you know, I did my research, I saw a lot of, you know, specific heroes getting picked up during, you know, Last Chance Qualifier, and the Silencer obviously is a little bit different. The Visage, though, is something that they do play.
Yeah,
but
Visage
I'm curious how they're gonna shift things around a little bit here.
Yeah, Visage provides a lot of useful tools, and he's also pretty good at killing off the Tombstone, which is something that they struggled a bit with here. If you're looking at Primal Beast not being a right-clicker at all, having more tools to shut down the Tombstone, Visage will help a little bit with that. And there it is again, Extreme. They just say, you know what, you lost to it in the previous game, and now you didn't ban out the Broodmother throughout your 5 bans that you had. They feel perhaps like they're being disrespected here, not getting a Broodmother ban, so they're just gonna pick it. And I Visage is not very good against Broodmother, I feel. So this is a pretty good read that Brood can work here.
Well, here's my concern is that in game number 1, they had a Sven who is typically thought to be very strong against a Broodmother because of the cleave. And they weren't able to shut down the Brood enough because it still became this huge problem. So now that, you know, you have a lineup that doesn't do well against Brood right now, currently, are you starting to panic a little bit if you're wildcard? Because, like, you had your Sven the last game. You did have a Brood solution. And this time, you know, are you going to be able to still do that? Are you going to have to switch what you want to draft?
I'm a bit concerned. I do want to see, you know, Extreme, they picked the Brood to get themselves more time there in the draft, but they have one more pick coming up as well. I do want to see what they're going to pair up with this Brood pick. It's going to be Lion. Okay. Yeah. Last game, they had all the tools to stop the Broodmother, but there was this, you know, looming threat of the Pudge just hitting creeps the entire game, really. He was just chilling and farming. And then Lina, of course, jungling quite a bit while the Brood created space. And the same thing could happen here. What if Morphling is allowed to just farm because the Brood is going to create so much chaos? Legion is a smart pick, though. Legion is good against both Morphling and Broodmother to a degree. If you have that blink duel, you can get kills on Morphling if you're ever fast enough from Fog of War. He doesn't get the Morph out. Though, of course, he can buy the Shard now as well. But you're actually silenced during the duel, so I think that would still work.
Okay, Waga, hear me out. Because I'm looking at all these heroes here, and I'm thinking it's probably going to be Sam playing that silencer. We've got 3 heroes that Divine Llama can play. And I'm thinking that we're going to see the South American special of maybe a Legion Commander mid for alone.
Yeah, I think this Legion is definitely in the flex territory now, where this could go a lot of different places. I'm leaning towards offlane Visage and either mid or safe lane Legion Commander with the last pick, depending on what they're gonna ban and what's coming up here. Is what I'm thinking. I think Primal Beast pos 4 is what I'm expecting, seeing this.
That's what I'm thinking too. I feel like Divine Llama's too good on this Visage to not have him on it. But again, I feel, I don't know, in my bones, I feel like this Legion Commander most likely headed towards the mid lane. But again, on the other side, that Extreme, they figure it's not going mid. They think, or that's gonna, you know, they still have that pick. So they ban out the Lina, they ban out the SF. The Batrider, of course, is one of the pretty highly banned heroes, but they go for the Ember over on the side of Extreme. So
yeah,
nice mix
Ember,
of physical and magical damage coming out here from their draft.
Yeah, and they're going to have 2 pretty elusive heroes in both the Ember and the Morphling as their cores. So if they don't have Global Silence ready, if they don't have Duel, then I can see them struggling to catch the Ember or Morphling. They really have to get kills with their ultis in this game. And they need to have clean initiations, and that was what they struggled with in the previous game. So pressure's on again. I hope that they've reset. We'll see what they pick last here. I would say, seeing the Ember, you can put Legion mid against that and then come up with some carry that you still think is good against Brood that is comfortable, because you don't really want to have a carry Legion if you can avoid it. But mid lane versus Ember, that's an easy lane actually for Legion.
The Huskar pick, oh boy.
Yeah, okay, that's actually an even stronger lane against the Ember. Huskar against Ember is super Huskar favored, like very Huskar favored. So let's see if Alone can dominate mid lane here against Paparazzi. There's not that good rotation heroes as well in Extreme, having a Lion and Undying. There's nothing like an Earth Spirit or a Tusk or something to come in mid to bail out this Ember Spirit. So, okay, lanes could work here for a wild card.
I honestly, I like this draft a lot better for a wild card this time around, just because you've got multiple sources of initiation and reinitiation, right? You've also got a heal online. You've got lots of options coming out from this particular draft, whereas before, there's just so much pressure on the Sven or Divine Llama. Like, they never really got the chance to figure out the dynamic between them because of the fact that the Primal Beast didn't have a clean way to initiate other than just the onslaught. So I feel like this is going to go maybe a little bit better. I'm concerned, though. They let Old 11 have his Brood again. Never give them a run back sort of thing, you know? Like, it worked for them. Why are you letting them have that? But
yeah, Also, Lu on his Morphling, he plays a mean Morphling, so a little bit worrisome seeing him get the Morph and you having, I mean, how many stuns do you have? You have the birds, you have the Primal Ulti, then you have Duel, and that's it. Those are your stuns. You have Silence, of course, from the Silencer, but your lockdown is sort of limited, and Morphling against low lockdowns, if he gets that Manta style to Dispel Silence, it can become problematic. So it's all about, can Lu become huge while the Brood creates space? Is my question in this game.
I think the mid lane will go a little bit, I mean, hopefully it goes a little bit more favored towards Alone this time around, considering that it is a Huskar going up against an Ember. Typically, that's going to be very difficult for Ember. Again, it is Paparazzi, though, so anything can happen. This is a very, very legacied player.
They need this mid lane to not only go well, I would say they need Alone to be clearly crushing mid lane. I think he needs to do it, but he's a player capable of doing it as well. His laning stage mechanics are very, very good, and we'll see if there's going to be any form of mix-up in how they lane stuff right now, as Paparazzi is running down to bottom lane for the start. I don't think that we're going to have any switch-ups, though.
It feels like this is another tempo-based draft coming out from the side of Wildcard. Like you said, you know, you have to watch out for the Morphling. Once he picks up that Manta, it's going to be able to dispel silences. It's going to be very, very scary for the Silencer, who is going to eventually just become food to be nibbled on if he's not careful.
Yeah, being Silencer going into a fight against Undying, Broodmother, and some Morphling, like, who are you really going to go up and right-click or cast spells on? It can be a game of just running away.
So what's the tempo timing for, obviously, you know, the Morphling, the later it gets, the better off the chances are for Extreme. They have very good, ooh, a little bit of a stun here as Alex was going to try to run through, but what are we thinking in terms of timing? When is things going to start, you know, really getting off the ground and moving for the side of Wildcard? How long do they have?
I think for them, pretty fast. I think the armlet on Huskar, and then see how much they can make happen with the armlet already. I mean, how early can they unlock Roshan and potentially control that? Because when you have Huskar in your team, you want to kill Rosh multiple times. And look at the way they laned this. They swapped it out and said, okay, Old 11, you are our off laner, but we are going to throw you on the mid lane to deal with this Huskar, because like we mentioned, the Ember Huskar matchup super unfavorable for the Ember Spirit. So instead, throwing him to the off lane here and showing some flexibility in the team, Extreme Gaming.
I really like this plan, honestly, because the one thing that's, you know, about a Huskar is once he gets his level 6 and, you know, certain item timings, he's gonna want to leave this lane. He's gonna want to start putting pressure down on the map. And Old 11, like we talked about, this itsy bitsy spider, and there's the first blood, bottom lane, likes to stay in her webs. She wants to be, you know, cozy and comfy, and she's gonna be able to take down your mid tower and breakneck speed if you're not careful. In fact, Old 11 just clipping away over at Alone. Alone having to pop the Fairy Fire. That's a little close for comfort.
Yeah, he does pop that, but Huskar also a hero that can go very low HP and then just barely not dying. If you're staying alive, then, you know, that's all that counts. Doesn't matter if your HP is down to 50, that's still Huskar just being very effective, hitting even harder as you bring him down low. And I think this matchup, I want to talk a little bit more about Huskar and Broodmother, because obviously it's not a matchup that we see too often, but I think Huskar wins this one too. As he does with the Ember. And for now, 9 and 7 on CS. I think he's playing it very well.
Like I said, I saw the Legion, I got excited. I thought we were going to have the South American special, because that is something that we see very frequently in South America, is Legion going. But then with the Huskar pickup, it was definitely like, you knew that it was going mid. You knew that it was Alone playing this. So very curious to see if he's going to be able to pull out ahead this time around. He had a lot of trouble in game number 1. But on a lane dominator such as Huskar, it should be a little bit easier.
Yeah, and for now, I mean, he's positively crushing this. The Broodmother's trying to get whatever she can with just Silk and Bola for last hits, but hasn't even tried to put a point in Insatiable Hunger and get last hits. She is being bullied quite hard. Looking over to the top lane as well, we haven't really mentioned too much, but top lane Lu is getting decent farm. Visage as well, there's just a farm trade. The Undying does quite a good job protecting the Morphling though, so Mid?
Alone wants
It's
his
a
kill.
couple
I
of
think he's going to
someone
get
dying.
outplayed, though. In fact, he does. And PYW teleporting over just to make sure, just in case he had some tricks up his sleeve. But
Radiant structures are
Alone with a misplay there. He didn't have his inner fire ready. His Q, he was not ready to disarm. He just walks a little bit too close under tower. I'm not even sure what happened to
oh,
him
he
there.
dove. He dove in the mid lane originally.
Yeah, he definitely, yeah, I
Yeah.
saw it. that much I saw. But I'm not sure why he decided to run so close under tower instead of just playing on his cooldown, but suddenly this lane looks a little bit easier for Brood to get to level 6.
Looked like Alex was thinking about making a rotation towards the mid lane, but the second that he wasn't on the map, he saw with 11 playing a lot more conservatively. So again, just starts nibbling away over onto Huskar. Needs maybe a little bit more, and there it is. There's the revenge. But
Yeah,
took some
okay.
doing.
Gets the return kill. This time it was perhaps Broodmother getting a bit too confident, trying to turn around with lifesteal, but Huskar has so much damage, you can't lifesteal through the continuous burning spears with Insatiable Hunger level 1. So Brood is gonna go get sent back to base as well.
Pick up the items here in the mid lane. A little burst of inner fire. I feel like we're just paying so much attention here to this mid lane. Haven't really talked about the others. As Lu finds the kill on Divine Llama.
Yeah, good kill, just chasing down there. I mean, this is on the back of Undying trading his HP down all the way to try and do this. I mean, Undying died for this, but at least the Morphling is free farming.
I think it's interesting how we have such strong capabilities of tower pushing coming out for both teams. Right, you've got Divine Llama on the Visage. It's going to be able to put a lot of pressure down over on the top lane. And of course, you've got the Broodmother over in the mid lane. When she amasses, you know, the army is going to be able to chew through mid. I'm curious to see who's going to get the tower first.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Huskar as well. His tower pushing can become very strong. Once he has armlets, he can just go up and siege a tower. And if you're not defending, he pushes very fast. But certainly, there's high potential. We see moves coming in for mid again. They don't want to let this Huskar have a clean early game.
There's so many people in this mid lane. Like, look at this. You can see the line getting into position. Undying and Primal Beast have run into each other over on the corner. And I'm sure people are calling missing. So, Alone, not getting overly aggressive right now. Just wants to make sure that these cardies get cleaned up. And they'll make the jump, though, over onto DY. Fire coming out, so that's a nice quick pick off.
Yeah, Alex with all that movement speed with both boots and windlays able to stay on top of him long enough, and Huskar gets the jump to join in as well. We see the damage coming out. There's a haste rune top just chilling. They're holding it now with the Primal Beast, but maybe they want to move over and take it on Huskar and make a rotation.
Definitely feels like they're waiting patiently. Do you have the Legion, though, making their way over? Only level 5, but gonna put the pressure over onto the mid lane. Couple clicks here coming up from Alone. Not gonna go for the full-on dive just yet. Old Levin hiding in the tree line does have DY around. DY only level 2, though, so there's only so much they're gonna be able to do. As Alex with the haster, that's a big boy running at you. Just running around, giving you the fancy feet.
Yeah, I love that it just charges in, just a huge Primal Beast. Very unlikely that he's gonna die in any way, especially having a haste rune, so going in. Divine Llama gonna kill off that shiny courier on top. Loose courier dies before it makes it all the way.
I feel like when they introduced Primal Beast, I was like, this guy's just so cartoony ridiculous. Like, it's so hard to, like, talk about him without laughing.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, he's... I like also that they had to make him the strongest hero in the game. They lowered Centaur strength gain just so that he would be the strongest hero in the game.
Well, look
He
at
has
him.
to be.
He's a big
He
boy.
can't look like this. Yeah, he can't look like this and not be the strongest.
I like how he's just got rock throw. It reminds me of like the old days of like, what was it? Slardar originally was just amp damage. Like just very, I don't know what we're gonna call this. Let's just do, you know, rock throw is very it's nondescript, but at the same time, literally what it is. I feel like they could have done something cooler with that. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's only descriptive. It's not very creative though. It's like I would name an ability. That's pretty much how all of them would be called.
What does he do? I don't know. Throws rocks? All right, we'll call it rock throw. Come on, Waga, you can be more creative than that.
Oh, this
Top lane,
with
Divine
items, perhaps.
Llama. Pressured, they drop the tombstone. One more hit, and that's a nice kill here for Lou.
Yeah, Visage is having a very bad start, and this is concerning to me for wildcard. Visage is a hero that has notoriously a pretty weak laning stage. You have a lot of damage in Soul Assumption, but his last hits in his lane usually can be quite hard as he has so little armor. And right now, Morphling is running away with quite an advantage on top lane.
Are you surprised that we're not seeing any sort of rotations up here yet from like Huskar?
I think it makes sense that he goes jungle until he finishes up the armlet. He just got it sent out now, so once he gets that, perhaps he wants to make a move top. Because I don't think they want to keep the status quo right now on top lane. I think they want to mix it up and make something happen.
So it's looking like a dead Sam down here. Paparazzi just clicking away at him. Gets a little slight. And there was a silencer there, but he's there no more.
Yeah, he's going for the mana boots, probably going for the Ether Lens first item on Silencer, as he's maxing his Q and E. He'll just be sitting far away and spamming his spells, which is probably his only hope for survival in this game, is by being far away. So, can't blame him for this being his item build.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We have the armlet online for alone. I'm curious, they're going to have the level 6 on Silencer very, very soon. Did they wait for this? Or are they just going to...
I think they just go. I think you just go right now. You're already here. Play together with your primal beasts.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yep. They just went. That's going to open
Divine
up the
Llama
spot.
gonna be happy too. He needed this kill, and now having the birds as well, being able to pressure tower. But Alone is gonna just run jungle again, try and get some more farm going on his Huskar.
Dire's top tower.
I would like to see them, take down this top tier 1 and then just start putting the pressure on in this jungle, because you know that Old 11 wants to be farming it, so does Lou. Removing some of these resources around the Roche Pit area just seems like a no-brainer. But do you have to be careful here? Divine Llama taking too much damage. There it is, a global silence. So Lou, did he go too far? Is he in trouble? The chase is on. Alex just continuing, but a good soul rip. Gonna be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. They end up losing Divine Llama. Now Alex is tucked in a corner. He's only level 4. Paparazzi with the rotation will finish him off.
Yeah, and they are now defending top really hard. Wow.
All right,
what?
Eve. All right. That's some flexing, right? Yeah, there's the tip.
Nice. Wow, everybody was stacked up. That was a full 5-man overwhelming odds, I think.
That was sick.
And of course some spiders too. That was crazy.
Yeah, I thought for sure Lou
Okay.
was just out playing them, dancing around, but did
Yeah.
not see the
I mean,
lead
he
there.
was
They
in
had
this.
they had the sentry though. They had the sentry over on the side. They should have seen him.
Yeah, they should have seen that he was around, but somehow he manages to get this kill.
It's a nice kill for PYW, and that's going to be one finger of death stack for him. At 11 minutes into the game, that feels pretty gosh darn good.
Dire's middle tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
you're happy when you can start building that up, but right now they're probably more happy that they're pushing.
DUI. Even get the tomb out too, so feel a little reluctant to play too close to it. As PYW, he's hoping he can get a little bit of a snipe here. Catch Alone with
Yeah.
that toggle just at the right level, but
Radiant's top tower has
He's
fallen.
sitting on the tombstone. He's like, if you want to farm this tombstone, I'm going to stun you, and then the zombie's going to help me kill you. So Huskar is going to respect that. Not going to go and be too cocky here. I like the controlled play coming out from Alone. As we mentioned, he can be a little bit of an impulsive player, but not going to risk it there.
oh. I'm sorry, it just looks ridiculous when he pulverizes people. My favorite was when he first came out, I demoed him against a Mirana, and Sagan just looks absolutely terrified being picked up and just shaken around.
Radiant's middle
I mean,
tower is under
I would be
attack.
too. I love that sometimes when you get picked up by Primal Beast, your camera can go flying over the entire map as well. I had it happen one game I played. I got picked up by Primal Beast. My camera went all the way from mid lane down to the bottom part of the map and then up again. For every slam he did, it was disorienting. It was like I was picked up.
Well, he is the strongest of the heroes.
God, I wished I would not become a mechanic, a hero that moves your camera around when he casts spells. Just messes with you, disorients you.
That'd be some fourth wall breaking stuff right there.
Please, no.
Radiant structures are
Would you rather have that or the gambler in your game?
Radiant's
I
bottom
take the
tower
gambler.
has
I kind of miss him. He was fun, but you know, perhaps not the best balance idea, but he was at least fun.
That's true.
are scanning.
In the end, it is Wildcard managing to come back top and taking down the tier 1, but they also lost their offlane tower, so that, along with losing their bottom tower now, they are getting put a little bit on the back foot by Extreme already, who have, you know, opened up the side lanes, but meanwhile, Wildcard do have their mid tower at least solid.
Yeah, I think it was a really smart idea to make the shift, having Paparazzi go to the bottom lane instead of going mid against Huskar, because he's sitting very nicely in terms of net worth, and Lou as well, and that really worries me. The fact that, you know, they're coming out of laning stage and they're not behind by any means. If anything, they're pretty much ahead of them. Not by a lot. You know, the margins aren't super huge, but this is a team that, you know, you got to slow them down, especially because you are supposed to be, you know, winning this early game. You've got this tempo. You've got someone like a Huskar that should be pushing out onto the map, and it feels like they're slipping behind a little bit more and more. I don't know. Is that just me?
No, you're completely correct, and it feels like bigger advantage than 1K. Oh, they're making a move for top lane now. No tier 1 tower, so they can go right behind.
That was just a very tidy hit and run. They buy back on the silencer, perhaps thinking that they were going to go in for more of a fight. But immediately with that buyback, Extreme Gaming says, nope, we have no interest. We got what we came for. We got another stack over on PYW. Thank you, we're out.
Yeah, that was a nice little move. They would probably have wanted another hero than the silencer. It's not the ideal kill, but they get the kill and get out. They're farming their Morphling meanwhile, so they're happy with the way things are going. To touch back on what you mentioned, I feel like Extreme Gaming are ahead by quite a bit here. It only says they're 1,000 gold ahead, but if you look over on the supports, it's because Undying is so poor. But you don't really care that Undying doesn't have net worth. He's just gonna drop the Tombstone anyway. And if you look over to the cores, you see a bit of a difference in the net worth here. Every core on Extreme are feeling very farmed.
Yeah, Paparazzi just completing that Maelstrom, so he's got that little bit more damage. Getting closer and closer to the Lincolns for Lou. BKB is going to be up on the agenda here, I believe, for Paparazzi. That's his next item. So it's just starting to get harder and harder for them to do what they need to do over on the side of Wildcard. And we will have that Wraith Pack completed very soon on Old 11. So these are some pretty big items that are headed for the future for Extreme.
Yeah, I think the Wraith Pact will be very useful for them to secure their team fighting even more. At that point, you have to kill the Wraith Pact, you have to kill the Tombstone. There are just things that you're forced to auto-attacking, and they don't have the best heroes at doing it. It's going to be difficult. Again, with Primal Beast being a hero that... I almost view this as a hero that is incapable of right-clicking, just because he's going to walk around disarming himself with a trample, and... he doesn't have the time to stand still and auto-attack something like Tombstone. He does, however, have the haste rune and trample, so farming fast in the jungle with that speed.
Taking some time to, you know, dig up some things with the shovel, but the Lincolns is completed now for Morphling, so it's gonna be difficult for them to be able to lock him down, especially with what they have. Mid lane, though. Sam? Oh boy. Boop.
Yeah. PYW with a blink, blinking in, leading the way for this initiation. And that's going to open up the tower. And again, we see the spiders just charging in, giving vision.
Lone's got to be very careful here. With the blink on PYW, this guy is a huge threat, honestly. He's going to use the Tumbler's Toy. Mid tower will go down. DY standing over here on the side, does get spotted by Alone, but again, PYW, he's here, there's a finger, but the BKB comes out from Alone just in the nick of time, although he does end up falling here. Now Alex with the Pulverize, just trying to hold on to Old 11, trying to do anything he can to help his team out, but they will end up losing. Alex now Eve running for his life, the lockdown is there, the nuke damage is there. It is a decided victory here for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, chasing DY there was very greedy, and DY just stood next to the cliff like, you want to go on me? Undying next to a cliff? Okay, I'll put down the Tombstone, let's see how the team fight goes. And pretty predictable manner, fighting next to a Tombstone like this is very hard. Look at DY standing here. It's like, okay, go on me. He dies, but he is just dying a martyr. His team is with him, and they will avenge him. Yeah, right now it feels like Wildcard are again being forced a little bit to be on the, let's say, in the passenger seat of this game, as the Blink Dagger on Lion is allowing Extreme Gaming to just do whatever they want on the map right now. They're making things happen. And I thought that they would hit a bigger timing with the armlets for Huskar and start making stuff manifest in the way that they needed to. When they made that gank early on top lane, for instance, I think they should have gone for the tower immediately, the tier 1 tower. They backed out. Now it feels like they're playing slower and more reaction-based Dota, which is where Morphling and Ember might just take over.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that. And one other thing that just came to mind, how much is it where you have a Huskar and a Legion where it feels like they both fulfill a very similar kind of role, if that makes any sense? Oh, Sam. Looks like he's going to survive this, though. It's going to be global silence. They find Old 11. They're going for the duel. That's to reveal the Blink Dagger. Old 11 is no longer going to be a threat here. A couple slights around. We'll hold Sam into place. Not quite enough to finish him off. Divine Llama keeping tabs over on DY, but feels like Paparazzi wants to go back in here.
I like what you said there briefly, that they fulfill a similar purpose. They sort of jump one target and want to burst them, especially once the Aghanims is going to be complete on Huskar. They essentially have 2 duels, right? That's what the life break is going to become. It's fine to have similar heroes in that regard, but the problem is more the pacing of the game. Right now, you're heading for a late game. This game will go late game because of how it's being played fairly slowly. And that gives so much time for Lou to just grow on Morphling.
Oh, Sam. Oh, my goodness. That is a hit and run and a half. 3 Finger of Death kill stacks now.
Yeah, would have been 4 if it wasn't for the BKB reaction there earlier by Alone. It was a nice dodge on the Finger of Death in the previous fight, but right now I don't see anything on the map that's threatening this Morphling, and the game that he's having with Linken's and almost all the way to Manta Style as well. He will be nigh unkillable at that point, because how do you initiate on a Linken's Manta Morph with this lineup? I don't think you can.
That is the problem now that he's got that completed. And again, like we started talking about, you know, you've got these 2 duels, so to speak, right? The 2 major ways of not necessarily lockdown, but targeting. And I was almost wondering, you know, because you had the Spider Brigade begins. The fact that the Legion did not have the Blink Dagger. So you have this Huskar who can leap over long distances, but Eve has to walk there the entire time, which I feel is a bit difficult when you consider, you know, that happens, and then you've got to watch out for Lion, you've got to watch out for the Tombstone slowing you down, you got to watch out for Paparazzi, for God's sakes. He's going to be able to, you know, throw down chains. It's difficult to make this work when you have 2 heroes that are very similar in what they do.
No,
in
Sam,
fact,
not again.
Sam, they found ya.
Wow, that overwhelming odds did 600 damage to Lion, though. That hurt. Did some damage with it. No, I think it will be problematic for him. He has to blink and armlet, of course, on the Legion, but until he has BKB, it will be hard for him to close that distance without getting locked down by something. Searing Chains or, you know, Lion just seeing him. Especially Lion having the Eye of the Vizier as well. He has extra cast range. Almost as though he had an Ether Lens already as well.
That's true. That is a very powerful neutral item on some of these support heroes that need that little bit of extra range.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard on a spellcaster hero to take it, but since Lion can just regain his mana with level 4 mana drain, he doesn't really suffer from the dropped max mana pool.
Okay, BKB is completed now for the Primal Beast. So that's a big power spike. You've got the... Oh, okay, there's a quick little hit and run. Top line, Eve.
He needed that. He needed that. He got 28 more dual damage there finally. He was not feeling too good sitting around 18 damage, but now getting up to 46.
Heaven's Halberd getting picked up on Broodmother too, which will be very good against the Huskar. He's going to have to be very aware of that.
Yeah, Legion alike. Both of them get countered. As you said, they fulfill sort of a similar role, and they also get countered in the same way. So this Halberd will have a very easy time being useful in team fights. Just click it on any of these 2.
So I feel like there's so much play around this Roche pit right now, right? So they're going to smoke up over on the side of Wildcard. think they really would like to get this Ember that's been hanging out in the mid lane, but he's already vacated. And look at this, the Spider's just crawling on through, giving a little bit of information.
Is Alone trolling? Is this? He has a Witchblade queued up right now in his Huskar. Surely you're not gonna go for a Witchblade, right?
It could be trolling. You never know.
He had an Aghanim before. I think he's just having some fun putting stuff there. But I would love to see him buy Witchblade. Dear Lord.
Well, the way that you said that, I would say you don't want to see him pick up the Witchblade.
I mean, it would be the first one that I've seen on Huskar. I can say that for sure.
Man, I feel like Lou has not left this portion of the jungle. Like, every time I look, he's just on his own, doing his own thing. He's got another item now. He's got that Manta that we talked about. And it's a 10k net worth lead currently, which is even spookier for Wildcard, because this is where it starts to get very difficult for them to lock down the Morphling.
He's also averaging above 10 CS per minute right now, so that's a pretty good average.
Whoa! The fast fingers on Paparazzi there. My goodness. I thought for sure some kind of fight was going to break out, but now he's got the haste. And he pops the
DY
smoke.
commits the tombstone?
Huh, okay.
No,
A little bit of a
really
victory
gotta
for
find
Wildcard.
anyone.
The Vilama being held in place off to the side. Lone's just kind of poking away over here at this Roche. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. This is not a... Like, you have a Morphling hitting your base, guys. Like, what are you doing? What's happening? Alone needs to be very careful he doesn't get smacked over there, too. And with the slides coming off from Paparazzi, this is playing with fire. Okay, the BKB get pops on Alex, just trying to push them back here as Alone's continuing to take this Roche. Do have the Morphling that's going to be joining in now. The Lincoln's being placed over onto Paparazzi. Global Signs pops with that BKB. They zip on through. They get the kill on Sam. They want more, and they want to get in there, but Old 11, okay, the duel comes through. Are they going to be able to finish him off in time? They lose Old 11, and Alone does manage to get the Aegis. It's coming right back up again, and he doesn't have his team available, so he's just going to try to do some damage, but he can't deal with PYW. Gets himself his 4th finger stack, and even though they got the Roche, they end up losing quite a bit here on the side of Wildcard.
Well, they lose that fight that handedly, even though Tombstone was pretty much a non-factor, right? The Tombstone was committed early and on a cliff where there really wasn't going to be a fight anyway. And despite that, it is Extreme that are winning the fight. Paparazzi going in with that BKB, making some big play on Ember. Alex tried to create space going in on his Primal Beasts, but it takes too long to kill Roche. So in the end, they still come in and contest it.
But they got so low on Alone there. I thought one slight was going to be enough to just rip them apart. Just get very unlucky, but don't manage to do it right away. Although they do eventually get the kill and burst the Aegis.
Yeah, that was the only thing they got there, was that they did kill Roche and they did get the Aegis, but they immediately, of course, lost the carrier and then died again after. So pretty disastrous for Wildcard. Extreme now 13,000 gold ahead. They did take the top tower as well during the recap there. So now with the tier 2 removed, it is only the Radiant mid tier 2 that's standing, whereas they only lost 2 tier 1s themselves.
I feel like Lou's just playing a completely different game because of the space. And we talked about this, right? We talked about how Old 11 and Paparazzi could kind of make the space for the Morphling to become that, critical mass. But like, it just always feels like they start fighting and then Lou just kind of wanders in. And look at this. Waveforms forward, finds Sam, BKB, fresh BKB, gets popped. Alex over the back line does have his eyes over onto BYW. Alone is forced away though, and that's not how you want to play this. It's Divine Llama trying to run, trying to get out of there, but the waveform forward from Lou. Nice stun, will be able to slow him down, but it's not enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, very optimistic attempt to TP out as well, but that's not gonna work, and they lose the Visage as well for his efforts of trying to go in and kill the Tombstone. He dies. Huskar did survive, but only because he BKB'd and ran away. But you said that Lou feels like he's playing another game and that he's just, chilling and farming. Meanwhile, we haven't even mentioned it that much, but Paparazzi is 0 deaths this game. He's also completely unpressured. He's been able to get what he wanted, so this is almost a perfect game for both the POS 1 and POS 2, and I think a lot of it comes down to how they played around Lion and Broodmother on the side of Extreme. Like, PYW has to be the MVP of this game, I think, right now. And I'm talking as though it's over, but like his impact has been insane.
I think the threat is just so scary for a lot of these heroes, you know, and the fact that he was able. Do you remember what the timing was on the Blink Dagger? It felt fairly early. Of course, he did get several finger kills, which always
Yeah,
helps.
I didn't see exactly what minute, but he had it very early on. And the moment he had it, they went ahead and got some kills as well. It's the impact that you get.
Radiant are scanning.
Definitely seeing efficiency come out of this little lion. But it's very, very scary, right? Because, you know, if Huskar doesn't toggle exactly right, you just have PYW jump in, throw down, you know, the finger or what have you. So you have to play so carefully. And again, it's not usually...
Look at Lou. Oh.
BKBs, they turn it back around again. He wants the damage over onto Alone. DY does teleport up, does manage to go drop the tombstone. They don't have the BKB any longer, so it looks like Lou doesn't seem to mind too much here. They do have a ward. They can see Alone over here on the side. They're thinking that they want to make something happen, especially because you've got a Broodmother who's already doing some of these clicks. Teleports coming out now from the Ember Spirit, looking to force them out of the jungle. He decides to stay, though. Stays in the bottom. Waveform forward. The hit back over onto Alex. Need to close this gap. Does end up using the Tumbler Toy, and Eve will teleport away. They see PYW. PYW trying to fight here, but there's the BKB from Alone. He's not going to be able to get locked down this time. So they do manage to turn this around a little bit, but Lou still just following forward. He's got Paparazzi nearby here. We'll go forward with the Remnant. Alex stomping around, but they've got this right-click damage, and they have the slight to take him off. Follow up, though. In comes Eve. He does have the BKB. They're going to try to duel over onto Lou, and they do manage to finally get it. The second death now for the Morphling as the chase is on Paparazzi. He's got the BKB. It does just run out now. Lincoln's will get popped the slow. They need a little bit more damage. He can't run away. He doesn't have any remnants. This is looking like a death on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Broodmother, of course, the threat on the side lane, takes down the Leshrac, but only Leshrac lost, and you kill the POS 1 and POS 2. I think Wildcard, they have to be pretty happy about this. This is the most you can ask for, probably. It will mean that someone has to tend to the bottom lane from now onwards, but getting those kills was absolutely huge. And a little bit of an overextension there by Extreme, as they were, of course, probably being told, like, oh, I'm taking barracks, just keep going, keep fighting, I'm gonna get the barracks by the Broodmother. But they did end up losing some costly hero deaths there.
I think we jinxed Paparazzi there. Like, look at this guy, he hasn't had any deaths yet, and immediately.
Oh yeah, Caster's Curse will get you.
Mm-hmm. Still a very impressive game, though, coming out from Paparazzi.
Yeah, he's
Going this
strong.
entire time
like,
without a single death.
Like Wildcard going for the tier 2 and doing some damage to it. They didn't get to close out the tier 2 top tower during the death timers here. Respecting that they're respawning, they're gonna back out of that area, and right now it looks like Extreme wanna smoke up. They have a smoke ready on Undying, and everyone is TPing mid. This is gonna be them going for another smoke move.
Well, I didn't know what an amused roar sounded like until now, so.
Yeah.
Right,
Phoenix
Stream.
Wisp and Primal Beast having a conversation, be like.
I mean, I know my Phoenix sounds. I know my burb sounds. You know, but the beast noises, I don't speak that fluently. Not yet, anyways.
He's a very loud character for not saying anything. He's very loud.
I mean, there's a lot of people who are very loud that don't say anything ever, so.
Alright, looks like even though Wildcard did have a good fight recently, they are now going to get completely pushed back in their base, and sort of feeling the imprisonment that is Broodmother just sending in the spiders and scouting them out. They have to make some moves with the duel and the Huskar ulti.
That's got to be terrifying to see all of those spider babies. Okay, they find the duel opening now for Old 11. We need to do some more damage here as, again, the run through. All right, this will be a pick off for sure. There's no Broodmother, but Lou is nearby. He's going to try giving some clicks over onto Divine Llama. And again, that burst damage is real. As they will buy back on Brood. DY over here gets hopped on. We'll be able to find the opening. There's the global silence. The buyback immediately now coming out from DY. Paparazzi giving some chase. Will force the BKB out from alone. So you have the Scotty over onto Loose. They need to close the distance, but at the last second, they're able to cancel it out. The follow-up now, the chase over onto Eve. They're just throwing out as much damage as possible. The slot with the Scotty over onto Eve. They need maybe one more ahead as Sam just absolutely crumbles, and Lewis just being able to do whatever he wants. They tried to go for that grass. He'll turn back around over onto Lone, giving him the clicks, trying to burst it off, trying to do anything they can to keep him alive, but they're not going to be able to do it. They go in for a duel. Will be able to kill PYW, but Eve will fall in the process. The buyback comes out now. And they're going to try to just recoup whatever they can here of this base, but it is so difficult. They do not have buyback on their Huskar, they don't have buyback on Primal Beast or the Silencer, and they already used some of those big ultis. I'm not sure.
Just
if
an
they
absolute
can force them out.
slaughterhouse. Suddenly Extreme just go into their base and just take down everyone right under the tier 4 towers and decide to just finish the game. They were pretty far ahead, but yeah, they're just showing that they are strong enough and they're gonna be the ones to take this game 2-0. Wildcard are not gonna be able to defend here, even though they're not tapping out yet. They're waiting, hoping for that 10 armor buff to the Ancients to hold on, maybe the Crimson Guard.
I think they're hoping. Maybe they'll get too cocky, you know? Maybe they'll fountain dive us, but no, this is Extreme Gaming. They're gonna just focus down here as he went in for the duel. Not gonna be able to do anything though, so there it is. There's the GG, well played. And Extreme Gaming is gonna take this series 2-0.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming, extremely easy, I would say as well. Game 1 and Game 2 looked pretty clean in their pocket the entire time. I don't think there was any real moment when it felt like Wildcard has this, apart from maybe Game 1 at the start with them getting a lot of kills at least. But even so, they were playing very reactive while getting those kills. So it is going to be a 2-0 here. I think it showed pretty clearly that Extreme were a little bit more cohesive with their play. I think the draft from Wildcard became strange after you saw the Broodmother come out. They picked this Legion Commander to try and deal with it, but you end up having a Legion Commander and a Huskar and a Visage as your 3 cores. It felt like a very stretched lineup, let's say, in the drafting department.
Yeah, it definitely felt like you had a couple heroes that fulfilled the same sort of role that was needed. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more of a team fight ultimate instead of just, not necessarily what Jenkins calls the assassin heroes, because they aren't always going to be the ones that jump into the backline, but just that solo lockdown. Would like to see maybe something a little bit more AoE, a little bit more diverse, and a little less pressure on one particular person with the timing to be that person who initiates. Extreme Gaming, they look so good. It's one of those things with them. Every time I watch them, it feels like it's a 0 to 60 sort of lineup. Like, they're just kind of quietly cruising, and then they see the finish line. They're like, all right, it's go time. And then they're just beasts.
Good reaction as well. I mean, reacting and putting your mid laner on the off lane in a dual lane situation instead of having him, going mid into something that would be so unfavorable. This just shows that they're ready for those curveballs coming out. I think it was a nice attempt by a Wildcard, in the draft, getting this Huskar and thinking it can be good. It did lane really well against the Broodmother as well, but bit of a misplay there. He dropped the ball on the advantage he had on the mid lane. Even against Brood, he was winning really hard. At the end of the day, though, I think the story of this series is that Lou was never really pressured and was never really struggling with anything. He had 2 very smooth games doing what he wanted as a carry. And if you want to win against Extreme Gaming, I think you have to deal with this guy. He's very, very good. And letting him get that many items and that much farm, I think it's something that should be priority to stop it.
Do you think that Old 11's Broodmother is worthy of a respect ban just because of the space and the vision, like the utility that this hero can provide in his hands?
I think so. I think the question comes, is it a first phase ban or is it, I think he would belong in the second phase as a ban there. And then if it gets first phase picked, you have more time to react to it properly and make a good draft. But what they did was they didn't ban it after losing to it, didn't ban it in the second phase either, and then they lost to it. I think this was a mistake that could have been avoidable by just respecting this hero and what Old 11 can do with it.
Gotta respect these legacy players for sure. But that wraps up our first series with Waga and I here. So it's going to be Extreme Gaming taking the series 2-0. And the next series coming up, we got a little bit more NA Dota action. Wildcard is going to face up with another behemoth. They're actually going to face off with Virtus Pro, which is very, very scary. But we will have that game in a little bit. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, but we do have to take a little bit of a break so that way the teams can refresh themselves, get ready, and you should refresh yourself. Get yourself a fresh cup of coffee if you're in one of those crazy time zones where it's super early or super late. And if not, grab yourself a snack. And when we come back, we'll have our next series.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, Dota fans. We are back with more of the Last Chance Qualifiers for TI 11. I'm joined with the wonderful Wagamama, and this next series is going to be some NA Dota versus some Eastern European Dota. We have, of course, Wildcard Gaming versus Virtus Pro. And what can we expect from these teams, Waga?
I think we can expect Wildcard to, hopefully have some change in their draft and mentality here from the previous series, because we just watched them go up against Extreme Gaming and it was not pretty. Extreme kind of took them to town. That was a very hard 2-0, but Virtus Pro also a very, very fierce opponent, and I think Wildcard, they have to stay on their toes to not have the same thing repeat here. Going into this game against Virtus Pro, they're going to get the Marcy first phase pickup though. A hero that we didn't get to see played in the previous series, but now she's joining us here.
I expected to see this hero either picked or banned like first phase, because it's just such a strong hero. It provides such a strong laning phase. It's one of the few heroes that can actually punish any sort of misplacement. So for example, another one that comes to mind is Bat Rider. If you're out of place, you're immediately going to be punished. Vengeful Spirits has the swap, but like Marcy, being able to have that dispose and just leaping forward, jumping and tossing someone, it's just so incredibly valuable. And she does scale decently into the late game because of Sidekick. So I'm not surprised to see that get picked up, but pretty interesting here. We talked about Wildcard just facing off with Extreme, which we figured was going to be a bit of an uphill slog. This one's going to be even harder, in my opinion. Virtus Pro, during their qualifiers, they only dropped to Bet Boom. They were doing so well the entire time. This is a very scary team. They were playing as outsiders at the time, but this is actually my second team that I have making it out of these qualifiers is Extreme and Virtus Pro. So
yeah,
gonna definitely have to dig deep.
I think the Virtus Pro have some crazy talent in their team. I mean, GPK and Ramses both are extremely powerful individual players, and they're good at playing aggressive style. So we'll see. If Wildcard usually play pretty good in the early game and then struggle late game, I would say that Virtus Pro, they usually play pretty good the majority of the game, but they are pretty aggressive as a team. So this should make for an interesting matchup. And speaking of interesting, we see Wildcard go for an early Shadow Fiend pickup here. This is exciting, but SF has been buffed quite a bit lately. The Shadow Races with his slowest, made him very popular once again.
10 seconds remaining.
I am a little concerned by revealing this hand so early, because this is a hero that is very susceptible to ganks. It's a lot similar to like a Tinker or something like that, where you have the potential to snowball and become this huge force, but you are so susceptible early on if you have any of those early rotations. And picking it up in this phase, I think just gives them so many options. Although I guess, the Silencer and the Tusk, most likely going to be your position 5 and your 4. So perhaps they feel like they can deal with it because Tusk is one of those heroes. If he's snowballing in, you see it coming. You'll have time to respond.
10 seconds.
But yeah, I'm surprised they went for it so early.
You usually have time to respond, but you don't have a repositioning tool though. So if you're out of position on a mid Shadow Fiend, then it can be very dangerous. A hero like Tusk is probably one of the hardest heroes to react to, ganking you. But you can also put the SF on the safe lane. This could even be, a safe lane lineup, the Marcy and SF together. It works. You can throw people back. You can get the races on them. It's hard for them to leave. Two of them could just pair up as well. But we'll see how they want to lane it. Either way, revealing the SF early allows them to hide some other stuff, but it will be a little bit hard to play the SF into Tusk if you want to put him at least on mid lane.
I mean, if you want to throw a complete and utter monkey wrench into what they're thinking, you could also rotate this Marcy. I've seen, Marcy position 1, then depending on the draft, depending on how fast you want to play the game, it can be incredibly powerful.
True. And I've played with Dendy recently, who showed me the power of the POS 5 SF. Don't sleep on that.
Oh,
That's,
no,
that's a
no,
whole
no.
different story. You know, I'll I would be amazed if we saw that coming out, but probably not. It is
Hopefully
honestly,
not.
it is honestly worth experimenting with, though. The slows on the races, it's an interesting idea. Then they got interesting ideas, you know.
I'd expect nothing less from Dondo, the Super Meta, but
Yeah.
do have, you know, some of those respect bans coming out. They ban out, you know, the
10
classic
seconds remaining.
off-lane heroes that do a lot of pushing, such as the Beastmasters,
5
such
seconds
as
remaining.
the Visage. So I'm curious to see, you know, what... And the other thing, too, that I'm also curious is we haven't seen the Timber come out yet for Davai Lama, and that is arguably one of his best heroes.
Yeah, he plays really well on it, and it could be difficult to see it in this game, though, just by Silencer already being drafted. I think this is one of the hardest heroes to play. Not perhaps like the hardest counter, but it's just such a bothersome hero for Timbersaw. Until you get your Lotus Orb, until you get ways to deal with him. In laning stage, you can take so much damage from Silencer Harass, and the silence, of course, being, you know, a great way to catch you. You lose your mobility, you lose your ways of getting out of a bad scenario. So maybe he doesn't even get to play it in this game either, but I completely agree that is one of his comfort heroes.
They're really taking their time here trying to decide what don't they want to see coming out.
Yeah,
Looks
so
like it's going to be the Viper. So I'm curious if that means that we're going to see a hero picked up for them that has a strong passive.
it could be. It could also just be that they're targeting down a bit on the Vailama here, because you see the bands they're going with, getting rid of the Beastmaster, the Visage, the Viper. These are heroes that we've seen him play before as well. And they're doing
5
something that's quite
seconds
common when
remaining.
you draft, is that you target a position, and most of your bans are going to be towards that position overall. So you're not banning like one hero from every player, because then usually they have an alternative. But here they're really limiting the options for Davai Lama a bit, and going for a hero that I definitely am never unhappy to see. What is this? TA? Now
I
TA
hope
is
it's a GPK TA.
Yeah, yeah,
honestly.
GPK
This guy is insane on this hero.
Yeah, GPK plays a very, very strong
5
TA.
seconds remaining.
TA is not super strong in the current patch. She's not actually in a great spot. She's okay, but her win rate isn't that fantastic. But I do like her against Marcy and SF. I think both of those are pretty nice heroes to hit into for your TA. They don't have too many dangerous things for TA to deal with.
Well, there's our answer, the Davai Lama Broodmother.
Bit inspired by Extreme, perhaps, that they just lost 2-0 against two Broodmothers in a row. Now they're gonna go on to pick Broodmother.
You've lived long enough, you become what you hate.
Yeah, truly. Long enough, what was it, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, picking Brood into the lineup that Virtus Pro have, I actually think that TA is quite decent against Brood, because the traps are great for catching her, and Psyblades can be good as well against her in a way. So Virtus Pro still have ways to draft into this. And again, wildcard, I feel like this Lich could have been picked earlier and perhaps not revealed, you know, the SF so early. Thinking Brood and SF already
10
showing
seconds
is
remaining.
it's an interesting way of drafting. I feel like last pick Brood is more powerful than picking it already here.
And that's literally what you said in the past game, is just, you know, if you pick the Brood early enough, then it gives you enough picks to kind of counter. And that seems to be sort of the situation that we're seeing now. You've got more AoE coming out here in terms with the Primal Beast, another good way to kind of
10
deal with
seconds
those
remaining.
spiders. Be curious to see, you know, because we did see a Primal Beast in
5
the
seconds
last
remaining.
series going up against Brood, and it didn't feel like it did that much the way that Old 11 was playing the Broodmother, but perhaps they were inspired by what they saw in the previous game, so...
Yeah. I mean, one thing they've identified, though, is that Silencer is quite useless against Broodmother. Broodmother doesn't care much about being silenced very often, and he also doesn't have any good way to deal with all the spiders running at him or at his friends. So it's one nice thing to have going there, but outside of that, the Brood can
10 seconds
maybe
remaining.
struggle a little bit with the Primal Beast. If the traps are also there slowing
5
her, then
seconds
she could
remaining.
get grabbed by the Primal somehow. team fight wise. It looks like VP are building a stronger 5-man lineup to me. Even though Marcy can become very dangerous in team fights once she has BKB, but until then she's not super threatening.
I want lockdown from Wildcard here. I want to see more lockdown because you've got the Sinister Gaze from the Lich, right? And you've got, Dispose from Marcy, but otherwise, like, it's very lacking, and that concerns me, especially with heroes like TA who want to kind of like dip in and out of these fights. You've got the mobility over on both the Tusk and this Primal Beast.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be an issue for them.
They could go for something even like just Faceless Void. The hero is still pretty popular in the current patch, even though he got hit with quite a few different nerfs. None of them were huge nerfs, but he did get his talent tree touched up a little bit and overall got weakened. But it would give them the Chronosphere and Lich ulti combination. Also, Chrono with SF ulti follow-up can be quite a long time of disabling someone. So it's an option here. And he doesn't struggle against the shards. He can jump over the Tusk shards with his Time Walk, which can be convenient.
I feel like that's a very survivable lane too, which I like. If you get the Faceless Void and the Lich together, you get the point in the armor, having the Time Walk. You should never be able to kill Faceless Void in that particular situation.
It's a classic,
you
yeah.
play it right.
It's an old classic. It's pretty hard to shut down. Usually you just end up killing Lich a few times, but the Void survives and farms. And if you're really unlucky, you might even get bashed a bit and feed some kill over to him. But they ban out the Pangolier here on Wildcard, and I think that could have been very dangerous. If Pango was picked up by VP, their teamfight would be substantially stronger than Wildcard's. VP respecting the Leshrac, thinking that could be a last pick here. So the carry SF, I mean, that's definitely still probably more likely. But, they go with Eve's Troll. So they get
Okay.
it. Finally, they get their Troll Warlord that they enjoy playing a lot. One of the few teams, maybe the only team, that really likes Troll Warlord.
No, I saw a couple other teams that had some interest in Troll when I was doing my research, but
10
definitely
seconds
an Eve hero in particular. It's like that and CK are like his
5
two big
seconds
ones, I feel,
remaining.
that we've been seeing recently.
Yeah.
Would have liked to see the Faceless Void maybe a little bit more, just because I feel like survivability during the lane stage is great. It would have set up some very nice positioning. But again, my concern of looking at this wildcard draft is the lack of initiation and like reinitiation, like to go back in. And like that's, oh boy. All right. This is looking like a very difficult game here for wildcard.
Yeah, I think the Vailama has his work cut out for him, and it's not going to be easy. Now there's even more catch with GPK on Storm Spirit. He's definitely a strong player on it. It's not going to be him on the TA, even though he plays it very well. Ramses can also play a mean TA, so this game, I think the Vailama has a lot of responsibility in creating space and giving a good game over to his carry and his mid, but it's going to be difficult to not feed as Broodmother in this game. He needs the best laning stage that he could ever ask for.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to get that, though, is the problem, like, looking at what they've got presented here. Another thing, too, like, GPK, we talked about how good of a player he is. He's an excellent Storm Spirit. I think there was a season of DPC, one of the tours that we did, he did not, I think he went for the longest streak without a single death. I think it was like at the very, very end. I think he finally had one death, but like that man is so hard to pin down.
Yeah.
He is so good, especially with these heroes that have the mobility built into them. So when you look at the draft coming out from this, I mean, you can't right now because it's not on the screen, but the draft coming out from Wildcard, they don't have a lot of lockdown, and I'm very concerned about that.
Yeah, I think they should have kept him in their team. And while we were in the lobby here, GPK actually joined Wildcard and said, I'm in your team now because my team hate me. And he was playing around a little bit. They shouldn't have let him leave. They should just have, okay, we have a new player. You're going to have to learn some Russian here, but
then you're going to run into the issue of constantly, being the team that just cycles through the mid players, right? Because they already had, they had Esk, and Esk, unfortunately, not able to play. Then they picked up Alone, and then, they just keep picking up and dropping mids. You don't want to be that team.
I know.
Hey, man, if you get GPK, it's a good trade. He's a strong
I mean, that
player.
is a very good trade.
No
but-
disrespect meant to Alone here, but GPK is a fearsome player for sure. But yeah, this game, talking a little bit more, making predictions for how the game is going to play out. I think this safe lane of VP is going to be very, very hard to deal with for Wildcard. If we're looking at a TA silencer, that's such good range damage output that a potentially double melee offlane here of Broodmother plus Marcy might just get poked down and unable to sustain themselves in the lane. So a little bit concerned about that lane. The other matchups are pretty skill dependent how they go. I mean, SF mid against Storm, I think should be pretty SF favored or pretty even. But this bottom lane, I think it could be a difficult one for Wildcard.
I don't know. I mean, it's GPK. This guy, like, again, you know, when you talk about skill levels, Alone's good. Don't get me wrong. He's quite talented, but I just feel like you got GPK there. That guy is a world-class mid player, and he's made a name for himself for good reason. I think he's still going to probably have some struggles, but...
Yeah, issue is though, when you go close to Remnant, you're gonna get raised. Like you're playing a hero that relies on going close to the creep wave. I say that mid should probably be, you know, slightly SF favored or even, but if I saw GPK on both the sides, you know, if I think that it's the same player on either side, I would say that it's SF favored for sure. So I'm just thinking, even all the GPK, you know, mechanical knowledge and understanding, I still think that the lane is SF favored. We'll see how he plays it though. I'm super curious to see how it's going to play out.
It's cracking me up. The guys were talking earlier about, like, I think Sammy said that he's been stalking Ramses, and Ramses looks shorter in real life. I was like looking at the cams during the draft. I'm like, man, Ramses doesn't look any different. He has not aged.
Yeah.
There's a painting somewhere aging in place of him or something. I don't know, but
The battle begins.
still got that baby face.
Oh, Ramses. So funny. He flames you so hard. I remember I've gotten, you know, absolutely flamed to pieces by this man. And then I meet him at an event. And I just see this baby face guy. I'm like, this is the guy who flamed me that hard. And he's just super
This
cheerful.
little punk.
He's just super cheerful and happy, which is actually not something that goes just for him. GPK is similar. He also is very, you know, sometimes toxic in pubs. But I've heard that he always does it with, like, you know, just good intentions. Like he's not necessarily a.
How are you toxic with good intentions?
It's not. It's like he's flaming and having fun with it. You know, it's not like he's seriously upset with you. He's just flaming you because that's how he does it. It's hard to explain, but basically he's just laughing a lot while flaming people. So
That sounds even more toxic than you're laughing
maybe more
and being
toxic,
toxic.
but you know, it's not as serious or ill-intended, I suppose.
I'm worried that you're desensitized, Waga. What's been happening in your pubs?
Aren't we all? Certain amount
No,
of
my
hours
pubs
in
are
Dota.
wonderful. I have very positive people.
You're not fooling anyone. You're from NA.
No, you can watch me play, dude. I make friends. Somebody's toxic and cranky. I'm just like, what's wrong? Do you need a hug? Like, is something not good in your life? And they're like, yeah, I do. And then they mellow out. Try
I
it
don't believe
sometime.
it.
I don't know if it's gonna work for you, but
No.
hey, man, I'm just saying like it is. A little bit disposed here, just putting some damage over onto Ramses.
Yeah.
Not maybe a little, that's quite a bit. Oh my god. All right, shards from Yamish. We'll make sure that.
Oh, you gonna get him?
Oh, one more hit. Can Alex get there? Oh. Now Alex is in a very awkward position. Look at him though. He's kind of feels like he's baiting a little bit.
He's just fighting.
He's
He's
like, come
battling
on,
a bit.
Ramses. Get a little closer, buddy.
Man, Ramses almost went down there. If Alex didn't get the pathing error, he got a little bit tricked to walk around the tree.
Oh. Yep,
Nice.
he's dead. Did they get anything more though? Yeah, they have to dispose. I don't think Divine Llama was expecting that. The shards come out. He's gonna try to fight here with Alex. But be able to, and Alone gets the kill on GPK.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Very good start for Wildcard here. This is exactly what they needed. The tips go out, of course, as well. Good start for Wildcard. I think that was a nice outplay on bottom, but mid as well. And now perhaps they get Yamich one more time. He has shards, but can he do it?
No.
Oh,
Oh, all right,
oh my
all right.
God.
Now Divine Llama.
What?
Have to
He
be
managed to
careful,
push
takes a
himself
couple tower
through the
shots.
trees to the left. That was a nice one.
Very cool.
Nice little shard trick.
I think that's one thing I really love about Dota is there's all these weird little mechanic things that if you have the knowledge and like the timing just right, you can really do some cool stuff with it.
Yeah, certainly. Every hero is like that, and I mean Tusk especially with the shards, he can do some creative things.
It's like a secret, right? Like you only know it if you play, you know, this particular hero like so well or whatnot. I
Yeah.
think that's always very cool when it's not like super telegraphed.
Exactly. Like Tusk being able to push himself high ground, low ground with the shards, for instance, and chasing people or getting away. That's always fun to see.
Courier has been killed.
Oh, there we go. A courier sniped by the ranged creep. Good job, ranged creep.
He's getting a raise.
Yeah. Well, he died.
Top lane, Sam. It does end up getting a burst down between DM and Dakota. And again, the dispose in the bottom lane. Over into Ramses has already used refractions. Not looking very good, so we'll end up falling to the lane of the Broodmother and the Marcy, which we were a little concerned about, honestly.
Yeah, that's
But
his
it's going pretty well.
second death as well. Dying twice now. Ramsey's having a very rough start, and I think all this comes down to the fact that they laned the Tusk down here instead of Silencer. I think Silencer would have been way stronger on this lane. However, maybe they didn't want to have the double melee into Troll and Lich. We haven't talked too much about top lane, but that lane from Wildcard is also a very strong combination. They're still having a good game as well.
Yeah, I know that we were concerned too with you know, the Troll not being able to get what he needs, but sitting real pretty right now with CS 24-3 currently.
Yeah,
Let's rotate towards the middle lane. They're going to try to make a play on Alone, has a snowball. And look at these Power Ranger TPs come out, and Alone just says they cancel out the TPs. That's costly.
Alone? He canceled his own TP? They didn't even
Yeah, I
pull him.
don't... That felt like some sort of, like, okay, as they get a kill on Eve. All right.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
That felt like miscommunication there, where, like, you saw these two TPs come in, and maybe he thought that they were on the way, but then they canceled?
Did I see it wrong? Didn't he just cancel his own TP when he tried to leave there?
No, he
I
did.
think
He did.
I
Ramses
think
is dead.
Alone just misclicked hard and died. And bottom lane we see Ramses dying again. And this is the third time already, and now they're chasing down the Tusk.
I mean, there's very few places that Yamish can hide here. Fine Llama just
Dyer's top tower
clicking down, using snowball. He is making them spend a lot of time on him, though.
Yeah, it's a good
As
time
Ramsey
though.
does come back in, but I mean, this is going to be a kill.
His dying
Also
wish.
just chill out for a little bit, but I'm curious if there was some sort of, I don't know how good Alone's English is. I'm wondering if there was some sort of miscommunication there too, like going
I
on
don't
with
think
comms.
so. No, I think he just misclicked. There was nobody even there yet. I think he just decided to cancel his TP. I'm not even sure what happened. Probably just a misclick on the keyboard.
Oh, that's disappointing. Oh my god. All right. Well,
A
Ramses is
fourth
having a
death?
terrible time here.
tower.
Okay, is this the same wildcard that we saw in the Extreme game? How are they going into this game and just killing Ramses 4 times? This is,
I don't know, but it looks like Alone probably not going to survive this either with the double damage over onto GPK. In fact, they teleport over Sam. Okay, the Frost Shield coming into play here from Sam. Gonna give them enough time here. Those raises coming out from Alone. GPK trying to break some ankles. I thought for sure Alone was toast there, but a nice save here coming out from Sam. Wouldn't be surprised to see DM be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that Sam's not here to babysit Eve, but Eve is also just hugging the tower, realizing he does not want to give that advantage.
Yeah, Eve has no HP regen. He's sitting on the tower getting, you know, at least that bit of regen, but he needs help. He needs someone to hold his hand. He actually has his regen on the Lich. He has his salve that he was gonna bring. So here he comes. Here's your salve, finally delivered.
It's a little late though, Sam. I'm not sure you're gonna get a full tip for that one.
Yeah. And
DM getting aggressive, canceling out the salve, has the pulverize, is not looking very good here for E because he just gets trampled down. They'll turn their attention over to Sam, trying to put the damage over onto Dakota. They do manage to get the kill on Silencer, the drawback. Sam, is he gonna be able to do this? Are they gonna get the kill on DM too? Yes, they'll get a double kill on DM, but they'll also get a double kill on their mid laner.
Yeah, they do get some payback there. I gotta say, I don't care what's the most efficient build for Silencer. This is not correct. You need 1 point in Glaives of Wisdom so you get that 2 int stolen. What is this? If you kill Troll, one of the dumbest heroes in Dota, you want him to lose even more int, become unable to cast your spells. But he has not skilled his Glaives, so his intelligence is protected for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Alright, well
attack.
they make this rotation sending Ramses towards this mid lane, but looks like he's just gonna go head off to the jungle to farm. He can't stay in that bottom lane. He's had way too many deaths. Divine Llama's just starting to get fat as heck. He's got the Orb of Corrosion, he's got a Falcon Blade.
Dire's top
This is
tower
spooky
is under
stuff right
attack.
now.
Yeah, and I don't even think that you can really stop what's happening now. He has the Mana Boots and the Falcon Blade, so he can really spam spiders. I think bottom part of the map is just gonna belong to Wildcard.
So we do have a skirmish breaking out over on the top lane. They want this kill on GPK, but again, where's your lockdown? Where's the vision? Do manage to get another hit off on GPK, but without that heavy lockdown, it's just going to be very difficult for them to finish him off.
Yeah, that is one thing that Virtus.pro have going for them here, that they can fall back into, despite the game not going great here, to say the least, at the start of this game, is that if GPK gets big enough, there's a very limited amount of disables on the side of Wildcard. So Storm should be having an easy time.
I mean, he's been allowed to poke quite a bit here. And it's still very early on into the game. It almost feels like the laning stage just evaporated in this game.
Yeah,
It felt like it was over very quickly.
I mean, that's what happens if you have bottom lane where the TA just gets murdered over and over, and there's nothing that Yamich could do to save her as well. Speaking of Yamich, he finally now at 9 minutes gets his boots. This is a poor little Tusk. He does not have the best game going.
Sometimes I wish, and I know it'd be too dynamic and hard to program, but I wish that sometimes, like, when you bought items, they would appear on your hero.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, immediate item purchases?
Sort of, yeah, like, you know, like getting the boots, like, you see the boots appear on the hero.
Oh, yeah.
Just silly little things. I don't know,
I
you
see,
mentioned
I
that.
see.
I was
A
like,
visual-
oh,
a
his poor little
visual-
bare toes.
Yeah, you mean it visually. Oh, yeah, I would love that.
Yes.
Just slap
That's gotta be
on
too
Assault
hard.
Cuirass on my Morphling. Watch that water boy covered in metal all of a sudden.
Io just having boots coming out of his head and the mech, like, tied on like a little helmet. I'm down for that.
Just by
Sam creeping
6.
forward. Drawing on Hakoda. He wants this kill. Chase down here. Shards coming into play, though. Very nicely done by Yamich. And while this is going on over in the top lane, they will force back DM.
Very active move by Broodmother. So she's trying to not just use the bottom part of the map, but now coming in mid. So this is her saying, I want more tier 1 towers. I want to take them all. So the entirety of Wildcard are trying to go together here. They have DD on SF. I don't think VP can defend this, but they're trying to. Posturing for it.
I mean, you don't have your Storm Spirit, and I feel like he's a very integral part currently.
Yeah, he can TP in, but I don't really see how you're gonna do this, especially with the spiders scouting,
Yeah.
the Llama revealing anyone sitting near that tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And the mid tower is officially toast. See some trailing down towards the bottom area. GPK needs to be careful here. He might walk into a big chunk over on the side, but the Pulverize in the top lane over to Eve, not quite enough to get the kill. See his force back. They'll go with the global. Hakoda getting into position here, but they don't have anything to cancel out the teleport, so will be absolutely fine. And it feels like GPK trying to push them out of this jungle area, but it'll be very difficult. In fact, look, this Divine Llama says, like, get out of my jungle. This is my jungle.
Yeah, there's the problem right now that VP, they want to have both TA and Storm farm up and recover in jungle, because none of them had a good laning stage. So both are just in recovery mode, but the jungle is only so big, and especially when wildcards start pushing in their heroes into the jungle, the Broodmother asserting dominance over this area, it becomes hard for them to farm both these heroes.
So how does VP manage to do this then? How do they kind of make the space and get the farm needed? Is it just that you're going to continuously see GPK putting himself in these kind of scary situations because he has that mobility, or?
I think you're gonna see stuff like this where DM tries to play together with his supports to make stuff happen, and meanwhile you want GPK to push lanes as far as possible because there's, again, not the best disables on the side of Wildcard, so Storm should be fairly safe to push the side lanes out, and then TA can farm whatever she, you know, sees appetizing. It's probably how they want to play the game. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they should recognize that they are ahead. They're in a good spot right now. And at the same time, the SF does want to keep growing and get more items. So a bit of a balancing game. How aggressive do you want to go while still farming up?
I feel like this is classic Wildcard, though, and we say this consistently. They have a really good early game, but they just don't take that momentum and ride it correctly.
Yeah, for now it's sort of equalized, right? Like the map is almost split 50-50. You can see that both teams are farming roughly half the map right now. And I don't think that's a good outcome for Wildcard. I think they want to own the bigger piece of the cake here. And VP are getting away with something that they perhaps shouldn't be right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But you can see intentions from Wildcard. They're drawing on the map. They want to push top, and they want to get that last tier 1 tower. The more towers you remove, the more of the map you're going to be owning quite naturally. But VP are spreading out accordingly, and now with the DD rune on Storm, he can go down bottom and perhaps even threaten that tier 1 tower. If you want to go top as Wildcard, Storm is going to be a thorn in your side. Look at him make his way down to the lane, only farming 1 jungle camp on the way there, because he recognizes that nobody's playing down here, so I should be pushing tower.
He still has the double damage bottled up on top of everything else. So if they do decide they want to defend that top tier 1, he can be there in a jiff using that. Yeah, he's already using the TP scroll, making his way top. He figures that they're on their way.
Yeah, they're waiting for anyone to come down. He's gonna go in.
We see Sam, I think. Waiting to see if it's actually safe, though, because there's not a lot of people on the map showing from Wildcard right now.
Yeah, his DD rune is ticking out while he's being patient and waiting here, but Wildcard recognizing that pushing the tower was perhaps not entirely safe, so they're instead going with a smoke, looking for the TA. But they're starting Roche. Okay.
That's a bit surprising. But they are split up, right? So you can see that... Oh, they're hiding over here in the corner, though, here on VP. They don't have... Oh, there's a scan. They're aware
This is not the
something's
easiest
up.
Roche. It's
Yeah,
scouted
waiting
now.
patiently, has that... Oh, is he gonna... GPK jumping forward. Divine Llama jumping back in, though. He's gonna free path around. This should belong to them. Yeah, Alone's gonna get himself an Aegis. A risky Roche play, but it ends up working out for the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, that worked really well. The fact that they had that ward down protecting, giving some vision, and GPK, despite seeing Roshan's HP from the ice shards from Tusk there, decides to not try and steal it. So Wildcard now get a really good advantage having Aegis on SF. We could definitely see them pressuring more for tier 2 towers, perhaps even.
I would like to see them be aggressive. I think that is something that, like you said, they have a bit of this advantage. Enjoy it, you know. Take what's yours, I guess, for lack of a better term. Haystream does get popped on alone. You worked hard for all this here, Wildcard. Take advantage of it.
They're being scouted by some spiders, and everybody's chasing, but not the best tools to catch, so we might just see VP walk out of this area here. Both of them just running away, but the push is coming. Meanwhile,
Chasing
of
for a
course,
long time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast is split pushing bottom, but that tower was already quite low, so perhaps they're happy to trade that for a full HP tower of Radiance.
I mean, they don't have any spider army this time around. They do clean it up, so will take them a little bit longer. And you can see too here, DM pushing forward on that bottom lane is gonna try to continue to cut the wave, put the pressure down for a tier 2, and they're losing quite a bit here. Do manage to get the tier 1 on the side of Wildcard. GPK waiting patiently.
I think they keep
See if we
going,
get that
at
moment.
least take over the Ancients here after you take the tier 1. So they're going in here, it's 17 minutes, great time to just steal the enemy Ancients. You have a big chance to drop your neutral items and get those tier 2 neutrals as fast as possible. Gonna find themselves a Grove Bow for SF. Also Grove Bow over on the TA in this game, so she's pretty happy.
Yeah, I will say that Ramses has recovered quite nicely considering he had 4 deaths in that laning stage. Does have the Death Slater online. He's got himself the Dragon Lance and is getting very close to that Blink Dagger, so he'll be able to be very active.
Yeah, his team has bought him all this space. I mean, he's just tucked away and been farming. He has literally not been part of a single kill, just hiding and farming the safe areas while GPK takes the risky approach.
Speaking of, as Alex jumps in here, does have the Unleash, but is getting handled right now, being kited very, very hard too. As he tries to run away from Yamich and alone, following up. Again, they just don't have the lockdown. GPK has no mana though, so perhaps they can find him around this corner. He's trying to break some ankles. Nope, Alone sees him. The chase is on as they run after Yamich. They do manage to get a root off over onto Eve, and they still want GPK. As he drags back, he wants his kill. He does manage to get it right before falling, but a bit of a sloppy engagement for the side of EP.
Yeah, it's a bit sloppy, but at the same time, they invested only 2 heroes into that fight. They got some kills, and at the end of the day, I think they're happy with the trade that they got, because they were able to farm so much meanwhile. But one good thing for Wildcard is that they got both these kills going over to Eve, so he's close to his entire BKB now. Only needs the recipe, and then he's gonna have Battle Fury, BKB. He's looking pretty damn farm on the troll now as well.
Yeah, but look at the TA. Like, while that was going on, Ramses had full reign of this bottom area, and he now has the Blink Dagger picked up.
Yep, they've sacrificed people quite literally to be able to afford this.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm charging in, gets the stun over onto Alone. Sam joining back, and big melt strike here from Ramses, trying to fight against Alone, but it's a little bit too risky.
Yeah, I like what he did though. He went in and just dropped the Marcy's HP down. Look at her. Now she's running around with only 400 HP. She has to be very careful moving up. And he knew that he can probably always blink out there. Similar to how Storm doesn't have to worry about too many lockdowns here. If TA has Refraction and Blink Dagger, she's pretty hard to catch here.
And then to get the Sinister Gaze off over onto Hakoda, and that's a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. Nice pick off here for Eve.
Yeah, Silencer does not necessarily have the best ways to get out. Poor man, he was just running, but not so
I would say
easy to
he
get
has
away.
no ways of getting out.
No, it's a safe trip to Fountain.
There you go, looking on the bright side. I like it. I still hate Silencer. I'm not sad to see him die. Hunt is on as they pop Sam, and they'll get their hands over here on the troll. Global's gonna get used as he's just trying to fight his way through, but eventually will end up dying as DM just stomping around in circles. They wanted Yamich. Won't be using that snowball to go right back in onto Divine Llama. A nice play though, does have the Blink Dagger. He's gonna try to teleport out, and they have the vision. Do they have the damage? No, they don't, and they don't have any way of taking him out of that TP as they jump right back in on Divine Llama. GPK waiting patiently. It's still gonna be DM who finishes him off though.
Yeah, and starting to see how the control of the game has slipped out of Wildcard's possession here, and VP are the ones who are going to be able to make more moves happen. They have TA now with Blink Dagger Deso and sending out even more. She's got the Mithril Hammer building towards that BKB. They're now in a good spot to keep looking for kills whenever they have mana on Storm. And Wildcard just doesn't have the same pickoff, so I think they should play more into their 5-man ability, because they're still quite strong in team fighting just by having such a farmed SF.
They need some sort of an item that will also provide them lockdown, I feel. It's just, it feels like they just slip through their fingers too often. And like, yeah, this starts off really nice, but you just don't have that lockdown.
Oh, I think they could have maybe used the SF ulti there after the jump in and then a toss back. Perhaps he could have channeled the SF ulti immediately if he trusted the stun would land. And then they could use the fear to kill the Storm Spirit there.
Mm.
Storm sitting around, looking to kill anyone.
Immediately, the drag back, Walrus Punch. Alex just gets obliterated here. The BKB comes out though from Alone. They draw back over onto Yamich. This is looking like they should end up losing the Tusk as they get a Frostblast to the face. GPK though still absolutely healthy, alive and kicking. No problems here.
Yeah, meanwhile, the TA bullies away
Oh,
the...
DM finds himself a Shadow Fiend.
Oh,
He
boy.
is absolutely dominating. This Primal Beast is 8-1-0 right now, Wagga.
Yeah, DM is having a fantastic game. We talked a lot about the Storm and the TA and the SF, but DM has just absolutely been crushing it, which I suppose is what you're supposed to do when you're Primal Beast. But the way he's playing is so confident.
Yeah. I mean, he literally has a spell called Trample, so you should be stomping all over. Manages to land over onto Alex, uses the BKB, just picks up Divine Llama. He's had enough. Needs to put a little bit more damage down, and they'll end up taking out that Wraith Pact instead. Divine Llama is looking a little messed up here on the spider after that grab.
Yeah, it's funny how the TA tried to auto-attack there, but it can be hard to attack the target that's being picked up by Primal Beast, just because he's tossing them left and back, left and right. It's actually difficult sometimes to get the right clicks onto him. So didn't manage to get the kill. They was looking for a side blade, but not quite connecting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Over on wildcard though, they still have more smokes to go here, but feels like they need to try and lead with maybe Lich and Sinister Gaze if they're ever gonna kill this Storm.
You don't want your Lich being up front, though. That's the problem. The second that Sam is spotted, he is just jumped upon and just exploded.
Yeah, even
Like
less so now
that's
that
a
he has a
huge
gem.
issue.
He has a gem,
Oh,
so
God, he
you
has a
don't want him
gem?
dying. Yeah, he expects to live, I guess. He'll be fine.
I like the concept of an early gem. I think it's smart, especially if you're buying a lot of sentries and you're a little bit behind here. But oh, I feel like that gem's not going to remain in his possession for very long. I hate to say it.
That tier 2 tower just going down uncontested as none of wildcard are making a move down here. Meanwhile, Storm looking for a jump perhaps?
He's found himself alone. Alex is nearby. He's going to try to help, but he just really doesn't have anything to deal with DM when he's got this BKB. Alone, trying to man fight again here. We'll zip back and forth. GPK though, Sam, all right, right position, right time. Still has mana though, so we'll get that Chain Frost off. Not going to be able to quite get their hands on him, but the spiders, they're hunting. They want this. They're going to just keep chasing after GPK. The silence comes out, and now Divine Llama forced to run away as DM just stomps all over them, gets a kill. They'll end up losing Alex. Eve has been left behind. He is the next one to fall. A disaster for Wildcard.
I feel so bad for wildcard. This is again looking more like we kind of talked about during game 1 against Extreme Gaming already, how they usually play really well at the start of the game, but then it slips out of their control. They were stomping this in the laning stage. They were getting solo kills on mid lane. They were getting 4 kills on Ramses during laning stage, but now everything is just slipping, and they end up overcommitting hard here. They saved the SF initially, but then they end up trying to dive under tier 2, and they get so heavily punished for it.
I feel like it's they just got so excited, like, oh, we finally got GPK. We finally had some sort of lockdown on him, and he's low on mana, and just Wildcard feeling that bloodlust of like, we need to kill this guy. We need to get this. But like you said, it was overcommittal. They just went way too far on there, and it allowed VP to have enough time to respond.
I was rewatching the fight there on the replay as well. Oh, sorry, we have Storm maybe getting caught, but no, he dives away before the fear comes out. I was rewatching the fight, and again, I feel Eve, he's playing in a way that seems so nervous. He popped his BKB and ulti there when they were chasing Storm with absolutely no threat on him. There was nobody using any spell on him. I think he's just getting too much in his own head in this game. He has to be a little bit more calm.
I'm trying to remember. I remember there was a graphic that was posted talking about how many people's first time it was for them on land and also TI.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I'm trying to remember if Yamsun's been on international land before.
Yeah, I don't know.
just can't seem to recall. Because I know he's definitely been on land. I'm sure there's been some like NA tournaments and whatnot, but I just can't remember for this. But it's a lot of pressure. And again, it's TI. It's not just any qualifier. It's the last chance. Like, you're really feeling it. You've been flown out, to Singapore to get this chance to play against some of the best teams in the world. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's
so
a lot.
It could just be first day nerves.
Yeah, definitely could be. Fortunately, there are still more games to go, but with Wildcard already getting 2-0'd by Extreme Gaming, they need to perform at their best here in this match. And VP now 13,000 gold ahead with a full Shivas complete on the Storm Spirits, along with Kaya Sanj and Witchblade. He's looking pretty tanky.
Again, to be fair, I think a lot of people, myself included, have VP and Extreme Gaming as the two people who are going to win this entire qualifier. This is not like, you know, they've had the easiest opponents right off the bat.
Yeah, these are difficult games, but it just feels like in the first 5 minutes, they look so dominant. You imagine, like, how can it possibly fall apart from here? And then you close your eyes for a little bit, and suddenly it looks like that start never even happened. Right now, VP looks like they came out of a great laning stage, looking at how farmed all their cores are. You can't even imagine that they were losing 2 lanes.
That's true. That is really true. Like, the way that Ramses has recovered is very, very impressive, as they do find a loan, but the BKB will get popped. And again, this is the problem with their draft, is that they just don't have the lockdown. So, yeah, you know, you get GPK, he jumps in, they pop that BKB, and they're gonna pop Alex here as well. Vailama poking over at the DM, but he's a big tanky boy. That's not the person that you want to get the grab on.
Yeah, he's gonna be hard to kill. He even held, like, look at the confidence on DM. He still had his BKB there, even as it gets disabled. Doesn't use it, just waiting until it's really forced.
Alright, well, E-Blade not gonna be enough to save him there. Was maybe a little bit too aggressive coming out from the Tusk.
Oh, trying to go up on the high ground. Seems like VP are gonna back out. They recognize that they lost their Tusk. They're gonna just back. Storm doesn't have any mana anyway, so let's not try and hold that area. Eve gets to farm the Ancients again, get some more farm going for him. He has a full Sanjiasha now, completed as well.
It just feels like they're so behind, in a sense. That, like, yes, he's getting these items, they're good items, but they needed to be earlier.
Yeah, especially when you're running, what is this, like, Aura Carrier Broodmother. It doesn't do very well when you're behind, because you can't really go anywhere and use this Wraith Pact and use the pipe to take team fights. Every team fight feels like VP are just going in, using their tools to get out again, their BKBs or their zips and jumps. And you never get a fair fight, if you want to call it that way, for Wildcard.
Agreed. Agreed.
But looks like VP now, they want to push top, they want to push to tier 2. TA is starting to take over the area with traps, and Alone gets forced out of here as TA is just playing on the high grounds.
There's a zip and a find on Vailama. Big meld strike. It should just be more than enough physical damage. They even managed to rip down the Wraith Pact.
Yeah, he gets caught, and this was the concern I had when Storm came out as a pick, that Broodmother would have a hard time playing this game without getting caught, because there's too many things that can catch her right now. Okay, seems
One
like we're
bright
gonna see a
side,
smoke.
there's the Aegis is gone. That doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot, honestly, because they really haven't been able to get their hands on Ramses after this laning stage is over. He still only has the 4 deaths from that
True.
time.
Yeah, but here comes the smoke. They're going to run into a silencer. It's not the best pick. They want to avoid him and go for something else. Look at them. They see the silencer, but they don't want him. So they're trying to go for something else. They know they want to catch the TA ideally, but she does have that BKB as well. So how do you even lock her down if you catch her?
That's the question that I think Wildcard is asking themselves right now, because they just really are lacking that lockdown.
Well, they're going to have to TP back, so the smoke was not really fruitful, and they're now kind of stuck in their base again with Zakota just running around and denying the wards here, taking back the jungle. And of course, VP are probably going to claim this this top tower soon. Primal Beast, by the way, went for the Aghanims. I have not seen this in a competitive game yet. And like really talked about it too much. I think we had it earlier, but I didn't mention today. But it's an exciting Aghanims. I'm not sure about the usefulness of it.
Well, we're gonna see it in action here, that's for sure. It's the pick up over onto Eve. They'll drop the Wraith Pack, and that's the
There it
BKB E-Blade, though. Yep, there's just stuff flying all over the place.
It looks
I don't know what to call it.
fantastic.
It's projectiles. Bottom lane alone getting picked off here by GPK. Doesn't quite have enough damage to finish him, and now is sitting a little low in terms of mana. It's going to be all right, though, as they do put some pressure onto this top tower with that bait and switch.
Yeah, TA just hitting the tower and using the blink. Also has the Hurricane Pike now, so she can force herself to safety. Storm just healing mana right now, so perhaps they don't want to go all the way up on the high ground with him on the other side of the map. Gonna back out. And VP, they can just wait. They can just wait and control Roshan. They have traps in the Rosh pit, so they'll know exactly when he respawns. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they tried for that smoke earlier, but it's not very obvious to see how they're gonna get their way out of the situation they find themselves in. They almost have to bait Storm to overcommit on a jump and then rely on the fact that he doesn't have BKB yet and kill him then. So maybe use Broodmother here as a bait? I'm not sure.
But they can't... It's so hard to kill him, even though he doesn't have a BKB.
That's true. And he does have Aghanims now, so if you ever stack up, like there...
Like this? Alright, he's just poking. Llama thinking about going in, but DM jumps in, finds himself to Llama, pops that BKB. See, Eve's just trying to find something here, getting pulled away as he's looking for this opening, but there's just too much damage coming out from Ramses. It doesn't even matter. His DM has just separated them completely. They're not paying attention to this troll, and they need a little bit more damage. It's not quite enough, so it looks like he's going to be lucky. He's going to survive this. And they do manage to get the kill on DM, so Wildcard pretty happy about this, but they might still end up losing to Llama because they have the kick as they toss back, plus the silence over to Llama. He's just dead. And they hunt. They see Alex here with those shards. Ramsey's blinking forward. Would love to get his hands on this Marcy, but just not going to be able to close the gap. Not yet.
End of the day, it's offlaner for offlaner, but one team gets 700 gold for the kill, and the other team gets like 1400 gold for the kill. So killing the Primal Beast was a big reward.
Oh boy. Uh-oh, Alex. He's got the Frost Shield. He's trying to get that cleave off of the side blades, but quick reaction time coming out from Ramses there.
Yeah, nice play by him. Now it looks like Roshan is spawned and wasting no time. VP are going straight in towards it. Also a smoke coming out from Wildcard, so they want to go over there.
They don't have Primal Beast. This could actually be... I mean, it's going down so quickly, though. I don't know.
And
no,
they didn't
can't
go
get
straight.
in there.
They're going outpost instead.
Oh, no. Sam gets the eyes over onto Yamish, but he's just the distraction. Do manage to get the kill, though. But the cheese has been picked up on Storm. TA's already grabbed up the Aegis. And I feel like that's definitely the confidence, right? Coming out from the side of VP is that normally I feel like you would see the Storm perhaps picking up the Aegis because he is one of the best carries in the game, but they just haven't had the lockdown to keep him in place. So he's like, you know what, I'll take the cheese. Ramses will give you that Aegis.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Storm is very good at using cheese as well. I mean, he's great with both Aegis and cheese, whereas TA, the cheese is quite difficult for her to use, as she usually drops all HP to 0 quite fast if the enemy catch her. Where Storm can use the cheese just to heal up his mana as well, so he has multiple ways to get value out of this. And they also have that refresher, the refresher shard over on DM now. Double BKB, double ultis, double blink. They're looking ready.
This guy has seriously impressed me on his Primal Beast play.
Yeah, I think this has to be like one of the strongest Primal Beasts I've seen in, you know, a lot of games. I haven't seen Primal Beast quite get this powerful as an offlaner. Usually it's more centered around fighting and letting, you know, a teammate carry, but he's really keeping up there. His net worth at 21,000. He's almost keeping up with Storm.
I'm curious how much of this like bravado coming off from him is based on just that they don't have lockdown to, you know, although he is using his BKB very effectively too, so still being mindful. Oh, there's the kickback onto Alone, and it takes some doing, but they'll get a kill. End up killing Yamich in the meanwhile. DM though taking a lot as well, so now Ramses, they just keep getting these bounces, and there it is. There's that global silence coming out. They would like to get this kill, and they do manage to kill Sam. gonna buy back. DM also buying back. The Aegis has been popped. The zip forward. They want Eve. They want to just put out enough damage. As Divine Llama holding Ramses into place. GPK doesn't have a lot of mana here over onto the backline. Still holding onto that cheese, but they're gonna end up losing Ramses. As DM charges on through. I'm not sure what he can hope to do here because it looks like Hakoda's gonna fall.
Oh, the pool!
And there it is, the glance right back over onto GPK. They finally have the lockdown. Are they finally gonna be able to do it? No! He's still alive. Alex, though, jumping forward. Another slow. The toss back with the dispose. Surely they should be able to do it. Surely they can get the kill on the Storm Spirit. He's trying. He's trying to just run away as fast as he can, slowing them down. The slow, though, coming out from Eve. One more nibble. He's turned into spider babies.
Oh my god, I can't believe they turned this around. DM getting caught out a little bit too aggressively there, and the troll went on him. One big thing that was changed recently is that Troll's end snare pierces BKB. So even if you have this BKB and a refresher as well on Primal Beast, that doesn't matter. Troll locked onto him, and he just murdered Primal Beast at the start of this fight. And almost to his detriment, you know, the BKB makes it so he can't E-Blade himself. He just gets caught out and killed there. I think Troll had the dream fight going on there.
And it's super impressive. It was at a 92% win rate, or win probability, sorry. It is now dropped to a 68 after that fight. Wildcard getting a little bit of footing back.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Storm to just catch the Troll there as well when TA was respawning with Aegis, but he tried to zip on the backline and catch something bigger. Ends up with just TA dying, and now they lose Rax. There's nothing they can do.
Now there's the kick back again over onto Eve. He goes for the BKB. They have the signs. He's going to teleport away. Oh, he decides not to. They're chasing after Yamich now. They've decided that they want to stay. They want to fight. DM running onto the back line, but now he's going to be left alone here. Eve following up. Does have the Abyssal. They've just picked it up. So that's going to be a double kill now for Eve, and they get some of these Chain Frost bounces. They're chasing after Ramses. They want to see if perhaps they can close it, but again, they have to be careful. They don't want to overcommit on this, although they do have, like, DM's down for 90-something seconds. He's their primary initiator, it feels like, in most of these times. This could be an opportunity.
This is so much time.
Hello?
This is so much time they have. They want to look for more. The Troll is sticking around. He wants to get something done during this time. And they're going to all move towards bottom. Troll, his ulti is coming up on 25 seconds. BKB is on cooldown, though. So maybe he can get picked off here.
Ooh. Oh, Alex is like, oh, a TA. We have an Abyssal Blade now. We can actually hold them into place and do some serious damage. But they'll take the bottom racks and the tower, and they'll back off. Still would like to perhaps see them go back in as Alone starts creeping forward, the jump forward with the disposal. Follow-up, though, from the Tusk. They manage to go and grab Ramses. There it is. There's that Abyss we talked about. What a Vortex, though! Oh, my God! GPK, he grabs everyone! It's almost like a black hole, but it's not enough damage. They don't have the TA. They don't have DMs. They just punch Hakoda to death. They'll turn their attention. I think that wildcard just beat Virtus Pro here. Maybe off of that 2 fights. Yeah, the GG gets called. Oh, my God.
What did I just witness?
Truly the wild card in this particular game. My God.
Oh boy. Oh no, VP, how did this happen? They let that slip so hard. The one failed push on bottom lane there where they weren't on the same page with what they were doing. They ended up just getting picked off by Troll one by one. Even when they had Aegis, Refresher, Cheese, they had everything they needed. They got dominated in that fight, but Wildcard just flipped this game around like it's nothing. That I'm still in disbelief.
I especially like they got the pick off over onto Ramses, and then you see GPK, he zips in with this beautiful just 5-man vortex, but there's just nothing to follow up because DM's already dead.
Yeah,
he bought back earlier. They got the pick off on him. Like it went so fast out of their hands. Like I said, they were at like a 92% win probability or something, and it dropped all the way down to 68, and it just continued. Like it's actually insane. I can't believe what we just watched.
This game, they had like an 18,000 gold lead with Roshan taken. Everything seemed, right for them. And then they just get handled by essentially just Troll Warlord going in and being unstoppable. They try as they may to lock down the rest. But yeah, how did this game get thrown so hard, I feel? Because that was definitely not supposed to happen. VP, they have to kick themselves pretty hard. They did so much work to get into that dominant spot. They controlled the game for almost the entirety of the time. Laning stage was bad, but they clawed their way back in and took over, only to lose like this in like essentially 90 seconds to wildcard.
Yeah, I'd like to also not to harp on it. I mean, I am harping on it a bit, but you know, the fact that this lockdown was a huge problem, but as soon as Eve picks up that Abyssal Blade, and after they win that one crucial fight, it was over. Like, they could hold people into place, they could make things happen, and they just dismantled Virtus Pro at the last couple of minutes of this game. It's insane.
Yeah, bash and ensnare, all the lockdown you need. Just troll going in, let him do it on his own. You know, it works out.
I'm still flabbergasted. Who would you say would be your MVP of this series, though?
It's very tough to say because for such a big portion of the time, VP were winning, and then all of a sudden, Wildcard are the winners. I would probably have to give it over to Eve. I think that he did play a really clean game on his Troll Warlord, but I mean, it's tough. It's tough because bottom lane was also winning so hard for Wildcard at the start, but then, yeah, it's a strange game, Moxie. I don't know what to say about this right now.
The real question is, did the Aghanim Scepter on Primal Beast, did it win you over?
No, I'm not convinced about that one. Dear God, no. I feel like instead of Aghanims, just build towards like a halberd, and then Troll can't auto attack the way you want, or you know, build towards a Hex and you can lock people down better. I'm not sure. I think.
Yeah, I am surprised they didn't go for the halberd this time around.
Yeah, I really think the Aghanims on Primal Beast looks cool and then does essentially nothing. I think it's a pretty bad one.
Is it the worst Ags though? Is the real question.
No, that's Bloodseeker.
Okay, good. We're both still in agreement on that one. That's still the worst. All right. Well, after a very surprising game number 1, Wildcard is going to take this first game, and it is a best of 2, so there'll be time for Virtus Pro to kind of pull themselves back together, sit down and be like, what just happened, guys, and approach this with a fresh set of eyes and a fresh mentality. But before we get to game number 2, we are going to take a short break. So go grab yourself a drink, a snack, or just go take a short little walk and stretch, because that's important. Make sure that you're taking good care of yourself. But when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
And we are back with game number 2 of Wildcard versus Virtus Pro. Game number 1. Really surprising, Waga. I think I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happened in the last 5 minutes of that game. But, you know, the teams are excited. They're ready to get in there. We've already got the draft started.
Yeah, the last game was it was stunning the way that it ended there. I mean, there were a lot of minute little details, too much almost to mention in a brief moment there. But a very clean fight by very clean fight by Team Wildcard as VP tried to push high ground, but they just were a little bit sloppy in the way they did it. I guess you could say at the least they got caught out really hard, and suddenly what was a very strong lead just turned into Wildcard doing whatever they wanted. And now we're going into this game 2 here. A first pick Undying coming out by Virtus Pro, and Wildcard responding by taking the Silencer and the Primal Beast. So they're going to be the ones rocking the Beast this time. Davai Lama was targeted and banned a lot in the previous game, and already might have been the case here as well. So they pick his hero early. But over on the side of VP, going for the Undying and the Beastmaster. Both teams kind of revealing their offlane heroes, but I think that right now VP perhaps a little bit more getting the tempo lineup, and Wildcard getting the strong lane dominators.
Yeah, I think it's very important for That's my issue, is that we keep seeing Wildcard does so well in the very early parts of the game, right? They do pretty well during the laning. They do pretty well, you know, coming out of that, but then it just starts to slip away. So having those strong lanes very important. They need to be able to make the shift as they get further on. Oh, I like, you can see someone over there in the room doing some moves, you know. Got to stay awake, got to keep that blood flowing.
Yeah, that's good. Get up between the games, do a bit of dancing.
Yeah, make sure that you're staying hydrated. Also very, very important. Make sure you've had some water there, Waga.
Yeah, certainly important between the games. I mean, you have to stay sharp. I mean, Wildcard, this is the 4th game in a row that they play. They finally got themselves a W there, but that game 1 against VP here, honestly, well, it started out really good and it ended even better. Everything in between, they were getting pretty spanked by VP, so they need to get on top of their game and try to secure 2-0 here. Even getting a draw, though, would be pretty good against VP, but due to the result of 2-0 to Extreme Gaming earlier, it would feel amazing for Wildcard to take a win here against Virtus Pro.
I mean, that was something we talked about earlier, how we were very concerned that Wildcard, you know, you don't want to start off the qualifiers with 2 games where you went 0-2, but they've proven that, you know, they can take a game here off of VP. You know, a little part of that, not gonna lie, it felt like VP made a bunch of mistakes. That, you know, it wasn't necessarily that Wildcard outplayed them, and it felt more like VP were fighting themselves at a couple points in the game. But, you know, hey, a victory is a victory, and, you know, that's a good not warm up, but like it's good for morale, right? You just had one series where you're up against one of the top teams here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. You know, you tried to hold your own. It was very difficult, obviously, and now you're up against another one of those teams that I think a lot of people are expecting to claim the second slot. So, you know, it's got to feel good. You should be able to ride that momentum. And, you know, and if you're Virtus Pro, you know, you're probably feeling a little shook, like, what the heck just happened? Like, we have to be more careful. But they are coming up with a very solid draft so far. Again, we talked about the lane domination with the Undying, having the Beastmaster. Dark Willow, too, is great for being able to get into good positioning. And the Morphling is a very powerful watery boy recently.
Yeah, he's good. It's funny how Morphling is a pretty good hero against Silencer, despite the fact that Silence would be annoying for Morph to deal with. But he always goes for that Manta, and probably has a Manta and a BKB, so then he's going to be completely fine. And at that point, it's very hard to play Silencer into Morph. You would rather be some regular hero with just a basic stun at that point. But what concerns me for both these teams now, after the game that we just saw, I feel like either of them would have lost to Extreme Gaming right there. And this is the TI Last Chance Qualifier. You have to play at your A game. You have to bring out the absolute best that you have and prove that you are supposed to go into TI and compete at the biggest tournament of the year. And right, the previous game that we saw there, it looked too sloppy. Too many times where both teams were not really on the same page with each other. So game 2, we'll see if both teams can tighten up the play even more here.
Definitely want to go in there with a fresh attitude. Do see some different picks coming out this time around. We talk about how much Eve likes to play these like strength heroes. The CK, the big one, Troll, Agi, obviously, but is going to go for the Naga Siren this time, which will force them into being very considerate about dealing with all the illusions and how they want to deal with the way that this game is now going to be played. And I like it. I like the fact that Wildcard is also putting more heroes on the board that have that team fight potential and pickoff, but especially, with the Primal Beast guy, that he looks so goofy. I'm sorry, he's so goofy looking. But paired up with the Snapfire, just raining Hellfire down and the Naga Siren to kind of set up things is going to give them a nicer advantage, I feel.
It's good. They have stuff that they can play into each other. And also I want to mention that Naga against both Undying and Beastmaster is fantastic. It's very strong hero at dealing with both Undying and Beastmaster, because Naga doesn't struggle so much against physical damage dealers or the Tombstone zombies hitting her. She doesn't care at all. The summons from Beastmaster, you don't care. You can still end snare and kill any form of dominated creep as well quite quickly. So she's a smart pick into this, deals very well with Beastmaster in general. And even into Dark Willow, you could argue that being able to pop this song, if Dark Willow tries to TP out at any point in Shadow Realm, you can stop her. So now they have something that pierces there. I like the draft coming out from Wildcard, while VP also have a well-rounded draft. And the Morphling is a hero that we see have a lot of success lately. So let's see what they're going to pick as their 5th. I feel like they probably want something along the sides of... I was going to say along the sides of something like a puck for lockdown and magic damage, but they bring even more magic damage with Zeus. A good way to react when you see an illusion-based carry is Zeus. He does really well against TB, does really well against Naga.
10 seconds remaining.
A smart pick here coming out from VP.
I'm a little surprised they didn't go for something like Leshrac, too. Like, Leshrac would give them more opportunity to be able to push, because Zeus, I feel like, has slid into more of the support hero.
Yeah, he was banned out in the second to last, though.
Oh, okay,
so they couldn't go for him.
See that. Did not see that. Yeah, that would have been also a good solution against Naga with all those illusions, tower push, whatnot. But yeah. So I'm curious now to see what the mid hero is going to be for Alone. They already banned out 2 of his big heroes, right? The Huskar and the Shadow Fiend. Is this something where do you feel confident in taking, something that has high mobility, something like a Storm perhaps, just so that way, you can close the gap on some of these heroes that are going to be playing it further in the back lines, or?
It could be good. I think Storm could be useful here. There are a few ways to catch him, but not fantastic ones, honestly. So Storm can work. I was thinking Void Spirit, but similar sense there that you have someone who is able to jump in, because Zeus can be a slippery hero and he does so much magical damage if you don't have anything good to catch him. And right now you're only looking at like Primal Beast charging through, but Zeus can easily evade that with his Super Mario jump. So you might want something else that can also get in there. I like the idea of a Storm or a Void Spirit. Yep. Look at that. You called it.
I mean, that is one of Alone's, probably one of his best heroes. I was also curious to see if maybe they would take the puck for themselves, because that gives them very good skirmish potential, considering that a lot of these ultimates on the side of Wildcard have like high cooldowns. But I like the Storm. That's still, again, good for skirmishing. Man, Sam, he's getting into it. He's talking to someone over there. But, yeah, I like this. It does give them the capability of, you know, doing that bit of poking, dodging back out again without having to commit super, super hard all the time. So,
Yeah,
I'm liking this draft.
Yeah, it's a good call. I feel I'm the same with you here. I think that Wildcard's draft looks it looks nice. It plays nicely together. It has some good ideas. They still have late game with Yvonne and Naga as well. VP also seem to have pretty much gotten what they want. So I'm not heavily favoring one draft or the other. I would probably favor Wildcard a little bit if I'm just looking at the draft. But we'll see if VP are gonna tighten up their play, because there were moments where they had weakness in how they executed last game, and I'm expecting them to have washed their face, to go into the next game here. It's time to reset.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Wildcard is going to be able to ride this momentum with the victory that they just took off of VP. I can't talk. Sorry, it's like 4 a.m. here. My brain's starting to go a little. But I'm also curious to see, VP. They're an excellent team. They've got some world-class players. They're certainly hungry. They want that spot. So I'm curious to see, who's going to take this game number 2.
Yeah, this really, I don't think, no matter who wins or loses here, I don't think we can say that this game comes down to draft alone. It's going to be execution, and whichever team is going to play better is going to be the one to come out on top. Whereas, previous games we've seen today, we've seen a bit of outdrafts. We've seen the Broodmother in the previous series that we talked about. But here, I like this. Both teams have, gotten tools that they can work with to have a good game. Ramses, careful.
I love the all chat of I play just like old 11. I like the fact that there's a lot of camaraderie though between these teams. I think that's always fun, especially like when you get the chance to be on LAN or like be with each other. It really is a whole different dynamic that you get between the players, the talent, all that.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely goofing around a little bit with each other, and they're both, teams that are happy to do some tips and stuff when plays happen. It's good, and they're all in this spot, right, where they almost qualified to TI, and they got to this last chance qualifier, and now it's immense pressure on all of them. So being able to have some fun and camaraderie between each other is good.
All right, so which lane in particular do you think we should keep our eyes on?
Sorry, I'm watching the Undying and his starting item build.
Is it? There's 6 mangoes on that boy. No scurvy here for Undying.
He's got to stay fresh. Look at him with his 20 strength.
Yeah, he's been getting the double decays. Very powerful.
Undying against this lane is insanely good, by the way. You cannot stack up against him. He's got 28 strength stolen right now.
He's a big boy.
He's
Divine
actually
Llama. I mean, you think of the fact that Divine Llama is playing the Primal Beast, who is such a very
500
strong
HP.
hero.
He has no HP.
Nope.
Yeah, good pull by Snapfire, but look at the Undying pulling immediately out the creeps to his side here. So instead of having to deal with going behind tower, he parks the creep wave out here, which Morphling can just run over to. It's a good read.
Well, that is the Wraithband recipe that gets sniped by Alex here on the courier, but they have made their own lane over on the side. Divine Llama, man, look at this. He is just totally being shut out by Hakoda.
Yeah, that's the issue of having 2 strength heroes against an Undying. None of them are able to deal with Undying, and he's just bullying. And of course, he's going to target the off laner and bully him over the pulse 4. And Alex can't really put the same amount of pressure on the Morphling at all.
I mean, he's tried his best, but yeah, this is a very elegant solution to dealing with the pressure that a Primal Beast can put in lane.
But this is a first pick Undying. It was literally the first pick in the entire draft, so you have to have expected that Undying was going to be post 5 and protecting. And it was their choice to put the Snapfire together with the Primal Beast down here. I wonder if they have any regret and maybe would have wanted to have Snapfire top, helping the Naga, and just send the Silencer down here, because he could be much stronger against the Undying.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
As we look at the CS right now, the Morphling getting, of course, a ton of denies as the Primal Beast can barely touch the creeps. 14 and 9. Meanwhile, mid, we have 12 and 4. The Zeus getting pulled on the tower?
Yes, not looking too great here for GPK. It's that little bit of that slow. A couple more clicks, we'll be able to do it, but he's got to close the gap, and he's pretty
He is
fast
faster.
here.
Yeah.
So Alone trying to make that that play and get ahead in the mid lane. Close, but not quite. As they get the kill on Divine Llama bottom.
Oh no, dying as well after getting this little CS. I mean, he only has 4 CS, and he dies while the creep wave is pushing back as well. The courier does die again, so Ramses, that Wraith Band, we're still waiting. He's not got any Amazon Prime delivery here. This is gonna take some extra time.
I mean, that is the shred of hope, because you've got to feel good about this, though, right? Because Ramses was so badly bullied in game number 1. He died 4 times on his TA. He was just constantly getting run down by Divine Llama with the Broodmother. So it feels good to not have the same sort of performance happen this time around, but I'm sure Divine Llama is frustrated because of the fact that Hakoda has just been so incredibly useful here. In fact, all of his mangoes, no! That's 5 mangoes that he's not gonna have. And the bounty room gets denied. Alex is just a thorn in his side right now.
Alex is killing everything that is not a hero or a creep right now. That
Needs
is
to be
what he kills.
careful with that trample, and Alex joining back in. Does have the cookie. If they could get the stun off.
Top lane.
Top lane.
Oh.
Is Yamish gonna die here? Oh yeah, the last second.
I'm just gonna heal up and be fine. Mid lane we see Storm trying to get some CS, getting zapped a bit. The lightning showdown on the mid lane. I like this. A very, very thematic lane. Battle of
like
the Lightning Lords.
the god of lightning should take precedence over the spirit of lightning.
We'll see though. We'll see. I mean, he almost died to the spirit earlier.
That's true. That's true. What are the lore implications of this lane? Bottom
lore
lane, Hakoda, they
implications.
finally get that revenge kill that they've been looking for. But Alex now getting bullied by Ramses. These clicks, they hurt. They chase down with that the tomb. They'll get the kill on Alex.
Yeah, another kill going to them on the bottom lane. Morphling still leading the way in the CS department as well, so him getting kills is a dangerous thing. And Dabai,
Oh, that was a little cheeky.
yeah, the magic stick charges, I guess. He wasn't really worried. Still going very low.
Get that hole again, but GPK just gonna have. How do you feel about Heavenly Leap? I don't know. I've talked to a couple people about it, and they're like, "This was so not necessary for Zeus."
I, as someone who doesn't pick Zeus too often, I feel like it's unnecessary to give this man a survivability tool. Come on, like, his big weakness was that he could get caught out, but now I feel like Zeus just doesn't die the way he should. Look at him.
It feels like he should not be allowed. Oh, Thunder God's Wrath. That is a dead alone. Yeah, how much collecting the kill now? Sam will be able to get his own kill on GPK. So I guess we still don't know who is the better of the Lightning Lords, because that wasn't a fair, clean fight. He brought
That's
friends.
true.
They both brought friends.
Not an actual 1v1.
Yeah, that was a gang war right there.
Yeah. There was a bottom region rune scouted out, by the way, by the Snapfire. So Storm, when he respawns, gonna come back down here and take this region. And of course, region rune on Storm, very, very useful for either farming heavily or make some aggressive plays.
And it looks like aggressive play is what he wants to go for here, because they do have the Snapfire nearby. Holding on to the cookie just in case, but not necessary.
He
So I
pulled
guess
him
the-
mid-jump. So
That was very cool.
It was cancelled. Yeah, that was really nice. Good timing.
That's the dream.
And that's dying with TP on cooldown for 50 seconds on Zeus, so he's not going to be able to get back to mid lane when he respawns. And that death was really painful for him.
My llama. Does finally get clicked down here on this bottom lane. It was like a flirtation between him and Ramses. Like, he would go forward, he would start stomping around using the trample, use the uproar, and they'd both get a little bit low, but not quite low enough. Yeah, Morphling did 1,003 damage to Primal Beast.
Yeah. Oh, take some damage, but he's gonna be fine. Alex tried to get a bit cheeky there, but he might get punished for it.
He is absolutely getting punished for it as the follow-up here from Divine Llama. Again, he does have that trample, but it just isn't quite enough to deal with this Morphling. And he's getting bigger and bigger now, which is pretty scary. He's got 22 denies as well.
Yeah, there's not much farm going their way. They only have 21 CS on bottom for the Primal Beast, and of course dying twice doesn't help. So, yeah, looking quite grim.
Well, I'm trying to make the play. Does get the drag back over onto Zeus Alex with Scatter Blast. They're not going to go for the dive, though. There's too many heroes over here.
I love the way that Undying is playing this game. He secured bottom lane really hard at the start for his Morphling, and then he recognized that Morph should probably be fine now, and he just leaves and starts having impact on mid, pressuring top a bit. Now, meanwhile, Ramses should be fine farming, but there's a gank coming for him now. Are they going to be able to get him?
That is the question. I feel like Sam might just die here if he's not careful. In fact, look at that. The amount of damage. They do have the silence on Divine Llama running forward, but they're not going to go for that tower dive. It's a little too risky, especially with Sam sitting as low as he is.
That was 3 heroes showing up trying to kill the Morphling, and he ends up being completely fine. Meanwhile, top is being pushed by Beastmaster, having the Dominator and that aura. Tier 1 tower is gonna fall.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep tabs on Eve over here. But yeah, when you have something like a Beastmaster, you leave him alone in this lane, he is absolutely going to take your buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the trade-off is that you're getting some good farm on your Naga in the jungle meanwhile, because she didn't want to stay up there since everybody is off the map. She was worried that she would get killed. So he's just going where he can find the most amount of farm. Naga is leading the way in the CS department right now, but Morphling with those kills as well is even ahead in net worth over that.
They sent a lot of heroes down to this bottom lane, but in the end, Ramsey's realizing, a lot of people are off the map, and they do have that Observer ward off to the side for the Radiant, so just teleports out, doesn't want to have to deal with it. And the pressure is being placed over on the mid lane while this is going on, which is a more valuable tower in my opinion.
Yeah, this is a very smooth rotation from top as well for DM on his Beastmaster. He just took a tower, comes mid, and they now have 4 heroes staring down this tower. Are Wildcard going to be able to defend this? They have an Arcane Rune Storm, so he's ready to fight. Question if his team is able to, though.
The rest of the team have to get there, and that's the scary thing right now, is that alone, again, literally, just all alone by himself.
Role-playing.
He can't go into this. It's a little bit too dangerous.
Yeah.
So I guess they're just going to let it fall.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 tier 1 towers going down without contesting. They do get a trade. This time they get a tier 1 tower bottom, but it's not looking great for Wildcard right now, just playing a little bit slower than VP.
Surprised that they haven't seen this arcane in the bottom area. They do have an Observer ward over on the Radiant, so they can see it's there. I'm sure Zeus would love that. Go for a bit of a scan, though, realizing there are people hiding in the tree line. Alone, there's the Terrorize into the brambles, but they have the cookie in position, so Alone will survive the gank.
Yeah,
They're
looks
all
like
proud.
the Arcane Rune smoke up here together with Snapfire having ulti ready. Anyone Storm grabs could get bursted very quickly. I think if Zeus shows himself at all, he's gonna get zipped on.
Oh yeah, he is definitely making his way over here.
They saw him.
There's a zip forward. I'm gonna give the chase, and again, they have the Snapfire kisses, so there's a draw back. This should be a dead GPK, and indeed it is.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Zip forward. Oh, they found Yamich here, but they do have the Cursed Crown over on Alone. The kick out forward will be able to land. The back off the DM running forward. He's got the roar available if they want to go in, but there it is. There's the Global Silence. Divine Llama getting held into place, though. Not going to be able to go and get his hands on him. Won't have that lockdown. As Sam very far forward here on the low ground is going to take too much damage. Ends up falling. It's a nice regen room picked up for Alone, but is it going to be his downfall here? As he does manage to zip away at the last second. Thunder God's Wrath coming through. Alex cookie hopping forward. Oh, this is not looking good for those axes from downtown. Coming out as Divine Llama continues, picks up, pulverizes DM. Does manage to get the kill. They'll be able to pick off Hakoda, and now they would love to get themselves GPK, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, especially not with Yamich nearby, not with that Shadow Realm damage coming out. As they'll use the Cursed Crown Alone, he wants to zip up. He will manage to get to the high ground. They don't have the vision just yet, but he's sitting so very low. Tries to go left, he can't do it just enough. Oh, dear. GPK, though, sitting a little low. They needed a little bit more damage, and Sam is here. He would love to get this, but this is looking like he's going to die instead. Very well played here, coming out from the side of GPK.
He's just trying to attack the Zustan, but he doesn't have the damage to kill him. He doesn't have any points in the glaives at all. So he's just standing there auto-attacking with no spells. That turned out so tragic there for Wildcard.
That is a feels bad.
Yeah, Storm also just doing everything in his power, trying to get away. The only good news that they have in the midst of all this is that Naga is still keeping that beautiful 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assist score, looking like a real carry should. She's hitting those jungle creeps. But yeah, VP are a little bit more playing with higher tempo right now and making more things happen. Whereas Wildcard, they did get a good kill to start off there earlier with the Storm and the Snapfire, but after that combo, they just didn't connect anything.
Do smoke up, though, on the side of Wildcard, looking for a pickoff. They see Yamish, so they see that Divine Llama runs in. They'll throw down the Snapfire Kisses, hoping that they can put enough damage over onto the Shadow Realm, but it's proving to not quite be enough, especially with Hakoda there, being able to throw the Soul Rip and keep them alive. So they'll take down the Tomb.
I feel like Divine was just a little bit scared there. He, of course, saw immediately the Undying there and was worried about committing.
Oh, that is a nice pickoff. My goodness.
Oh, boy. Morphling gets caught out on 740 max HP. Yeah, that's a great kill over on the side of Alone, getting that solo kill out. That was a huge kill. He's at 8,000 net worth on Morphling. 700 gold for that kill.
Couple pings coming out. Oh, more smoke coming out from Wildcard. They know that GPK is here bottom. He does have a TP scroll, though. So,
oh, the scan.
They know the zip forward from Alone immediately. The hop forward, the follow up with the scatter blast. It's too late. They can't get there in time as Alone just taunts his way out, gets a little snack from Grandma, and heads back to rejoin the team.
I love this by Wildcard. This feels different from how they played in the previous games that we watched. It feels like Alone is making, you know, a lot of moves on the map here, playing on a Storm Spirit, which is what you expect from a Storm, but they're really playing around it in a good way as well, with the Snapfire always prepared. Alex and Alone are combining their heroes really well now.
I mean, again, this is probably one of Alone's best heroes. I was telling you earlier, you know, I've been watching this kid since he was like, I think he was like 15 or 16, and already he was just playing an outrageous Storm. He was making some mistakes because, you know, when you're that young, you know, you don't always hit your BKB button. But
true.
But he was making some really nice plays. Some of the decisions were a little interesting, but yeah, I'd expect to see this kind of performance from him on this particular hero. And again, Alex is a fantastic Snapfire. Has been playing for a while.
Maybe,
nice song coming in. There it is. There's the Aegis getting snapped up by Divine Llama. A nice terrorize will force many of them back. And go for the roar play. They'll get the kill on Alone. He's down for 45. Divine Llama. Again, he's got himself the Aegis, so Snapfire Kisses do a little bit of damage. I'm still thinking that he's dead here, despite his best interest, but they do manage to secure that Roche away from Virtus Pro. And now Alex does have a 4-step, does have a cookie. He's going to try to break some ankles, try to just juke around the side. A very nice play, though, coming out here from Wildcard just to interrupt the Roche. They do end up paying for it pretty badly. It looks like they might end up losing Alex. Nah, he's
yeah,
gonna
that
be
was
all right.
a beautiful steal, but at the same time, there was also a great terrorize coming out from Yamich on his Dark Willow. That Terrorize caught everyone in a great way, allowed the Primal Beast or Primal Roar to come out. Sorry, we have a confusing Beastmaster, Primal Roars.
There's a lot of
Primal
roaring
Beasts.
going on.
Yeah, but the Roar goes down and they get the kill on Storm. I think that was a very important pickoff. So VP, they may not have gone to Aegis, but I think they're still going to be very happy with this. This is a fantastic outcome. Look at the Dark Willow here afterwards. There's the Terrorize. Even the Tombstone survives.
I mean, anytime that you can get a kill over on the mid laner is absolutely worth it here. Divine Llama is taking a lot of harass, is just going to eat that Curse Crown to the head. But Alex nearby to provide any sort of support needed. Yeah, Sam's looking very focused right now. It's weird to call him Sam. I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. He's always been Sammy Boy.
Yeah, right? Changing names.
I guess Sammy, you can leave off the boy. I don't know, it feels like everybody on that team is rushing to, like, be recognized as a man, you know? Sammy Boy's like, not a boy anymore. Alone's like, I'm 18 now. I'm not a little boy anymore.
They're growing up. Time to get a Mercedes.
When are we gonna see all the facial hair start, though? You know, that feels like that's the next step of when you're like, I'm a man now.
Oh, Morphling looking for a solo kill. Gets the silencer.
Indeed, it gets it.
He does reveal that they have vision in that area, but you'll take it for a solo pickoff like that. Just pinging out the word, but not the correct pings. It's on the other side. Good word by Radiant there.
They do look like they want to continue to put the pressure here on the top tower. They've got themselves the Ancient Black Dragon. We'll see Divine Llama charging in with his face. Doesn't have the BKB just yet, but Alex always playing pretty closely behind. Get a pretty big silent off. So they'll start playing around with that Terrorize. They ping that they know people are up here. They do manage to find the Hawk. Alex, though, having to be a little careful. We'll get the Scatter Blast off. And there's going to be the jump in on Alone. Global Silence does get you, so they're going to try to just remove this Undying right away. And they'll be able to find it. Divine Llama charging forward. Force step forward here from Alex. Tropsy's got the BKB, but they get the Roar off, and he's getting chunked down here. It's looking a little bit scary. It does look like he should be able to make it out. And while this is going on, do have the Naga just pushing the tier 2. She's got Song available if they try to go for it. And in fact, they cancel out the TP, so I'm curious to see if Eve will stick around as while this is going on. They see Ramses. They need to put some more damage down, and even with this BKB alone, he's struggling a little bit. So he is going to end up teleporting out. Alex, though, is left behind. This Bedlam doing so much damage. They'll go for the Thunder God's Wrath on top of it. They'll be able to get themselves 2 on the side of Wildcard. Losing Alex, losing Divine. Sam looks like he's going to be the next one to fall here, as he just gets nuked down by GPK.
And that's 3 dead on the side of Wildcard, but that's... Perhaps you can spin it to be good news for Wildcard, because this lowers the chance of Naga ruining her KDA. She still has that 0-0-0 going on.
Hey, GPK.
Oh no, it's gonna...
Hello.
Oh, it's all over now. He got his
And
first
the
kill.
tips.
Well,
Where's
Naga's
the,
entered the game. She's like, oh, there are more people in this game, not just me.
This is when you need the Brazilian line, the Song of the Mermaid, with the singing.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Actually, it looked for a while like he was just in a custom lobby practicing last hit and farming patterns, you know, but he's now entered the fray and recognized that he can kill people. But Wildcard, I think they're feeling pretty good despite a lot of the fights going poorly. This Naga is turning absolutely huge, and Naga versus Morphling. Morph is powerful, but Naga's lockdown in the mid and late game, using that end snare and the Orchid that he has as well. It's gonna be difficult for Morphling to not get caught out at some point and possibly go down.
All right, Waga, let's call it as it is. When GPK walked into Naga, that was definitely a situation of a cat that fell asleep with his paw out and the mouse just kind of walked into it. That wasn't really
That's very true.
Naga joining the fight. That was like, oh, what's this? I'll happily take that.
Yeah, he would just walk down the ramp and found that there's a free kill waiting for him.
Feels good when you're a core. Always feels bad when you're like a support and you just happen to wander in. But do you feel like, you know, Ramsey should have picked up something that was more defensive besides the Manta style?
I think it's the correct play to go for the Aghanims here, because Aghanims is very, very useful for Morphling. It's hard to overstate how powerful it is and how much it messes with people when you just use it on them. But I think he needs to go back for a BKB afterwards, is what I believe. Or possibly a Lincoln's. It would be an okay choice as well, but he needs more defensive tools later.
Oh no, I kind of like the idea of that BKB just to deal with the Song of the Siren. As smoke does break, I'm gonna set up and get ready to do as much damage as I can to Divine Llama. But again, he is the tankier person on the team, so he's gonna be able to walk away.
Yeah, for now, I think Wildcard, they can stop playing exclusively around the Storm and start thinking about how they can use the Naga Siren as well and make moves where they enable her, and the fact that she's starting to get high levels in Ensnare now. Because her kill potential is very good as well.
Some movement towards the top. They're looking to put pressure as they zip forward from alone. They have the Yules available over on the Dark Willow, so we'll be protected for the time being. But do you see Eve making his way towards this top area, playing in the tree line?
Yeah, and Eve is going for Eye of Skadi on Naga. Gonna be really fantastic to prevent some of the healing coming out from both Undying, but also from the Morph ability, of course. So once he has that full Skadi, also giving a ton of stats, making the illusions really, really tanky. Quite important when you're playing as the Zeus, try and get the illusions to not die to just 2 or 3 nukes.
I like watching all the drawing all over the map.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we control this area, we go here, join here, make a smoke from this area. A lot of movements in this game.
I enjoy it. It's always a bummer when people are just static the entire time. Do you have the Arcane Wind picked up though on Storm? He's working towards his own Aghanims. And it just feels like Wildcard, they realize, you know, they're feeling a bit strong right now, so they're grouped up together. You can see that Naga usually pretty close by now. Taz finished up the Scotty. Be interested to see if they're going to try to make something happen here.
Yeah, it feels like the map is actually shrinking quite a bit for VP right now, despite them having Beastmaster for that vision advantage and Zeus to D-ward with as well. They're struggling to control a bigger area. We have pillow issues? What?
Maybe someone plays with a pillow behind their back,
Yeah.
or
Neck pillow. It's the Sumail strats. Yeah.
last what was it? The Stockholm Major. So I'm very short, which I know you already know. But they were trying to frame Purge and I and the shot. And they're like, Moxie, we need you to put your chair up all the way. And I'm like, it is all the way. I'm sorry. I was sitting up as tall as I can, so they ended up having to give me like 3 pillows.
I mean, I feel short next to Purge as well. I normally don't have to feel short, but there's a lot of tall people in the Dota scene.
There really are. I think the short, I think I'm the smallest, and after me is Fogged. And then I think it's Robson.
Yeah, it might be true, yeah. And then it's just a bunch of giants.
I know. What do we feed our Dota players? Why are they so tall?
Oh, look at Wildcard taking over the top lane here. They know that Roche is gonna spawn soon, so I really like the move they're doing to control this area. Because if Roche spawns at any moment now, they're gonna be the ones to kill it, and they kill it pretty fast too. So VP, they're struggling to keep any form of control here, and they're scared to push too far bottom with Morphling, so he's already heading back. Ideally, he would be pushing that tier 1 tower harder, but he knows he can get caught out by either Naga or the Storm, and even with the global silence as well. So VP feel like they're in a lot of trouble right now.
And they're having some difficulty dealing with these Naga illusions as they continuously push out the top area. But Roche is up. It's go time.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And there is no BKB on Ramses just yet, so only person who possibly has a chance here is the Beastmaster if Eves decides he wants to do the Song of the Siren. As they do poke up top looking for GPK.
Oh my god, he just
Quite
slips
funny,
out.
goes the other way. Yeah, I know. This guy's a player.
Wow, that Blink Dagger and the jump, he put them to good use to manage to get himself out of that catch. Just barely survives. Meanwhile, bottom tower was removed and the Morphling is pushing.
He's so close to this BKB.
Man, Wildcard, you're doing really good now, but I think now they're almost a little bit intimidated by like, can we, can't we kind of situation. And they have to make a decision, go for a gank or push or take Roche, but they're just sitting around now.
Yeah, I felt like they've had a lot of hesitation recently in the last like couple games that we've seen. You know, some of it again could be nerves. Eve, of course, you know.
Yeah, now it's a good read though, because VP are smoking. They don't see anyone on the side lanes, so playing close to each other is smart. See if VP can go and drop any form of high ground vision.
I see the courier there. And somebody did give it a click, so they're aware. They're aware of what's going on. The opening, though, over onto Alex. Song of the Siren comes out from Eve, but they're separated pretty far as GPK over the back lines. They see alone. Sapphire Kiss is coming out long range as Yamich left in the pit. He's going to fall. So is Alex. And they'll end up losing GPK. Divine Llama holding on tight here to Ramses, but he has his own BKB. He just picked it up. It's fresh. He's chasing after Divine Llama, and he's just not going to be able to get hit here as they can't seem to close this gap. Did get multiple buybacks, though, coming out from Virtus Pro. Sam ends up falling. He is going to buy back as Ramses waveform to the low ground. They're in control. They see the opening, though, over onto DM. He's already used the roar. They need a little bit more damage, though, and Alone has to be careful. He doesn't overstay his welcome. As Eve still nearby. The Terrorize not going to be able. No, they go. They cancel it out. Thundergod's Wrath comes through. They'll get the kill. Eve getting the cookie forward from Alex, trying to protect him. It does end up getting the Cursed Crown being placed upon him. It's not looking good for Sam. He just bought back. He can't afford to go down here yet again, but it is going to be his fate. As they go, they throw the net out over onto GPK. Ramses turned himself into his own thing. This is not looking good for Eve. The cookie hop for the force down coming up from Alex. The cookie, it's enough. They put him up over to the high ground, but the waveform forward. Ramses gets the kill. They're going full Davai over here on Davai Llama as they'll chase after this primal beast. Turn their attention to Alex. They know that he also bought back. What a fight coming out from the side of Virtus Pro.
Oh my. Yeah, definitely. That fight started pretty bad for them, actually, with a nice play from Wildcard going in with the song to kill off the Tombstone during the song, also setting up that they could insta-kill the Dark Willow with the Orchid spam after the song ended. But somehow, with the buybacks coming out, VP managed to reposition, get themselves in a good spot to take the fights, and... Oh, Storm?
Oh,
attempting
Alone.
something? Oh.
He's being cheeky. He's hoping that somebody was low enough, or perhaps he could get the snipe on Roche, but not low enough just yet. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Divine Llama was hoping he could get in there, but they'll end up using the roar, and that is on the BKB, and the clicks are there, so that is a very dead primal beast. And an Aegis picked up for Ramses.
Well, things worked out in the favor of VP in the end there. And again, I want to give a lot of credit to this Dark Willow player. Yamich is landing some fantastic Bramble Mazes. Also, his Terrorize was on point once again there. He did get caught out by Naga Song initially, but after he came back, he put in some good work in that fight. And of course, now Ramses, he's 10, 1, and 4 on this Morphling with Aegis, with Manta, with BKB and Aghanims. He's got all the tools that he needs to control this game. And from here on, Wildcard might be in a little bit of trouble.
I'd say it's looking pretty scary for Wildcard with looking at the Storm. And it just feels like this Naga is continuously being kited, which is another issue because Ramses, again, he's got the capability of being able to waveform. He's got the mobility, and the Naga just can't seem to follow him as closely as I think she'd like.
Yeah, the issue was that she didn't try to kill off any core immediately in that fight. She went for the pickoff on the Dark Willow, but people just used the buyback and got back into the fight. But yeah, I think now you're starting to feel how there's a lack of control over on the Morphling since he has this BKB as well as the Manta style. Your disables are not quite good enough to hold him in place. The Silence, the Orchid, these things can be mitigated at this point.
I mean, you say that, but Alone did just pick up an Aghanim Scepter, so there's going to be a little bit more lockdown this time around. Hopefully that is enough to make a difference, but it is proving very difficult, you know. Again, Yamich's positioning has just been absolutely superb. We've seen some very good terrorizes, and the way that he kind of like pump fakes it too, it makes them reconsider, like, do we go in right now? Do we want to commit to this? Like, you can feel that uncertainty coming out from wildcards. They do go for the Thunder God's Wrath. And again, Yamich is going to back off here. Wait patiently.
Yeah, and Undying having Lotus Orb, he can just get himself out. Of course, he can dispel the ensnare.
And there's the smoke play, and they're chasing after GPK. There it is. There's the Song of the Silence. They do have the Lotus. But Yamich, look at this positioning again. Beautifully done. Will be able to keep GPK nice and safe as they go for the Global Silence. Chases on after Eve. They see Alex over here. Not quite too interested as Divine Llama does go rushing in. Has his own BKB if he wants to use it. There it is. There's a 3-man vortex from Alone. Just dragging them away. Trying to buy them a little bit more time. But the BKB does indeed get popped on Divine Llama. He is just trying to stay alive. And it's not looking like this is going to be the chance. As he does end up getting thrown with the ensnare from Ramses. And then eventually just popped by DM.
Yeah, for a little while there, Divine Llama, he was, you know, thinking, oh, that's a nice 3-man grab by Storm. I can go in and trample on that. And then, no, I cannot. I have to keep running. But he is going to get caught in the end. And VP are... Yeah. VP are
just leaving it there. Why won't they pick up the bounty rune?
Which bounty? Where?
Over by the secret shop. There's just, I think someone dug it up.
Oh, right. They shoveled it up. I guess they forgot about it. It's behind a tree.
Free bounty rune, guys.
It's hidden. It's hiding behind that one tree.
Man, kids today, they just don't appreciate the bounty rune. The free money.
They're leaving it. They're letting it ferment. It's going to be worth more gold soon.
I don't know. Have you seen the state of the economy? I don't think that's true.
Not true. Might as well just cash in.
Yeah, I would say so. All right. Well, Wildcard now effectively pinned in the base. This feels kind of bad for them because they definitely had moments earlier where they were feeling pretty dominant, but it's just becoming very, very difficult. Again, Ramses with that... The Aegis has got himself his own Scotty.
Yeah, I think when the Aegis times out, though, they should feel confident enough to go out and try to make more plays. Right now, it's difficult. Oh, BKB.
Cookie from Alex, still holding on to that Force Staff if needed to. Turn back around, throw out the Scatter Blast. But again, Wildcard, they're just going to retreat. They're going to go back into the base. And the Blink Dagger has been picked up for Primal Beast. I feel like it's not an issue of him initiating. Do you like the Blink Dagger?
I think it's fair to him to go for it here. I think he could have gone for like Assange as well and go for Assange Kaya earlier. It is what he's queuing up now as the next item. I don't think you can go wrong really with Blink. Oh, they're going on illusion.
GPK.
Yeah.
MCs turns himself into his own Naga. Just tossing nets back and forth here. Oh, there it is, Thunder God's Wrath, though, giving them the vision. Alone, zipping all the way back into the base. They already lost Sam, though. No buyback on the Silencer.
Yeah, that's a lot of Morphling and Naga pushing in here.
How do you force them out? Nice Vortex here coming out from Alone, but there's only so much they can do. They get a little bit of a toss. Just Naga versus Naga. They do manage to drop the tombstone, so they're going to go cut through. And yeah, I don't know what's going on here, Alone. I don't know why you did that.
They managed to catch him. Oh boy. He failed his timing on the TP out after he zipped. If you do it perfectly, then you cannot actually get caught like that. But he failed it a little bit, and they managed to catch him.
That feels bad. And the Roar plus the Terrorize. They put the damage down over onto the Primal Beast. He does not have buyback either. So I am feeling like this is definitely going to be a tower Rax. Maybe a little bit more too.
Yeah, I mean, still half a minute here. That's plenty of time for this Morphling. He's so farmed, he could easily take mid lane during this and probably even go top.
It's got a Satanic online too. Like, I don't know how you kill this guy at this point with the heroes that you have coming out from the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, I don't think you can start with a Morphling. You have to kill something else, but everyone else is just sitting very safely behind him. Nobody's even showing inside the base, only Morphling.
Going for a little bit of a dive here. Do manage to get the Terrorize.
Are under attack.
He's turning himself into his own Naga yet again because he does axes. The dive forward. Did he go a bit too far though? There it is. The global silence. Divine Llama is here. He's gonna try pick him. He doesn't manage to pick up the right one though. Oh no, the Nimbus gets dropped. They're running into the back line. Eve has been left alone. Thunder God's Wrath won't be able to get that kill. They end up losing multiples. Wildcard, they are buying back. They don't want to let them have this game as the zip forward from alone, looking to see if he can get the jump onto GBK, but they do have the Yules again. He's gonna have to go pop his own BKB, but he's separated from the rest of the team right now. Song of the Siren comes out from Eve. Can they get in a good position here? Alex does not have the Snapfire Kisses. Turn their attention over to the Dark Willow. The Ramsey's getting dragged back. They do have the Lotus. They have the BKB over onto Ramsey now as Eve is trying to man fight. If they lose Eve here, this could be very much the end of the game, and it's looked like they're gonna be able to find the opening. There it is. The GG gets called. Virtus Pro bouncing back in very nice fashion to take game number 2 and even the series out 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 gonna be the result. VP, they played really well around this Morphling. Once they started going with the Aghanims, the BKB, and the Manta, all these crucial items together, the Morphling could just, you know, feel like he's unkillable in these fights, even though you have such a big farm on your Naga. I think this game goes back all the way to the laning stage. Morphling was completely free farming. This Undying had 2 big impacts, shutting down the Snapfire and Primal Beast lane. Like, yeah, Morphling played amazing, but it's all Undying who created that complete free farm. He was not pressured at all in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that was super impressive coming out from Hakoda. You just saw him. He got so many double decays, and it just absolutely crippled Divine Llama during the laning phase. He wasn't able to come forward. He had like 500 HP at one point, which is not what you expect from a Primal Beast, but did a great job in just being able to put the pressure down. And Divine Llama, if he's not able to get what he needs and shine, it makes it very difficult for the rest of the team to make the plays. But we did see some nice, you know, rotations with Devi and Alex. GPK though, man, he played super, super well. And then on top of that, Ramsey's just, it's got to feel so good after having such a rough game 1 in this series. Being able to bounce back and show, you know, what you can do when you're not constantly being tossed around by a Marcy or the Brood Mother.
Yeah, for sure. No, this was a bit of, I guess in a way, redemption here for VP after what was a bit poorly executed game 1, but it looked better in game 2 here for sure. And their team fighting was really on point, especially shout out again to this Dark Will played by Yamich. He landed some really fantastic ultis, and overall the skill usage was great by VP. Wildcard had their moments, but they didn't have enough oomph to really win this game, despite Alone and what I feel was Alone and Eve's best efforts here, along with Snapfire ultis, but they just didn't have enough to go. I think all comes down to that bottom lane being shut down.
So if you had to pick an MVP out of this, which person would you say deserves the most recognition?
I'd probably give it to Yamich for this game. Yeah, I'd probably say so. I think, you know, for what he had, he only died 2 times on Dark Willow in this game, and he was at the right place at the right time. Even in the one time he died around Roche, he bought back and was there in time to have good impact again. Yeah, I think he played stellar, though obviously it's hard to say that Ramses didn't own when he's 13-1-9.
But he was enabled by his crew, right? You know, like we said, Hakoda being able to go and secure, to secure that farm early, making sure that they couldn't, you know, dive on him like, you know, they probably wanted to with the Primal Beast. It is pretty cool. But yeah, like you said, Yamich with the Dark Willow, the positioning around their their outpost towards the later portion of the game. You saw, they got stuck there for a moment because Naga Eve just comes strolling in, but he's right on the cusp. He knows the limits of his hero. He knows the positioning that he needs to be, and he's able to get the terrorize and effectively save. So very, very nice game coming out from Virtus Pro. We do get a split series, which I'm sure people are a little surprised about, but I'm sure NA Dota fans super excited. Some SA fans too, if you're a fan of Alone. But that is going to conclude this particular matchup. So it is a split 1-1, and we have one more left for you today, and it's a pretty hype one. It is going to be Liquid versus Infamous. So we're going to get to see a little bit of European Dota versus South American, but first we need to take a little break. So take a moment, go stretch, get excited, and when we come back, we will have your final series.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We have the very last series of the night, and it's a good one. It's Team Liquid versus Infamous, so we get a little Western Europe versus South American action. I know you're very excited for this match, Waga. I know you've got your Swedish boys that you're cheering for over there.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we got a team that's 80% Sweden. I'm just hoping to see Swedes at TI. Team Liquid, they're doing pretty good so far. They managed to win against T1 2-0, I believe. And they also got a 1-1 against Extreme Gaming. So going into this against Infamous, I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit biased, but more than anything, I'm excited to see some good Dota. I mean, this is TI. We're casting some TI games here, TI Last Chance Qualifiers. So I'm hoping to see Infamous put up a good fight here and ultimately lose because I'm definitely biased.
Well, I'm glad that you're very open about it. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm a big Liquid fan, but I'm also a huge South American fan. So
good.
I think a lot of people know that. So we can each root for, a different team. At the end of the day, just want to see really good Dota. But very excited about this. I actually was reading an interview that some of the coaches gave on Team Liquid, and they said, I think Jab said, they weren't sure what to expect from Infamous because they haven't done a lot with like international LAN play. So like they did their research against Extreme, Virtus Pro, like these bigger teams. But in terms of Infamous, they said it was a little bit more of a question mark for them. So I'm really curious how this is all going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually one of the strengths that Team Liquid have is that they have probably the biggest team in Dota for backing their players in terms of coaches. They have, Jarek's coaching, Blitz coaching. They have Jabs as an analyst officially. I mean, he's also a coach, right? It's like they have multiple people doing a lot of prep work for the team. So you'd expect with a lot of time between the qualifiers into the Last Chance Qualifiers, there's a lot of time to study your opponents. But like you said, if Infamous are a hard team to read into, then this could be a dangerous matchup for Team Liquid then. Looking into the draft a little bit, we see Liquid get their hands on the Marcy here as they banned out the Tusk and Enigma, and Visage and Undying banned out by Infamous. Probably saw Zai on his Visage earlier today. He put in some serious work playing that, so I would also rate that as a very good ban against Team Liquid, having seen what he did earlier, keeping his team alive with it.
I think it's really interesting to see that the Nyx Assassin got picked up. This is another hero that most recently started to gain more and more attraction as a position 4. He did just get some really nice buffs with the most recent patch. And if you can make it at a laning stage, if you can pair this guy up with like something ranged, he definitely becomes very, very powerful. He gives you a lot of information on the map, being able to scout, and also, kind of helps solidify that, safety for something like a Leshrac that tends to be a little bit susceptible to things like Nyx. On the flip side, though, this is the second time we've seen the Shadow Fiend picked up super early. Is it just because they're assuming the Leshrac is going mid?
I think it's not just that. I think people are recognizing that, SF, he's a bit like Lina right now in a sense on the mid lane, that he can lane against most things and actually do quite well after the buffs that he got. And added to that, he has the flexibility of being a great safe laner as well. So you can put him into a lot of matchups. I wouldn't say there are too many different matchups where, we picked SF and now we can't put him either safe lane or mid lane. You're always going to be able to have him on one of those two. So I like this opening of having him paired up with something like a Marcy. We actually saw exactly this combination earlier as well, right? The Marcy SF with the tossback. So, yeah, I like the opening, but like you said, the Nyx and the Leshrac, they play well into each other. You have good stuns here. Both of them can be, difficult initiation stuns, but certainly fantastic follow-ups. Or if there's no detection, of course, Nyx can
5 seconds
easily
remaining.
initiate.
I mean, this is this is TI. Like, these guys are gonna have detection. They're not gonna be foolish enough not to be carrying it or placing it ahead of time. I hope.
Yeah, I mean, you will try, but you can't cover the entire map in sentries. Sometimes that Nyx is going to sneak up on people and be able to initiate from fog. It's not always that easy to cover everything. That also is a little bit of a detail that I sometimes think about. Almost every single draft, if I think about it, I would like to have some form of invis or invisible feature in it, like TA traps or something, that forces the opponent to buy more sentries. Just because of the starving factor that, oh, now the enemy have to buy so many more sentries and, get poor on their supports from buying
10
detection.
seconds remaining.
So it's nice to have just a Nyx already, the enemy are going to have to spend a
5
lot to
seconds
control him.
remaining.
Does it also, like, are you talking about just clearly in draft, or do you mean also thinking about the idea of who's going to be buying invis, like giving just any sort of invisibility, either item or hero based?
Exactly, having something. If you don't have an invis hero, then Shadowblade becomes just slightly more attractive because of that. If you already have like a Clinks on your team, then Shadowblade becomes a lot less attractive for potentially a Shadow Fiend or something like that, right? But it's just about having something
seconds
so that the
remaining.
opponents are forced. It's a minor concept, but it's still nice to think about.
5 seconds
No, I
remaining.
like that idea. And I know Robson's a very big fan of this, but picking up an early gem, if you have like that kind of domination going on, being able to pick up the early gem and also being able to remove any sort of safeguards that the enemy team has on the map so they don't feel safe walking outside that base.
Honestly, I think Gem is probably still underutilized for how impactful it can be. Not just when you're dominating, but even in games that are tough. Sometimes I know the game can be difficult, but buying a gem when you're on the back foot can clear out a lot of deep vision that the opponents are bound to have when they are controlling the game. And it can feel scary to make that purchase, because what if I just die again for the 6th time or whatever and I lose it? Yeah, but if you had the gem, then you might not die because you clear out all those wards. Speaking of dying, we have Clockwork, another great pick-off hero here. And finally, we have a good initiation hero for Infamous so that they can follow up those stuns into it. Of course,
10
hook
seconds
shot into
remaining.
cogs, very easy for Leshrac to play with.
Well, I do like the idea of how all these parts work together as well coming out from this draft right now, because you have the Nyx Assassin who's going to be able to do that scouting and allow the Clockwork to get in a good position. So it is going to allow them to be able to make these rotations on the map and potentially make more space for whatever they decide to pick up for Parker as the position 1.
Yeah, but I also feel this means that you probably want to put one of these as cores, right? I don't know about running Nyx and Clockwork as 2 supports, but you can definitely play Clockwork core ever since it's changed to Battery Assault as well. Like, just looking at it, I'm not sure I would like having a +4 Nyx and a 5 Clockwork, for instance. I feel like they're a little bit strange how they play together then, but I would like to see a core Clockwork possibly.
Even if they're paired up with like something ranged within the lane too, you wouldn't want to see that just as the combo?
It can be done, but I think personally, no, I wouldn't prefer having the 2 of them. It becomes a little bit awkward just if you have 2 supports that are both melee. Even just something as simple as dewarding the opponent. Yeah, you can hit stuff on the high ground, of course, or like on cliffs, but it's a little bit awkward when you always have to run up to every observer ward for the rest of the game with your 2 supports. I don't know. Personally, not preferring that. So we'll see how they decide to lane it. I love the draft that's coming out from Liquid. The synergy is very high here. You have SF with minus armor aura, with Marcy having high
10
damage
seconds
output,
remaining.
with Beastmaster coming in with extra attack speed aura as well, working
5
very well.
seconds
SF and
remaining.
Beasts are quite classic combo. And now Witch Doctor, a hero that we see more and more of recently, I want to say. The hero has become more popular in the recent months. And yeah, just looks very, very well composed. Bit of team fight, bit of split push, bit of late game. Infamous getting even more pickoff though. Their disables and pickoff potential is very high on Infamous. Batrider added into this.
5 seconds.
The other thing I'm a
remaining.
little concerned is that we're seeing something kind of similar to what we saw earlier with what Wildcard had going on, where you've got a lot of like single target attacking and like lockdown. And it does feel like a little, if you have this Clockwork as a core, it's very similar in what it does to the Batrider. And I love Batrider. Like, Batrider is one of those heroes that is just so good. We talked about this earlier, too. Having any sort of hero that can do repositioning, like punish any sort of bad positioning and then drag them further in so that way it's on your own terms is always great. And, you know, he does have some other nice functions as well, you know, being able to throw out the sticky napalm, being able to bounce back flame break. But I'm not sure
10 seconds.
I'm loving this draft coming out from the side of Infamous right now.
Yeah, it's, I mean, with the Batrider, they almost solidify, I want to say, that this is going to be, like, support Clockwork and Nyx. I feel like it's almost decided by that, unless they want to get pretty creative. I think you run Batrider as a core for sure, and I think support Leshrac is just not strong enough right now, so it kind of pushes both these heroes into support. But Batrider is very strong in the current patch. I will not deny that he's still super broken, I think, actually. he did get nerfed a little bit, but we probably will see a lot of Bats gameplay overall this TI, I think.
I feel like he's a staple a lot of the times. Or he's like heavily, you know, if you know that they have a very good Batrider player, you're like, okay, we're banning this. We don't want to allow it in there. Because I feel like at one point, and this is like years ago now, of course, but it just felt like every single patch was a nerf to Batrider. Like they couldn't nerf him enough because he was just too powerful with his kit and what he proposed at the time. So
that's true. There's something very convenient about having him. Yeah, Slark, that's a good solution, though, to Bats. I mean, again, if you try to grab him, you can just get Dark Pacted, and suddenly your lasso didn't go off. Slark is also quite strong in the current patch. He is seeing a lot of Aghanims gameplay, is what we have seen. Just a huge popularity of that. Ever since you started getting those Essence Shift on pounce, people have realized that, okay, you can go Aghanims, and you have 2 pounces, you get a lot of Essence Shift going immediately. Part of the value, of course, but Batrider is also very neat to have, not only for that reason, but also the Slark is very useful to have against Batrider because of the shard. Putting down the Aghanim shard from Slark, you can protect people from any form of initiation here. And finally, we see Infamous going in with a Bloodseeker. That does prevent Slark from healing. When he goes low HP, he won't be able to go into Fog of War. It's a pretty classic counter to Slark. And I think Rupture and Batrider pulling someone is also a very neat way to kill stuff. So I love this. I'm a big fan of Bloodseeker. But I still think I favor Liquid just a little bit based on the overall draft.
That's not just your bias kicking in?
No, there's actually, no, I'm looking at the drafts, just which one I would have preferred to be on. I think Infamous, their lineup looks a little bit tricky to execute, whereas Liquid's looks more well-rounded, I suppose.
I agree with that. I definitely think that Liquid's pieces are a little bit more simple in execution, which is super important in Dota. It's not to say that Infamous can't pull this off. I think they've got some interesting concepts, right? You've got many ways of being able to scout and get vision. Obviously with Thirst, with Bloodseeker, you've got the sticky napalm coming off from Batrider, and then Nyx Assassin, of course, just creeping around doing what Nyx Assassins do. But I don't know. I'm really curious because, again, I feel like this is very South American Dota flair. And it's something that Liquid has not faced off with too off South America on land. You know, the running joke is like the training weights have come off the whole thing, you know, with anime. But I think that there is potential where Infamous could surprise them a bit. So I'm very curious. I'm excited about this match, though, for sure. But I am a little concerned that, you know, Infamous is going to have to adapt over time because people will start to take notice if they start doing well, and they are going to start punishing them if they don't have a very varied approach.
Yeah. No, I think it's, you know, two exciting drafts that are going to clash and go against each other here. I'm trying to think right now about which one will have the easier time in 5-man scenarios in team fights. Both teams have a little bit of scouting. You can see that Beastmaster and the Hawks will be able to provide some vision, but over on the side of Infamous, I think they have even more with Clockwork Rockets, along with Nyx being able to sneak around and Batrider in his Firefly. I think Infamous might have the better vision going into a fight overall, but the team fight probably still looks stronger for Liquid on a fair 5v5, let's say. If everyone gets to do what they want, I think Liquid's draft looks a little bit stronger for that.
Every time these predictions show up, I'm like, oh god, I have to read them quickly and put them all in.
Oh yeah, gotta do your predictions. I forgot to do that earlier, but of course, total number of player deaths by 25 minutes. I think we could see a lot here. There's gonna be a lot of deaths.
Too.
I'm going 26-35.
26-35. Whoa, all right. I'm doing 60-25.
Yeah, no, I think there will be a mayhem.
Already Infamous coming through the jungles. Do run into Boxy here. They throw down the ward. They see him, so I'm going to open up with a nice impale. Throw down the blood right, but again, it's a Marcy, so unless you have a silence or some sort of a stun, it's going to be able to get away pretty easily. But that will give them control of these 2 runes in the bottom area, as Liquid will immediately send Zai and say, all right, go pick up the top one.
Yep, looks like it's going to be a fair rune pickup here. Of course, the night vision here from Slark is able to see where people are. They're just trading off here. Sweet Marcy gets bullied back a little bit by Clockwork. Like, get out of here. You're not going to contest this rune. Good damage being done just by 1-point battery here. Boxy actually dropping kind of low.
Yeah, that is quite the amount of hits. Is this a situation where you think Boxy should just maybe go back to base for now and then come back with...
I think so. Yeah. I think you go Fountain and just TP out, because you don't want to try and tango up all this HP. It takes a little bit too long. So, yeah, I'd definitely go base. So good job by Michael harassing that.
I always think it's very funny how, especially in the South American region, a lot of the players just use their actual names. So you got people like Batumba Man, and then you got Frank.
I like it. I love Frank. It's good.
Frank the Tank. I like Frank as long as he doesn't play the off-lane Dazzle. Every time he plays the off-lane Dazzle, he kills me a little bit inside.
I have not seen that. I'm blessed.
God bless. And, you know, to be fair, he does very well during the laning phase, but then after that, they're usually lacking initiation, and because you have an off-lane Dazzle.
Yeah, offlaners usually have to be the frontliner to tank and initiate stuff, and Dazzle perhaps doesn't want to be in the front of everything. Would maybe work better back in the Necrobook days if you could just go Necrobook on Dazzle, and then it would be okay. Touching a little bit on the lanes here, we have Slark against Batrider mid. This is something a lot of teams have done to deal with Batrider. Just pick the Slark and send him to the mid lane, because you can dispel the sticky napalm all the time, so it should be a pretty safe farming lane. And that's what we're seeing right now.
It makes sense that they'd want to pair that up. For sure, being a start pack off and all this. Huh, I'm getting like a weird visual bug in my game. Every once in a while, there's just a red streak. And it's not from the axes. It's like in the bottom lane occasionally.
All right. Nice, nice.
Oh, no. It's fine. Michael just doing Michael things, but needs to be careful because there's a lot of damage coming up from Midgame.
Oh, they're gonna get
over
him.
to Boxy, but they want this. They're chasing so hard right now. They have the dispose.
They
but
can't?
It looks like no. They decide not to do it. Midgame's sitting a little low here. Does have himself a couple of those stick charges. Gets a tango, and he's got a fairy fire just in case. But...
So it's actually not fast enough. Dispose gets cancelled because of the battery ticking. So every single tick is able to cancel Dispose before it goes off. I thought he could cast it, but he didn't have a chance. He tried multiple times there and could not toss back the Clockwork. I was sure he was going to die, but gets out of that.
That's pretty interesting. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, turns out not the easiest to chase down the Clockwork for a Marcy. But bottom lane should be very easy farm, though, I feel, for the SF. Going against a double melee lane, the Shadow Races are alone going to be able to make sure this lane is pretty free farm.
With realizing that Frank is all alone right now. Do you have to dispose? But this is feeling a little difficult as they'll chase after Frank. A nice cogs will hold Mickey in place, and they still haven't managed to get their hands on Frank. Look at him, he's a fast little guy because of the fact that Mickey dropping a little low here. Does have that thirst speed as they turn back around. This time Michael doesn't have the battery. He could opt to go and use it. He does end up popping the mango, but just not quite enough to stay alive here.
Yeah, that was Nice play there to be able to at least get the Bloodseeker saved, doing the damage, and of course Thirst kicks in and he just runs away. But in the end they get a kill.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Took some doing for sure, but thought that was a bit cheeky the way that did have that point in the Thirst, and that's essentially what ended up saving him, I think.
Yeah. Thirst is very strong in laning stage if people are just actively putting damage onto the enemy heroes, and that's what we're going to see. I mean, Slark is damaging himself all the time with the Dark Pact on mid lane, so his HP is probably not going to be full all the time. And meanwhile, top has also been quite aggressive.
That's actually such a great extra layer that you have to really consider when you look at the draft. And you look at the heroes that are picked up, right? Is that, most of the time you're just like, okay, let's, win our lanes. Let's make sure that we're being aggressive or whatnot. But then Frank gets this extra bonus because of the Thirst. And so if you're in any lane, because it's global, obviously, you have to be aware, I'm sitting a little bit too low. I need to either go back to the fountain. I need to bury myself out some regen. It's this extra layer of how to also keep your opponents poor. Like you said with the invisibility, you have to buy detection in that case. And in this case, if you're sitting in the lane, you've been hit too many times, you can't just vibe there. You can't just be like, okay, I'll sit back and slowly regen, because you're essentially causing problems for the other lane that has to deal with this Bloodseeker who's now so fast.
Yeah, it's a real thing in games with a Bloodseeker. You're definitely gonna call please, stay high HP on your lanes. I'm losing to this Bloodseeker because he's running at 500 movement speed, and we see him also buy the boots very early, so he already has the boots on Bloodseeker. Also, of course, the SF doesn't have boots yet. The Marcy did buy hers, but hasn't gotten them sent out yet. So he has a big speed advantage.
I think that's also super useful when you consider that Boxy is going to want to be fairly aggressive. This is, the nature of a Marcy, being able to secure the lane. And then when you add up the fact that you've got the shadow raises and it's got the decrease of the turn rate and the move speed, it's even more important to be able to get that escape.
Yeah, it really is. But for now, short analysis of this game is probably that Liquid are slightly coming out ahead here in the laning stage. They did, of course, get the first blood bottom, but all their cores are also farming 20, 18, 18 for CS. And Infamous looking pretty okay. Bloodseeker slightly behind the SF, but top lane is sort of the difference right now. We have 11 and 3 over on Leshrac, but he does have some creeps to cash in on, but I think Zai and Insania are playing the lane really well. We haven't focused on top lane that much, but they bullied the Nyx enough that he had to go back to base. And now he's, far away from coming back to top lane and being useful again. He's going to bring some items, but he has to walk all the way back top.
I mean, I think the other thing that's really nice is just the fact with Insania having that point in Maledict and the amount of damage. I mean, look at this. Just like that. Parker is gonna take a lot of damage here. I don't think it's quite enough to kill him, but with the damage coming out from axes and whatnot, it does quite a bit.
Yeah, took a lot of damage, and he doesn't have a salve as well, so Tango and Banner creep HP regen, that's all it's gonna be for him. He's gonna have to try and get his HP back up.
Yeah, and it's not and this is kind of the problem too, right? Is the fact that Affliction is not going to be able to do too much when you consider he's a Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin is not a strong laner. He doesn't provide any sort of heal. He does, have a little bit of just, the counter initiation if they decide to make the moves on the Leshrac, but it's still a bit difficult. Bottom lane, Michael's getting poked at here by Boxy, and he's taking a lot of creep damage. He does have the battery assault, though, so he's going to try to just back off, drag the creeps along with him. He's successful.
Yeah, he gets to pull the creeps, but Marcy did so much damage to him before he managed to pull the creeps back, so dropping down all the way to 280 HP, and that was very cheap for Marcy, just some auto attacks and using her spells. One single clarity, gets that mana back.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they ended up landing the cask and the Maledict over onto Affliction. Some of that damage coming out from Zai with the axes. He's got no health. And look at this. Does have the Spike Carapace, so he's going to be able to waddle away. But this is proving to be a real issue here, because it feels like Affliction isn't able to do very much to help Parker, who is behind.
It is the weakness of Nyx. It's one of the reasons why we don't see this hero that much, is that his laning stage is pretty atrocious, I have to say. It's hard to make Nyx work in laning stage, but after that he becomes a lot better. When he gets his level 6, his impact can skyrocket. Bit of a fight
Gonna
on
make
the rim.
moves over onto Matu. They do have to be careful. Insania's there. He's got the cask. Did grab that arcane rune, so just gonna try to stack up as much as they can over onto Matu. And Michael again and Boxy, these two just constantly poking each other in this lane. Affliction in the top lane, getting just non-stop, always getting harassed here.
Oh, bottom.
Is forced to use the fairy fire in the bottom lane too. They end up getting the kill on Frank, as eventually Parker falls. This goes over here. Michael just kind of walking away. Does have to be careful though. He's popped the battery assault. He doesn't really want to get too close though. These raises doing quite a bit. Boxy going in for the punch. He's trying to drag it underneath the tower, trying to get as many hits. Ring around the Rosie, grabbing a hold of Boxy. Ends up dying, but does manage to get the kill in the end as Leo Style swoops on in and gets the kill on Midgame. So a bit of a odd situation there in this bottom lane, but at the end of the day, I think Michael's pretty happy with the outcome.
Yeah, he's gonna be pretty happy, but Liquid are the ones who got 2 kills and didn't have to rotate anyone, whereas the rotation had to come in from Batrider and Slark again, just farming away meanwhile, putting some pressure. So I think Liquid did a good job with that play.
I don't know, I always enjoy when they do this ring around the Rosie.
It was a funny play, putting down the branch and then starting to juke around it, but it didn't really work out that well. It wasn't like Boxy was losing his targeting there. He did a good job keeping track.
This harass continuing over on Affliction. I don't want to know how much this guy has used on just regen. I feel like it's got to be quite a bit. Or a lot of time spent walking away to the fountain.
Yeah, true. He's taking a beating every time that he gets close. Insania is just letting him know that, you know, Witch Doctor does trade really well with most supports. It's hard to hit into Maledicts, especially when Wild Axes have so long range. Zai can always be useful, even if he's not that close to the fight. You can just send over one Wild Axes and the trade is already won.
It's a very powerful off lane. Leostalda is making his way top. He's got that smoke, and he's got himself a haste rune too, so it's gonna just kind of wander over. Doesn't really necessarily want to say he would rather get Zai. Does have to be careful that these cascading bounces should be more than enough damage though to get the kill. And again, now he can just chase after Matu if he wants to. As Michael closing the gap here, needs to get off these cogs. Battery assault, pass back over onto Matu.
Yeah,
But
Matu's
that's gonna be the
fine.
end.
Good kill there. I mean, Haste Rune Batrider is such a force in the early game. It's almost always a guaranteed kill when you rotate with a Haste and Lasso ready. So only losing one hero, I think Liquid are happy with that.
That
They're gonna
hawk
get a
right above where the Nyx assassin was hiding makes it super easy for Boxy to leap in and get a kill here for Matu. So I like the aggression coming out from the side of Liquid.
Yeah, both teams are playing pretty high tempo here and being aggressive. Leo Style recognizing that he can't really kill the Slark that easily, so he's starting to really open up towards the other lanes. Earlier with the TP to bottom, now with the Haste Rune rotation top, and again he's making a move towards bottom lane. He has those travels as well, so he's probably ready to join anywhere. But always looking to be active. I like the gameplay here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Leo Style being on very active heroes. I don't like when he plays heroes that farm for a long time. I feel like he definitely has a good understanding of when to be moving. It doesn't always work out for him, but
Met you once, cut you twice.
definitely has a good understanding about the positioning and the map movements.
Got the first prediction correct. Feels good. The 10-minute prediction.
Oh,
Gotta
nice.
see how many we can get.
I also got that one correct. Awesome. Player with the most last hits is incorrect right now.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, I mean that was fail for me too. I thought that Frank would have a better lane. I thought they were gonna safe lane him by the time I put it in. So, but they put him against SF off lane. It's not his fault. He would have won, but
He's like, my prediction was not necessarily incorrect. It's just variables that I couldn't control.
look what they did to my boy. They put him on the off lane. How can he win the last hits from that lane?
That's fair. Now trying to clean up a little bit. Does have the lasso available, but this tower is going to go down. Zai having those little skelly men, the rally creeps, be able to remove the top tier 1 from the side of Infamous. Mid lane, trying to make some plays over here onto Parker, and it looks like it's going to be very successful. They do end up getting the lasso. We'll drag back over onto Boxy. They're trying to finish off Insania here. Should be able to do the trick, and now Boxy on the run. Oh, he finds the opening though, manages to get the kill. You can see that Michael was like trying to snipe the last hit there. You know, he's just there for moral support. He wasn't trying to kill snipe or anything.
Yeah, definitely not. Just making sure things are going the right way. Nice play though by Leo Style again. He's 4-0-0 now in his Batrider. He's having a very good start. Definitely the one popping off the most in this game so far. He's level 10, almost 10 and a half. Highest level and highest net worth as well. So great start for him, especially laning into a Slark who can be a bit of an annoying hero. The thing is though, Slark just survives against Batrider. He doesn't actually counter Batrider. He just survives the laning stage and is pretty good against Batrider in the mid and late game. But we're still gonna see a very farm Batrider here, and will be interesting to see how he can transition this. He has 1700 gold with travels. Looking like he wants early Blink Dagger.
That makes sense. Again, trying to be very, very active and aggressive. Matu has completed the Diffusal Blade, I believe, so that'll be coming out to him very shortly. But most of the core is pretty close, honestly, in terms of their net worth. 12 minutes in.
Yeah, overall, no huge advantage for anyone. It's quite even. You see Michael just looking for something, but knows he can't really kill a Slark. Clockwork, you may have some lockdown, but Slark can always just jump out of it. So he has to find someone else, someone not Slark.
He wants Insania, let's be real honest.
Oh, look at this stack on Leshrac. Oh my god. He's farming.
I needed this earlier, Parker. I needed this for the last hits one. Yeah, looks like Michael's gonna join back in, help tank up some of these creeps. But that's a lot of gold coming through now for Parker. They are smoked up over on the side of Team Liquid. They're on the hunt. Let's see what they can find. They don't really have any vision up here in this top area, so perhaps they will also drop that. In fact, there are 2 observer wards over on the Witch Doctor. So I'm gonna try to see what they can find. They do have the Hawk, and they open up immediately. They do have the Sentry ward over on the cliffside. Affliction, realizing he's probably dead here, so he's gonna give them a little bit of a run, but they grab Insania. Leo Style, though, getting caught out over here on the side. He's not gonna be able to do anything. A nice split fight coming out from the side of Liquid.
Yeah, and that's all the value of the Hawk there. The vision from Zai made it so that Slark can confidently just jump in on the Nyx, take that fight, and they were fighting without their Leshrac, which makes it kind of hard. I think they need Lesh for his massive burst damage right now. The AoE damage of Lesh is very necessary against the Slark, otherwise they can't really focus him that well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's that Diffusal Blade coming to play. They don't have the Vendetta, so that's just a dead Affliction.
Yeah, and that's more Essence Shift stacks, permanent agility gain for Matumba.
That always feels good.
This suddenly turned into a pretty nice lead. I mean, it's only a 2k advantage in gold, but Liquid now, having removed the top tier 2, has opened up the map in a way. By taking this outpost as well, you take away any passive experience gain for Infamous, which, you know, a lot of people don't really think about, but it does have an impact over time. If you are unable to take back this outpost, you're going to fall behind a little bit more just in experience. And this area in general is very hard to walk into now. You don't have any teleport points. Both towers gone.
One thing that's driving me a little bit nuts is I feel like Infamous isn't playing together necessarily. In the bottom lane, Matumba Mans gets his eyes and sights set on Michael. Parker's just leaving. Does not want to be a part of this. Doesn't know who else might be nearby. So that's yet another kill from Matumbaman and another permanent agility. In the top lane, there is another engagement going on as Frank is just going to get wailed away here by Insania. Gets that death ward off, but it's going to end up ticking down. There it is. There's that rupture we talked about. Zai having to get into position, drops those seeds at the drag back from Leo style. A nice combination. We'll be able to ensure they get the kill. Now Boxy searching around. Looks like he doesn't really want to stay here. He can't quite decide, as both the ultimates have been used on the side of Infamous. And while this is going on, see Mikke and Matu in that mid lane, pushing out the creep wave and putting a little damage on the tower.
Yeah, the trade was good for Infamous, but the downside is that Liquid did not use their pos 1 and pos 2 players for it, so they invested less resources.
Michael has to use that hook shot to get away. That's not how you want to be using that.
He hookshotted during the dispose. That looked really funny. He just pulled himself out of it. Gonna stay safe. But another tower is gone now. Tier 1 mid tower falling. I think you're right that it feels a bit like Infamous are not really playing together. Right now they're quite greedy, trying to farm up. And maybe it's because it's difficult for them to gank the Slark right now, but they need to try and shut down at least Shadow Fiend. He's having too good of a game, and they would need to find some way to rotate onto him. He's playing Mask of Madness. Like, this is a greedy SF build, and he's getting away with it.
I mean, you look at the spells that Infamous has online and like the ultimates, and I want to see them use these together. They have good synergy. Yes, it's a little bit clunky sometimes. That one coconut bouncing off over onto Frank. Like it's a little clunky, but it still has the potential. We talked about all the various combinations that they could run on this. Frank has himself a completed Heaven's Halberd. You've got a Rupture. You've got a Nyx Assassin who's just waddling around here as Boxy and Matumbaman immediately find him, get the pounce on him.
This is the, third time that Nyx is just finding himself next to the Slark with the Fusel Blade and just dies. Sure, this time there was also Boxy, but it doesn't really matter. If Matumba runs into the Nyx will die. It's a very unfortunate thing for him, but he needs to stop getting caught out alone like this.
Yeah, I don't know. Matu just... he feels like he's everywhere this Nyx Assassin wants to be, and then on top of that, it feels like Liquid they're more cohesive as a team. I don't know why Infamous is... It almost looks a little like a pub. I hate to say it.
Yeah,
but they're
Infamous
not playing together. They're not utilizing all of their just potential power spikes here.
Yeah, Infamous are definitely falling behind, like, rapidly. And now with the Aegis on SF, it's a difficult call to make to go down and defend bottom, as all of Liquid go together. But Infamous will make the smoke. They will try to go together and stop this tier 2 from falling. They're looking to go from the lane.
Look for the jump over onto Mikke, the drag back, immediately following up with the Spike Carapace. So Mikke, that is going to be the Aegis that ends up popping. They go and get the Rupture off. A hookshot comes through. You can see that this Witch Doctor getting a lot of damage off over onto Parker, but they end up losing Leo style now. The chase is on over here after Insania. He looks like he's going to fall. Affliction now is going to be the next one to die. And they are just running over here with Boxy as eventually on the back lines. They do get Mikke, but now they have to deal with Matumbaman, and he is very, very difficult to have to put the pressure on. Although Parker trying his best using this pulse, but the jump forward coming out, they need a little bit more. They need some way to keep him alive, and they just do not simply have it. So at the end of the day, yes, they get the Aegis. Yes, they kill Mikke, but Liquid still has everything they need to take this tower.
Yeah, Liquid, they take the fight really well. I don't know, I'm not sure the SF was the ideal grab there for the Batrider. He goes in, catches the SF and pulls him back. Sure, he doesn't have BKB, so if you kill him once with the Aegis, you're probably going to be able to kill him again. But using your initiation to kill him, it's a bit hard to take the fights into the rest of the team. And you see Liquid just stand their ground together and fighting in a really good way. Boxy just going in and punching.
Yeah, the power of the Marcy for sure, and Boxy's making it look real good. He is stuck in the corner though, so he's gonna take some time and chill out for the time being. But Leo style, he doesn't want to show himself, although does have to be careful because they are definitely hunting. They know he's got to be somewhere over here. Matu not quite ready to give up the chase just yet. Is he gonna try to go for pounce play? Nah.
If he had the Aghanims, he would probably catch him there. You get extra range and you get 2 pounces, then it's going to be hard to get away from this Slark. But for now, he's still looking like 1,700 gold away from the Aghanims completing.
Hook shot over onto Insania. Be able to knock him back with the cogs. They drop down the blood right. But it's going to take some doing to get this kill, as the cast does get plenty of bounces. They end up losing Insania. He's going to buy back Michael, taking down Parker, though, over here on the side, trying to fight with Midgame, but he's got himself a BKB, so it's just not going to happen for him. They eventually manage to get the kill on Boxy. Rest of the team, though, the side of Infamous, they just have to flee.
That one cask that Insania sent out before he died there was so crucial. It allowed the Marcy to just fight, using the cask to stun people. He actually got some extra kills out of it. And it was a nice bait to... I think Insania intentionally baited getting hooked there because he had the shard. It's a nice way to buy yourself some time. If you get hooked, then you don't die immediately as a Witch Doctor.
I'm definitely seeing good potential with Insania playing this Witch Doctor. And again, we talked about this earlier. It is seeing a little bit more of an uptick, that Maledict just being super strong during the laning stage and just at all stages of the game, but especially paired up with something like the Beastmaster.
It comes down greatly to Shard being so buffed. I mean, it's 40-second cooldown now, the switcheroo. Voodoo switcheroo, it's a very good skill. I think every single support, if you're playing Witch Doctor, you should make the Shard a priority for yourself to purchase. It is very useful.
That's so much better than just Rock Toss. Voodoo Switcheroo. Whoever was working on Witch Doctor that day definitely was like, hell yeah. Now, Affliction needs to be very careful because they have plenty of sentries down and they are just always jumping on him. It's pretty scary, but...
He's
not
not
a little
deterred.
bit of hunting.
Yeah.
He sees Zai over here, but the rest of the team is not nearby. So perhaps he's thinking that he could just cancel out a TP if they decide to port. But all right, we're seeing Michael make his way over. I hear a lasso though because they've grabbed themselves Mickey. They've also ruptured him, but gonna try to buy him a little bit more time here. Again with that BKB, he's just so powerful. Parker is just gonna be shredded into pieces. Look at the kill on Michael and Leo style. And Frank, oh my word, everybody is just crumbling. Affliction, the only one left because, of course, he was in the top lane trying to put the pressure onto Zai, but that's a team wipe going the way of Team Liquid. Oh my god, and you know, that Depth Shroud, just enough to keep Mickey alive during that fight. Otherwise, I think he dies there.
Yeah, for sure. The Shroud was useful, but also the Mask of Mana's lifesteal. It's so strong now. They buffed the lifesteal from heroes. Look how low he drops and how fast he heals when he starts right-clicking. Like, this is some insane amount of lifesteal. He does have crit, and of course Shadow Fiend does hit super hard, but that looked like he had a Satanic almost. It's pretty impressive how fast he healed.
That is true. The amount that he healed definitely gave me a second of like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we're sure it's just
Did he get an item that I didn't? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Very, very impressive. But Liquid, they're happy with that push. And I mean, who wouldn't be happy to crack the base at like 22 minutes or so?
Yeah, Barracks is down. 1 lane advantage, 15,000 gold ahead at 23 minutes. Infamous are now in dire straits. They need to get some good pickoff.
I see what you did there. Dire straits.
I mean, yeah.
Well, we have a fully kitted out Slark. He has himself the Aghanim Scepter. He has the Shard. And this is a pretty immortal looking Matu right now. No deaths at all so far this game. They have not been able to lock him down hard enough.
Yeah,
Which
the
is
Finnish
impressive
beast.
considering the amount of stuff that they have to throw at him.
They do have a lot, but it's so difficult to finish him off, I think. Especially him having the Shard to protect himself. Having 2 ultis. Look at that catch. My god.
That is quite the range. In fact, oh, Michael, he misses the hook shot. Oh, this is a very dead Michael, I have a feeling. Although, no, he gets the force, but again, there's the pounce forward coming out from Matu. He sees himself a can, and he is gonna open it.
And like I said, very aggressive game. Look at all those kills.
I got it incorrect. I went too small.
Yeah, I went too small too. It was 36 plus.
Oh my gosh.
Just barely. That one kill ruined my prediction, actually. Oh my. Couldn't you let him live,
Disaster.
Matumba?
Nah, man, this guy, he said that, you know, this is going to be his last TI. He's retiring after this. He's going out in style.
Yeah. I mean, he's a pretty decorated player in Dota 2, right? But he has nothing left to prove necessarily. So, but
I mean, who
a-
else
it's a
has
pleasure watching him play.
shorts? You know, it's one of those things where it's like, you can talk about a guy, you can talk about his skills, but you can also talk about his fashion choices too.
It's
Those
the
are
land
legendary
shorts.
shorts. All right, Daedalus online for Mickey. This guy is gonna hit so hard. I mean, he already hurts so hard, it feels, but it's about to get even more painful for the side of Infamous. They're trying desperately to gain some of this momentum back, some of this land even. They do have a gem on Leostas, so they'll find Zai. They're going to try to drag him back, keep him silent long enough so that they can burst him down. The depth shot, though, coming into play, allows him to get the BKB, gets the roar off as the Affliction will fall. Leo's down next to die, and they'll fall up. And they just call GG. They realize they cannot stand toe-to-toe at this point. They've missed their timings, so this first game going over to the side of Team Liquid.
I mean, SF killed the Bloodstone Leshrac in 3 hits. He got 2 Daedalus procs, both 800 damage each. Yeah, he kind of just melted them there. That was definitely pretty straightforward. I think Infamous, their draft looked very complicated to execute. Like going into this, I think Liquid just looked a little bit more prepared. They said they, weren't able to find much on how to prepare against Infamous specifically, but their draft just plays so well with itself. Whereas I think Infamous, having Bloodseeker, Clockwork, and Nyx, and then a Batrider with it, it's a bit too much focus on the pick-off Dota and not enough into the big team fights and, tower pressure. There's some other stuff missing.
No, I'll agree. I mean, it felt like Liquid played Liquid Dota. So, there's a lot of prep going on between all of these teams, and Jabs did mention, they weren't sure what to expect coming out from Infamous. So they did them, honestly, and it worked out really, really well. They played what they feel comfortable with. They played what's currently in the meta. Infamous, like you said, it was a tough draft. You have 2 melee supports, which I was saying, maybe it'll be a little bit better if they end up getting something that's ranged, but it is a very specific qualification that you need to kind of enable some of these heroes. Affliction couldn't do anything in that top lane. Every time he showed up against Zion and Sania, he just lost like 75% of his health from just the Cask and Maledict and like an axe or 2, which was very, very difficult for Parker to get much going on. And I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more AoE coming out, maybe Frank on more of a traditional off lane. I know that Bloodseeker can be run in that position, but again, it did feel like we had a lot of the same sorts of heroes going on with that solo lockdown.
Yeah, there was also the fact that not just did they have the 2 melee supports, but they also had the double melee offlane into Shadow Fiend. And with the new races giving, additional slow when you stack more and more onto the opponent, it's very, very rough to run a double melee into Marcy, or like Marcy with the lockdown, right? Keeping people close, and then Shadow Fiend with those slowing races as well. It's just a tough order to tell your team to go win that lane. Like, how are you gonna do it? So yeah, I think they need to be a little bit more cautious about what they pick. I think maybe they reacted a bit too much to what they saw on the opponent's team. You see Slark, you think, oh, Bloodseeker is good here, but does it really mesh well with your own draft? You need to have the balance between countering the opponent and picking something that works well internally.
Definitely agree with that. And also, hats off. We talked about Matu having just a great game. 0 deaths on his Slark. But I have to say, Boxy's aggression throughout that entire game. And it is just the nature of a Marcy. But I thought that he had some really good positioning, some really good opens, and just finds throughout the series. So he's definitely my player that I would comment, I guess, at the end of the match, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, he was the MVP in that game. He was 12-3-12, I think, his end score as a support. It's crazy that he didn't die more than he did. Oh, 12-3-13 even. So yeah, he was definitely popping off in that game. He was almost involved in every single kill, only missing 3.
So I feel like Marcy's one of those heroes that you might not want to let them get their hands on. In fact, I feel like that's a lot of teams that probably are thinking something similar at this point, with the meta being what it is. But first game, going to go over to the side of Liquid, and we do have one more game left for you tonight. It's going to be the second game of Liquid versus Infamous, and we'll see if Infamous can make the adjustments needed, if they can split the series, or if Liquid's just going to have a real dominant day. We'll find out after the break.
our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, guys. It has been quite a day for the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We have just this one last game here for you. It is, of course, game number 2 of Liquid versus Infamous. And this first game, I gotta say, Liquid looks real clean. They're looking very strong. Boxy played super aggressive, and Matu just did a bang-up job on that Slark. So how does Infamous bounce back here?
Yeah, I think they have to go back and just rethink their draft and what went wrong in the draft and get a better starting position, honestly, because this was probably the most one-sided game we had the entire day. Actually, it felt like a very clean performance by Liquid, and Infamous didn't really get in the game in a good way. I mean, Affliction was just non-stop dying on his Nyx, who was not able to play together with someone else. It felt like people were just off trying to farm their next item on their own. They didn't have a chance to group up, and by the time Liquid were prepared to go as 5, Infamous were simply not. They didn't have everything they needed to contest Liquid. So I think it all starts in the draft. They have to get themselves in a better playing position, because that was just a hard game to play out. I don't think they should bash themselves too much about, you know, oh, we played too bad, or we should have done this or done that. I think, honestly, Dota is a very, very strategic game, and I think that game was difficult from the get-go just by the draft.
Well, it looks like they're switching up strategies, and very interesting to note too, they end up banning the Marcy themselves on the side of Team Liquid. But with the Undying picked up, you see immediately the Snapfire going to be an elegant solution for dealing with that Tombstone. Also provides them with some nice team fight, and just overall still a fairly strong hero.
Yeah, I think Undying has been super high priority for a lot of teams. He's been first phase pick in so many of the series today. And it's ever since the Decay buff, he's just been owning. We saw him solo win pretty much a game earlier, bullying. If he ever ends up against the double strength lane, then he can truly shine. But yeah, the Decay change, that you don't get the HP back again after Decay, just makes him so valuable in the lane. Spamming Decay is a fantastic form of harassment.
I'm curious to see what the next strategy is here. And again, we saw in the first game, Infamous went with both of those melee supports. Interesting. Okay, so they're going to go for the Elder Titan over on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they did pick double strength into Undying, but Snapfire, one of the more acceptable strength heroes to pick, since you get a very good way to burst the Tombstone. You have that Shredder, very useful to getting rid of Tombstone as fast as possible. And E.T., a hero that Liquid are very comfortable playing as well. So it's...
So what does that telegraph to you, though? Because it does feel like, are they trying to prevent a specific, like, summon sort of pick sort of thing? Were they thinking, oh, they'll probably go for something like a Chen army or something high agi?
I honestly feel like this is just them being happy to have Snapfire for her burst potential and the soft counter to Undying through the Tombstone. And then E.T. being a bit of setup. You have chain stuns, also a comfort hero that they play so much. E.T. is a hero that is almost synonymous with Liquid to me in my mind. I feel like I see them play it so often. So, and they can play it many different ways. I mean, don't sleep on the potential for Zai to pull out and play the E.T. instead. It's a hero that he used to spam a lot, but probably not going to see that here, huh?
I feel like there's better options. Not that he ever, he's not a bad Elder Titan off lane by any means, but I think they're just better off lane heroes that you could put him on,
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, Zai can style on kids no matter what hero he's on, but...
Yeah, Ench coming out from Infamous. So they have Ench and Undying.
10 seconds
A
remaining.
little bit curious to see Ench picked into Snapfire, since I feel like she provides so much burst magic damage and can act fast to Ench, and it can be hard for her to rely on her survivability through Untouchable. But I do like this combination more than what we saw last game. This is a bit of team fight through Undying, the Tombstone on a high ground, and a lot of ganking potential and laning dominance here. Infamous draft, just having Undying and Ench, both of them are quite strong at winning lanes.
Yeah, I definitely prefer seeing something ranged picked up, like you said, like having that diversity of not having
10
all
seconds
just melee.
remaining.
But even then, like the Undying is just so incredibly strong currently with
5
the change to the
seconds
decay. Every time I see the Undying, though, I just hear Avo's voice line, and it like drives me insane. Have you heard that? It's
Yeah,
like
I
a
heard
song.
it. Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god! I played a game and this guy just kept spamming it the entire time. And I was like, oh, I'm so happy for Avo that he has a good line, but I'm going to kill him too.
I feel like it gets stuck in your mind after you hear it like literally once or
It's
twice,
catchy.
and it's in there. Yeah, it's smart.
Definitely made the right moves. No lone druid though. That's definitely a respect ban against Liquid. You know, it's funny you mentioned that you know, certain heroes are very synonymous with Liquid at this point. For me, it's, you know, obviously the lone druid, but also the which is funny because he no longer plays offlane, but Boxy Slardar will always be like one of the top
True.
heroes in my brain when it
Yeah.
comes to seeing that. In fact, when they pick Slardar, I just automatically think it's Boxy playing it. It's actually quite bad.
10 seconds
Boxy
remaining.
Slardar, Boxy Pango, Pangolier. I have nightmares playing against that a lot. All right, we see Void being banned out here by Infamous, respecting that Chronosphere and Snapfire ulti, or even Chronosphere and ET combination would be very powerful. So I like that ban coming out from them. And we'll see Liquid here thinking a bit about what
I
they want
also
to
like the Elder Titan pickup just because of the Roche domination that you can get from it, because it's just so scary to get into that pit when you know that there's an Elder Titan that's somehow lurking about. You know, it's going to be able to go get the Echo Stomp off, or, you know, throw down that Earth Splitter.
Yeah.
Go for the Void Spirit. Okay, all right. Well, that is a Leo style hero, so I wonder if also they're doing that as a denial pick fairly early.
Yeah, it could certainly be. Just, you know, put that up there higher in the priority to get it early. But it's revealing the Void Spirits already now. So they get to react, and they react by picking up the
Oh.
Disruptor. This is
Alright.
curious, because that means we've got something afoot here. Infamous draft. You can see Liquid when this draft happened. Their face is like, okay, what's going on? Of course, now we have Undying, Ench, and Disruptor. So someone
10
here is playing
seconds
core,
remaining.
and
Probably Frank on the Undying, if I had to guess.
yeah, I feel like Undying is the easiest one to put as a core. I think it is by far the suggested one for me would be Undying. We've seen a lot of Undying core with Blink and BKB along with Shard and just going in. It's surprisingly effective. It's quite hard to deal with. So, suspecting that that's going to be the play.
I don't love. Frank does this. They do this with Frank. Like, they give him a hero that like has this really cool potential to do something a little bit different, but it's not your traditional like initiator. And then they end up struggling because of the fact that, like, yeah, you know, Undying's cool and he's gonna be able to walk in, but he's not. You know, they could just walk away. Like, the only kind of latch that they have is this Disruptor. If he gets a good glimpse off it, forces them to be like, do we stay or do we go? Do we just leave behind that one person? Obviously, you know, if they're an important one. But this Lifestealer pick is just such a good answer to it too.
Yeah, Lifesteal is a great reaction pick here. Liquid picking up a hero that now you can, of course, rage out of the glimpse. You can also very easily protect yourself from Undying just by raging. And they don't have great ways to catch him now, bar like smoking in and getting a Static Storm down on him quickly to silence. Like, that's the one way they have to kill the carry of Liquid here now.
All right, well, still have a couple picks left. I'm not sure what the Parker hero is necessarily over on the side of Infamous. I don't think that they're... I think it's probably going to be a Leo style Ember, if I had to guess. The brothers match up, the traditional that we've been seeing for how long now? How many years has it been?
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
So, what is the final pickup for both of these guys?
I feel like they have to pick something that works well against Lifestealer and doesn't struggle against him. Could be possible that they want to go for something like a Terrorblade here, even though ET is in the pool, could still be, or like ET is picked, could still be played, just because it matches well against Lifestealer. Then you just have to focus on killing ET early in the fight. But you certainly need something that can solve the carry to carry matchup,
10 seconds remaining.
and then leave it to Ember and Undying to go in and deal
5
with
seconds
the annoying
remaining.
heroes. From the carry's point of view, that is. Yeah, Peel was
well,
probably
moment
a
of
smart
truth.
ban.
Yeah, they don't have anything to really deal with a lot of illusions. That could be very problematic. I mean, you could also... no, I don't really like that either.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just concerned with the lack of traditional initiation. Okay, that solves some of it right there with the Chaos Knight, right? Because you can pull yourself in. Oh, they're ready to go. I like that. I like that move. Like, all right, boys, it's game time.
Yeah.
But being able to use the Reality Rift, eventually, you know, being able to get the... It's the shard, right? That allows you to throw out the Chaos Bolt and then throws out the illusion on top of that.
Yeah. Also getting the BKB piercing Reality Rift later on is a great thing to have. The illusions, this is an illusion-based carry. Illusion carries are generally quite strong against Lifestealer. I was suggesting the TB, Liquid are banning out the PL. CK is a third illusion carry that is also quite good. And honestly, maybe fits better here even, as he's a bit tankier of an illusion carry and doesn't struggle as much with the Void Spirit and Snapfire's damage outputs.
Legion Commander.
Oh, but the response here, since they have last pick for the matchup, they go with Legion, a very good hero, into this as well. Okay. I mean, if you're Infamous, I think you're way happier. If you're an Infamous fan, I think you're way happier than Game 1 draft. I would still probably favor the draft that Liquid has. I think it looks a little bit easier to execute again. I think there are great targets for Matumba Man to infest into and gank, like on a Blink Legion Commander or into the Void Spirit, and then in you go. I think their lineup looks a little bit more synergetic, but Infamous have great lane dominance heroes. So can they get a good enough advantage early on? That's the question that I'm asking here.
That is indeed a good question, but like you said, a little bit easier of a draft to execute than game number 1 for the side of Infamous, but Liquid, they're just really excellent at drafting and putting these pieces together. So very curious to see how this will all go down in this game number 2. But do have those lane dominators. It's going to be Frank who's playing the Undying. I guess the thing I'm concerned about again is just initiation, and also I want to see Infamous play together. I feel like in game number 1, they did not group up enough. They didn't take advantage of all the vision that their heroes provided. I think they can do better, and I really want to see that in this game number 2.
Yeah, they were simply just lagging behind a little bit in the moves. But yeah, as we go in, game is starting up here. I think they've given themselves a better situation to start from, though. I talked a lot after game 2 how they shouldn't really be mad that they didn't play together enough, or that they could have played differently, because honestly I think their position was hard from the start. Here it's looking a lot better, and they have a fair chance to get a good first 10 minutes going and then roll off of that.
All right, how long do you think this game's gonna be? What's your prediction, Waga?
Oh boy. How long will the game be? I mean, after game 1, I'm feeling like maybe less than 30, but I'm gonna say 30 to 37. That's my answer here. I think it's pretty fast.
That's also
still.
my choice. Yeah, I feel like this game has the potential to go pretty fast, but not as fast as under 30 minutes.
It's looking spicy. It's looking spicy.
All right, well, we're getting a full invasion again coming out from Infamous, all 5 heroes.
30
Parker,
seconds to battle.
frontlining a little bit over here.
Yeah, charging in. They were
Zai also
looking
checking.
for potentially some form of smoke initiation to each other, but both teams are stabilizing.
This is a wild mask on this Legion Commander. My goodness.
Oh yeah, that
I
looks
think I've seen that one yet.
grotesque.
Well, you do want to strike fear into the hearts of your enemies. That's very
The
important.
battle begins.
That's true.
All right. Even split here for these bounty runes. And everybody is off to their lanes. Yeah, look at that. That's terrifying. It looks like some of the old Shogun masks.
Yeah, really does.
Like the samurai where you're supposed to be like an ogre, I think. That's the mythological creature that they were modeling those off of, or demons. A little bit rusty on my lore on those. Mid lane, we have the typical brother versus brother matchup.
Yeah, the spirits and good block for Void Spirit here. Mickey getting a nice start to the lane. These
little
are
bit
some
trading
smacky lanes. People are just going in and punching each other on both the side lanes. I'm watching Insania and Michael just fighting now. The courier's gonna go down. Michael gets Insania's courier. That's a bit of gold.
I have to say though, Insania's last, or not the last hit, but his punches sound much more satisfying than the little spears coming off from Enchantress.
They sound really good, but they don't actually do that much damage. Like, but they sound like they do way more.
Right? They definitely do. It's a very satisfying sound. I also like, and I mean, sound cues in Dota are just, we're so spoiled by them, I feel, because they're so good.
Yeah.
But like Crystal Maiden even, like her clicks are like a slushy snowball, and you get that full sound of it.
Slushy snowball of doing no damage. That's the sound.
Yeah, but it's very pleasing when you're doing no damage. A little bit of an early glimpse pickup here from Affliction. They do have the stun in place. Scatter Blast from Boxy, though. We'll slow it down a bit, but Zai is going to be forced back because he doesn't have any other region. Does have a Tango that was given to him from Boxy and has the press the attack, but it's kind of interesting that they opted to go for this early point in the glimpse.
Yeah, glimpse is actually quite good. They were in a good spot. They pushed them back and managed to get a long glimpse. It does damage now as well, right? So if you manage to pull the opponent far enough, then it's a value spell. And glimpse was also massively buffed a while back to not have that huge cooldown that it had forever. So now it's only 24-second cooldown. You can use it in lane and look for some trades.
I remember the range being so tiny at level 1.
Yeah.
At one point, and it was just like, ooh, not really worth it early, but have that changing here. Top lane to get that little bit of a stomp, but again, it's just a lot of smacky boys back and forth here. No kills just yet.
Yeah, last hits though, I have to say this Undying is working out pretty well so far against the Lifestealer. He is sitting at 13 last hits against 9, and also 7 denies against Lifestealer. So, and he has quite a few CS to cash in on if you look at how big that creep wave is on top.
That's true.
There's plenty to take still for Undying, so he is ahead in CS by quite a bit.
Bottom lane, Zai sitting quite low, but they're also putting plenty of pressure over onto Affliction. We'll get the drag back. They need to be able to close the gap, and by God, they get it. So that is going to be a kill for Parker. Boxy will clean up Affliction, but this is time where Zai's not going to be getting that experience or the gold. And he is one of the heroes that's going to have to be setting the tempo fairly early.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing, getting the first blood here for the CK. He's going to be very happy. Ooh, misses the banner creep. That's always painful. But he gets the full power treads delivered here, along with the past tango, so he has some minute 350 power treads. Now going to be
nice.
Quite happy.
Uh-oh, Parker. It's not looking good for him. He has changed over those treads to the strength, but still going to die.
Yeah, he fell to a classic greed of CK. When you're low HP, you're like, I just got to go and hit creeps a little bit more and get my HP back. But then gets caught out a little bit too far up, and he feeds immediately. He also had creeps coming in that would have gone on the tower very shortly, so he could just have been slightly more patient, and he would have healed up safer.
Alright, well, this mid lane, do you see that Midgame sitting a little bit low? Leostyle having the lead in terms of CS currently. Does manage to snap up the water room. But it looks like there's a bounty rune available for Midgame over here, so he'll be able to refill his own bottle and head right back. Another nice cookie hop in this bottom lane. You with the scatter blast, Boxy just trying to put out as much harass as possible. We'll turn his attention over to Affliction, try to body block. But this is not looking too great for him right now. There's a couple more clicks. That's going to be a kill for Zai.
Oh my god, he just found himself in a bad spot. Like, everything was used on the CK. He just happens to be out of position here, Affliction. And now with CK being so low HP, look at all these creeps coming under tower. He wants to farm them, but Zai already going in and zoning. He's like, nope, you're not going to farm this.
Another tango being fed over to Parker.
This wave is huge. There's so many creeps.
Look at all the range creeps.
He needs HP on CK. This is not going to be that easy to farm.
I mean, he is tucked away in the corner here. Oh, they go and they use that fort.
Yeah, okay, Nyx doesn't TP back bottom. In fact, it's going to be Elder Titan coming bottom.
That Affliction just being bullied constantly here. There's not much that Parker can really do. Affliction, though, is going to drop the kinetic field. Wander around. And look how fast Insane is, though. He is just closing this gap real fast, giving off the punches. Do get the glimpse away, though, so... Have left Parker all alone here with Zai. A little bit scary, but...
Tower down,
all right. Although the rest of the team now is making their way over. Are they going to be able to... Nope, he's going to be able to teleport out. And poor Affliction sees himself this rune is going to just immediately get smacked across the face by Midgame. Bad luck, my friend.
Walks into a Void Spirit, just dies to like one auto attack and one spell. Yeah, and that tower dying purely to the amount of creeps they had and catapult. But, of course, top lane something similar happens, and Parker manages to find a tower last hit there, so feels a bit happier.
Pretty quiet middle lane for the most part. Do have the regen rune over on Leostyle. And gonna try to make a little bit of a play as Boxy is here. Does have the cookie hop. Affliction and Michael, though, making their way over, will be able to protect this Ember Spirit. Get the glimpse back over onto Boxy. They need a little bit more damage. Kinetic Field's not going to connect in time, though, so Boxy gonna be just fine.
Yeah, middle lane has been fairly quiet, but Leostyle doing a great job. His CS is on point. He's got 50 CS at minute 7:30 here, so he's quite rich on this Ember. Looks like he's going for face boots as soon as possible.
Oh, no. Oh, all right. They managed to go dodge around it.
Yeah, nice just to use the W to ignore glimpse.
That always is a feels bad moment when you end up getting glimpsed. Zip forward here from Leostyle. He's gonna just have to go and just run away. And it is the rune top. It's an invis.
A lot of 6 heroes are just sitting around mid. They know that this dire mid tower is the goal for Infamous. They want to move there and do something, but Liquid protected pretty well. For now, though, I think Infamous, they've given themselves the good start that we were talking about during the draft, that they need to have successful lanes. Bottom lane could have gone better, but still a good spot.
Oh man, Affliction is just constantly getting jumped upon. It's now Liquid. They're going to back away from Leo and Michael. Well, not a lot of mana left over here on Leostyle, which is a little bit scary right now as he's just getting chased here. And they do have the sentry. They don't have any more detection though after a certain point, so he's going to be able to survive this. Does get a little bit of a slide off over onto Insidium, but while this is going on over on the low ground, this Enchantress is just getting bursted down. It's another kill here for Midgame. It's Michael pulls, and they will continue the chase. Leo, he really wants this kill, but it's just proven to be too difficult. Zai is here. He does have duel if he wants to try to make anything happen, but he needs the backup of his team. He's not going to be able to do it, so most likely... Oh, but a nice play from Insadia. Nope, the slight from Leostyle will finish him off.
This is really good by Infamous. They're getting kills, making stuff happen while they're having their carry farming. So CK is just getting away with a lot of time to himself on top lane. He is pulling ahead quite a bit. He's 4.7k net worth here. We're only at minute 930. And the most farmed is Legion Commander on the side of Liquid with 3.6. So he's going to go for this armlet. And once he has it, he can probably just go and bully people.
It is wild to think that, like, back in the day, like, laning stage wouldn't be done until about, like, 10 minutes or so. And just how fast the game moves now.
Yeah, laning stage breaks a bit earlier now in competitive Dota than it used to, for sure. Now, normally, around, like, minute 6, you start seeing a lot of movement. Both the supports moving around a lot, and even core switching lanes.
Is it just because of the fact we have so many more runes that are available that kind of help prompt this sort of rotation?
Yeah, I feel like it's partly that, and also teams putting more emphasis on taking towers, especially now in this patch, when you don't get the glyph back for, you know, every single tier 1 tower. It's much easier to take every single tier 1 tower and then move on. Before you had the reset on every tier 1 tower, so making aggressive moves from one lane to another was harder. Now it's just slightly enabled. We have a glimpse smoke coming in here again, looking potentially to make something happen.
I will say, while this is all going down, absolutely no pressure has been placed on Parker. He has had the run of top area, because just like you said, there's a billion heroes over in this mid lane at any given time. Zai also having a lot of freedom, but not quite sitting as nicely. Ooh, good cookie though, coming out from Boxy. Gonna poke away at Leo style just a little bit, as they do manage to find a flick. Man, this guy is just always wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, last game and this game, he is dying a lot. Poor guy.
Yeah, that feels bad. Like, I understand, like, you know, the idea of him wanting to get some vision up or whatnot, but that just, the timing on that, probably not the best time to be there and be so separated from your team.
He's 3-digit net worth right now. He's got 960. Poor guy. Spare some coin.
Toss a coin to your disruptor.
Oh, speaking of tossing coins, Lifestealer going for that juicy Midas. Midas.
Mickey though, oh, a good cookie though, making sure that Mickey can jump out. That was looking a little spoopy there for a second. Have to say that Boxy playing very well on the Snapfire.
Yeah, he's doing great. He hasn't been out of position really once yet, and he's making some really great moves. Good skill usage. I want to see more combinations with his ulti though, is one thing that I'm looking towards, because right now it feels like whenever you have Snapfire ulti ready in the early game, that's a bit of wasted potential. It's so much damage. You would love to get that used. Maybe top with a duel. Perhaps they could, but I think they're missing like one more person if they want to kill a CK.
Yeah, I think they need a little extra burst there. Just the... Although,
Void wants to come
Snapfire
over.
Kisses does quite a bit.
Yeah, it does quite a bit, but
the
the lifesteal
duration.
too from CK. So maybe if they had Void Spirit to help disable him as well.
Yeah, the Astral Step too would be really nice, that extra bit of burst.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to get him in the end. And meanwhile, Frank is going to be the one just walking in now, checking the high grounds a little bit. Got to protect Affliction so he doesn't get picked off again.
Bounce back, but Michael, there it is. Those the Snapfire Kisses we talked about. Plenty of nuke damage to sleep over onto Leo style too. So he's not going to be able to get over there as quickly as he likes. Does have that double damage. He'd love to do something with it, but not able to land those chains. So he's going to continue. They do have the vision. Will be able to land over onto Mickey. Doesn't have any of those steps left, but they do have a glimpse. And again, he's going to be able to disjoint it, escape easily. And it's just a whole lot of chase for nothing, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, they're not really playing for objectives now, so these skirmishes don't necessarily result in that much going down. Nobody's threatening a tower right now. It's just people kind of fighting for the sake of fighting, which I love. I'm completely down with this. I think someone who also loves this is both Parker and Matumba, because they're just off fighting creeps while this is happening. So we have Lifestealer and CK farming up, but CK being this much ahead already, and I would say CK versus Lifestealer is a favorable matchup as well. You have to feel pretty good if you're Infamous right now.
Yeah, again, it feels like Parker has not been pressured hardly at all in the last, like, 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, early laning stage was a lot of pressure, and he struggled then. But ever since they got out of that, he's been having a great time top lane.
All right, let's see. What do we have coming up for items? So it looks like it's going to be the BKB for Zai. Does have a Falcon Blade completed.
Yep.
Yules for Mickey. Foxy doesn't have any plans in life just yet. He's still figuring that out. Dragonlance for Michael. Wraith Pact here for Undying.
Yeah, interesting he goes for the Wraith Pact still. I mean, it's a very popular item, and for good reason. It's super strong, but also thought that he might go for a different approach on this Undying. But this is going to be more the aura approach.
Would you have wanted something like an Ags Rush on him, considering he's a core? Or?
No, I don't really favor the Aghanim so much, but I think BKB and Blink Dagger and Shard, those 3 items work extremely well for core Undying. I think at that point you could just, you know, see the Legion Commander or anyone else just blink in on them and chase them down. But this is more the 5-manning item, which bodes well. I mean, we talked about how Infamous felt like they were not really playing together as much. This game, that's not really the case, right? Parker is farming and playing alone, but the rest of them, all of them are going together, trying to coordinate and get something done together.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No, I like this a lot better. I like the fact that they are moving together, they are making these plays and grouping up as 4 while the CK farms. Do need to be careful though, because Zai has completed the Blink Dagger, has opted to go for that over the BKB, and I kind of like this choice. I feel like that's really important to kind of lock down Leo's style or whoever.
Yeah. It helps get value out of the Snapfire ulti as well, and enable stuff like even just an infest gank, right? If you have Lifesteal nearby, you can always infest and blink and duel. I think this is very worth to go back for. And also might be not very expected. They haven't seen the blink yet, and they did see that he had Ogre Club, so they probably thought he's gonna go BKB for sure. So this Blink Dagger might come as a big surprise.
Well, they're smoked up and they're prepared to use this power spike, and they have a Lifestealer bomb to boot.
There it is.
So, see who it is they find. They don't have the vision, but Mickey will be the one who walks forward immediately. It's gonna get silenced. They'll try to get the heal off over onto Mickey. They just can't save him in time. Leostar jumps into 3 heroes over here. Glimpse back. Now Zai getting dragged back. Does have that Lifestealer bomb, but the damage coming out now from Parker is pretty huge. So they'll be able to get the kill on Zai. They're looking to see if they can get their hands on Matu here. Another slight will give them a little bit of that vision. The drag back here. This is not looking good for Lifestealer. It is Michael who will slay Matumba Man.
Wow. I mean, he doesn't have Yules yet on Void Spirit, so him walking up high ground and going first, it's not safe. And even though you have Press the Attack on your team, that doesn't save you from the Static Storm. If Static Storm is on the ground, you're still going to be silenced, you're still going to die to the right clicks coming out from the CK, the Ember, and in the end, that went horribly wrong for Liquid. I think they needed to send in something like Elder Titan just walking up the high ground, looking clueless, and then the rest could have followed up. But
I like the looking
position.
clueless bit. Just like dum 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 dum.
Yeah, someone has to, you know.
I'm a big dumb.
Someone has to bite the bullet.
Where was Boxy during that though? Like, because I feel like his cookie is so incredibly important for those sorts of situations when they have the Static Storm. As Zai, the jump forward here from Parker, the drag back, the slight from Leo style. He is not allowed to touch creeps in his own jungle, and they have so much vision up too. If you take a look at all these observers placed by the side of Infamous, they're feeling very hungry and very aggressive, and I like it.
I'm very happy for the way Infamous have kind of, you know, woken up from the previous game, because I felt like they were not really completely present in the game that we saw there. They were kind of just waddling around and getting beat up by Liquid, but here they're really taking control of the game. They're making moves and they're going for top tower now with CK, while also staying aggressively positioned with the rest of them, looking for kills, deep wards like you said. Mid might be a catch again.
Yeah, they do manage to find Boxy, but
A bit
they're
too
not
deep.
going to hard commit on it. That's going to open up now this whole area of the jungle. They've already taken the outpost since they've taken the bottom tower, but even more just real estate available for Infamous to choke away from the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and now, of course, when you take tier 2 towers, you can back out. The outpost is already taken. You can go into Rosh, and this will be a hard Roshan to contest. Very difficult for Liquid to get there.
I don't think they're even gonna go for the contest.
No, they can't.
Midgame? Hoping maybe he'd get his hands on Leia style here. It does have that remnant up though, so should be absolutely fine. There it is.
Interesting that they opt to put the Aegis still on the CK despite him being so tanky. I thought maybe they want to give it over to the Ember, who has a kill streak and didn't die yet, but I guess if CK is going to be the one to lead the way, having Aegis on him definitely makes it hard for Liquid to solve how they approach initiating.
Sure. I mean, this guy's so close to a heart now, too. It's going to be so difficult, I think, for Liquid to be able to burst him down fast enough with what he's got.
Even once will be difficult, which is why perhaps the Ember could have had it, but Ember was pushing out bottom as well, so could just be, you know, if you're not there, you don't get it. CK was the one killing Roche. He deserves to get the Aegis.
You snooze, you lose, friend.
That is how it goes.
The positioning coming out now from Infamous is there. Sending over some of these creeps, so just put the little skelly men out.
Oh, Parker says, is anyone going to defend top? I'll just hit the building.
Yeah, he's more than happy with that.
Nice dodge.
Indeed, the dragged back here from that remnant. Do go for the glimpse, dragging back over here onto Zion. They'll follow up the Snapfire Kisses. It's a decent amount of damage. That is going to be the Aegis. Cleostyle and Michael will climb away. Frank's still in position here. Parker coming right back up again. They still have life on the team. They've got the Wraith Pack too, so they had to use an entire ultimate dedicated just for killing Parker. And yeah, they killed him once, but like we said, they got to kill him a second time.
Yeah,
I don't know if they have the means to do that.
They used to split Earth too, so they don't have the best ways to defend here. I mean, you have duel ready, but how do you duel when you don't have Snap ulti or ET ulti? Even Lifesteer committed his, so yeah, that's... They're finally gonna back off on Infamous, and I like the controlled aggression that they have here, saying, okay, you know what? We took your tier 3 tower, we did some good damage, focused on the range racks as well, which is very good. I think a lot of teams would just go for melee racks, assuming, oh, we're gonna take racks. But they actually prioritized the range racks since they knew we're probably not gonna get this. Like, and then it's better to do the permanent damage. That barracks never heals. But now Liquids, they are looking to be the ones to go, perhaps catch mid.
That's an illusion rune bottled up by Parker, so he's gonna have Phantasm, he's gonna have the illusions, he's gonna have quite the damage here if he decides he wants to go for it. But already Liquid, they're backing off. They feel a bit uncertain as they'll put the pressure over onto the mid tower. And again, there's just not a lot that Liquid can do about the fact that the CK is just so massive.
Yeah, he's monstrous. I mean, normally Elder Titan is pretty good to have against CK, but there's a difference in ET being level 6 and the CK being level 15.
Oh, Insania. Thought for sure Parker was going to go for a Reality Rift in. Zai again over here. Gets spotted out, gets hit a couple times. Midgame jumping forward, will be able to drag back over onto Parker. They'll go to drop the Static Storm, and it lands over onto Matumba Man. There's just too much damage. They end up losing Matumba Man very quickly, and Zai now too gets dragged back. They need a little bit more damage. They don't quite have it, but they will indeed take the rest of the racks here in this top zone.
Yeah, fantastic catch there again. I mean, this is looking really brutal now. I don't really see how Liquid are supposed to claw their way back in if Infamous keep moving like they're doing right now. They're really utilizing having this super fat CK. He's sort of acting as a meat shield where nobody's able to go on the Disruptor anymore. Affliction, he died a lot earlier, right? We were saying poor Affliction, always dying, but he died 5 times, but he hasn't died since. He's just sitting behind his CK. This is Big Brother coming in, protecting him.
Don't ever talk to me. In the middle of everything here, but Parker has his eyes focused. Do use the Earth Splitter, and now it's going to look like he's going to try to just teleport away, but the Yule's coming into play. Michael finishing off over onto Zai. Parker trying to lifesteal off of this. He's doing so much damage. Oh my god, he kills Insane. They'll turn back around. They get Matumba Man. And it's a team wipe on Team Liquid. Infamous. They're feeling very powerful right now.
Yeah, it's It's looking spicy indeed as they go straight down mid, didn't lose a single hero. They canceled the CK's TP, but right after they did that, it's like, was that a good thing? Should we have let him TP out? I think you should have let him TP out because he just stays and murders everyone.
I believe the Pango line was that intentional? It looked intentional.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that is going to be another tower and Rax, and it looks like they're playing it safe. They're going to go for Megas. Of course, they are going to have most of the heroes on the side of Liquid back up very soon, but again, feeling quite powerful on the side of Infamous. You've got the Mage Slayer online for Chaos Knight. He's got his heart that he's had finished for a while, and Zai just has not found any luck in being able to get these initiations or, you know, any sort of follows for these duels. It's just proven to be very difficult. Like, look at this. Parker's just having the time of his life right now. He's like, come get me. I dare you.
they can all use everything they have on him, and I don't think he dies. He's too
they're
fast.
trying. They're using quite a bit on him, but nice positioning from Affliction ensures that they get the kill on Boxy. Leo Style zipping right back in. Mickey trying to climb away. Zai is here over in the corner. Gets dragged over. Gets in for a duel. A little bit of damage there for the Chaos Knight. A little bit of victory. As Insania can't climb into his own base. The GG gets called, so Infamous bouncing back pretty handily here as they'll get themselves a kill on Matu at the very end. You know, a little bit of padding those stats.
Alright, I will say this. I did not expect Infamous to come back and win against Liquid in 25 minutes after game 1 there. That is an impressive way to, you know, collect yourselves after what was a pretty one-sided first game, and then they bring it back and just, you know, do the same thing to Liquid. Have a very, very solid performance here. Parker looked like he was just completely unbeatable here, and they also never died on Leo Style. They also never died, indeed, on the Undying, living up to his name with the 3-0 and 12. Wow, Infamous really woke up from game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely, I think a lot of people figured that Liquid was going to probably roll Infamous in the series, but they bounced back. They got some of these heroes that they're very comfortable with. Leo Style Ember is a classic. Parker CK, also very, very popular. And then, of course, Frank Undying. So, you know, they definitely, you know, started playing together, understood the peaks of their heroes and their timings, and just made it look really nice. And Liquid had a really good draft, too. Like, it just ended up where they got the momentum where, you know, we had this whole situation of everybody just sitting mid for what felt like, not hours, obviously, but like multiple minutes, right? And it just allowed Parker to have too much space, too much time, because with the CK, you always want to make sure he's a little bit behind. He's not a flash farmer. He's one of those heroes that needs to, you know, have the time to hit each creep individually for the most part. And he was able to get enough space thanks to the rest of his team. So he could really, you know, take over and just show up as the core like, all right, I'm done farming. Let's go.
Yeah, I feel one big theme today that we saw multiple times and that we saw in this game as well is the first pick Undying into the opponents picking almost exclusively strength heroes. Again, this was an Undying enjoying being against a double strength lane and had a really good laning stage, and then subsequently had a really good game overall. I wonder if this first phase pick Undying that we see throughout this Last Chance Qualifier right now, if it can't be better addressed. I'm very curious about how people are laning against him and just putting, you know, straight up strength heroes.
Yeah, when I was looking through the trends from just the regional qualifiers to get to this, it was a Marcy Undying Open that was like the most popular out of every single one. Or there was always, you know, someone banning, particularly the Marcy. That was the biggest one, I think, from what I saw for the first opening. But the Undying close behind because of all those buffs. So again, not surprised that we're seeing this kind of power coming through with these heroes and the pick. I imagine that we're going to see more bans, especially on Marcy. But yeah, like what a great way to end our first day at the Last Chance Qualifiers here for TI11. A little bit of a surprise for some people. You know, as an SA fan, I'm very happy to see the boys bounce back. I think they also split with T1 earlier too for Infamous. So yeah, not a terrible showing here for Infamous. But that is it for us here on the stream. Thank you so much for watching. I had a great time casting the first day with you, Waga. And there is, of course, another stream that you can go to. Were you aware of that? I just got that told to me recently.
Oh, other streams? Where did I go, Moxie?
So if you head over to Stream A, they're going to be doing a post-game show where they're going to talk about all the matches. So you definitely want to check that out. But that's it from us. Any last words, Waga?
No, but I'll, be happy to come back and see what day 2 has in store for us. But this was a great way to start out the Last Chance Qualifier.
Definitely worth staying up until 7:30 a.m. here for me. So we are going to say goodbye and make sure you head over to Stream A, everyone. Have a great morning, night, afternoon. We'll see you.